are rising like the morning tide. Founders and dreamers standing side by side. Santa Monica sun lighting up the way. This is our time at SuperCrowdLA. SuperCrowdLA. Feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time. SuperCrowdLA, it's your moment to shine. SuperCrowdLA, hey hey. SuperCrowdLA. Wake up, sun shining over Santa Monica. Grab your dreams, it's time to ride the wave. Big ideas, bright skies, good vibes all around. We're building up the future, starting right today. SuperCrowdLA. Feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time. SuperCrowdLA, it's your moment to shine. Fresh breeze, big dreams, the ocean's in our view. Movers, makers, change makers too. Surf the wave of hope, ride the tide of change. At SuperCrowdLA, it's a brand new day. SuperCrowdLA. Feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time. SuperCrowdLA, it's your moment to shine. morning tide. Founders and dreamers standing side by side. Santa Monica sun lighting up the way. This is our time at SuperCrowdLA. SuperCrowdLA. Feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time. SuperCrowdLA. It's your moment to shine. SuperCrowdLA. Hey, hey. SuperCrowdLA. Wake up, sun shining over Santa Monica. Grab your dreams, it's time to ride the wave. Big ideas, bright skies, good vibes all around. We're building up the future, starting right today. SuperCrowdLA. Feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time. SuperCrowdLA. It's your moment to shine. Fresh breeze, big dreams, the ocean's in our view. Movers, makers, change makers too. Surf the wave of hope, ride the tide of change. At SuperCrowdLA, it's a brand new day. SuperCrowdLA. Feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time. SuperCrowdLA. It's your moment to shine. Ideas are rising like the morning tide. Founders and dreamers standing side by side. Santa Monica sun lighting up the way. This is our time at SuperCrowdLA. SuperCrowdLA. Feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time. SuperCrowdLA. It's your moment to shine. SuperCrowdLA. the oceans in our view. Movers, makers, change makers too. Surf the wave of hope, ride the tide of change. At SuperCrowdLA, it's a brand new day. SuperCrowdLA, feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time. SuperCrowdLA, it's your moment to shine. Ideas are rising like the morning tide. Founders and dreamers standing side by side. Santa Monica sun lighting up the way. This is our time at SuperCrowdLA. SuperCrowdLA, feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time. SuperCrowdLA, it's your moment to shine. SuperCrowdLA, hey, hey. SuperCrowdLA. Wake up, sun shining over Santa Monica. Grab your dreams, it's time to ride the wave. Big ideas, bright skies, good vibes all around. We're building up the future, starting right today. SuperCrowdLA, feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time. SuperCrowdLA, it's your moment to shine. Fresh breeze, big dreams, the oceans in our view. Movers, makers, change makers too. Surf the wave of hope, ride the tide of change. At SuperCrowdLA, it's a brand new day. SuperCrowdLA, feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time. SuperCrowdLA, it's your moment to shine. Ideas are rising like the morning tide. Founders and dreamers standing side by side. Santa Monica sun lighting up the way. This is our time at SuperCrowdLA. SuperCrowdLA, feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time. SuperCrowdLA, it's your moment to shine. are rising like the morning tide. Founders and dreamers standing side by side. Santa Monica sun lighting up the way. This is our time at SuperCrowdLA. SuperCrowdLA. Feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time. SuperCrowdLA. It's your moment to shine. SuperCrowdLA. Hey, SuperCrowdLA. Wake up, sun shining over Santa Monica. Grab your dreams, it's time to ride the wave. Big ideas, bright skies, good vibes all around. We're building up the future, starting right today. SuperCrowdLA. Feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time. SuperCrowdLA, it's your moment to shine. Fresh breeze, big dreams, the ocean's in our view. Movers, makers, change makers too. Surf the wave of hope, ride the tide of change. At SuperCrowdLA, it's a brand new day. SuperCrowdLA. Feel the power, catch the spark, come and play. Changing the world one dream at a time.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. You can't argue with success, but you can learn from it. Put the best to work for you. Book a call today.
At Proactive Realty Group, we invest in more than properties. We invest in people. Our Income and Growth Fund delivers strong returns by revitalizing affordable housing, preserving communities, and offering second chances. Join us in building sustainable wealth with measurable impact.
I'm Michael Praver from Funding. We do startup and small business funding in all 50 states. We normally work from $100,000 to $5 million. We've been in existence for 15 years, and I look forward to speaking with you at the conference.
Expert Dojo backs bold founders building a better world. Join over 260 startups accelerating growth with global impact.
Ready to grow your business for investment or exit? Springfork Consulting. Expertise for founders who dream big. Let Fred Pena help you make your move.
Hello everyone, I'm Gene Massey with Mediashares.com, and I'm very happy to be participating in SuperCrowdLA.
Invest in tomorrow's changemakers today. NetCapital makes it easy for everyone to invest in startups shaping the future. Start your journey at netcapital.com.
We're incredibly grateful to the supporting sponsors and co-hosts who help make SuperCrowdLA possible. Their commitment to empowering changemakers, uplifting underrepresented founders, and building stronger communities is what makes this event more than a conference. It's a movement. Jason is just a big stinking deal. This guy's a rock star in this space. Jason is the CEO of Digital Niche Agency. He serves with me on the board of the Crowdfunding Professional Association, and DNA is a growth marketing, he's a growth marketing expert who's helped over 500 companies raise capital from the crowd, raising over $600 million with a focus on algorithmic strategies and data-driven insights. Jason is a master at activating investor audiences and driving success for entrepreneurs and businesses alike. I just can't wait to hear Jason's message today. Jason, welcome. We're thrilled to have you. I really appreciate you being here to share with us today.
Thanks, Devin. Sure. I feel like I don't need too much of an introduction after that speech from Devin on myself. You saw our DNA commercial. So it's always fun to sit in the audience and watch what goes on stage here. That's been my experience during these first few minutes. But essentially, I work on a high volume of these deals. Marketer, have been in the ad tech space since 2008. And when starting the agency as a growth marketing firm, we found capital raising to be a common theme, a common initiative. When you look at the success rates of startups, when you look at the success rates of capital raises offline, the numbers aren't great. And to be able to focus on this area of growth for a business and be able to effectively bring in capital using content marketing, advertising, and outreach, it's very fulfilling. Not every campaign works. We're going to get into that right out of the gate here. I think there's some misconceptions in the space, but are working with some of the top issuers that are live right now, as well as to date. So have a lot of findings, a lot of experience in the middle to bring to the table. When Devin says we're good at what we do, it's because we've worked on some of these campaigns that have performed in the top spots, as well as campaigns that haven't. And I've actually taken more learnings from those. So going to get into the details here today so that your capital raise, if you're using Reg CF, if you're using Regulation D, if you're using Regulation A+, we'll get into some of those acronyms a bit. I want to make sure all that info is clear. You're more likely to close out your round with successful metrics, a successful return. So more information on me, here and what we do in terms of investor and user acquisition, working with some groups on their growth milestones in between rounds, but always be raising is a saying in this space, and likely see the next round to follow thereafter. I study what occurs on King's Crowd. King's Crowd gives analytics on all of the live Reg CF campaigns, Reg CF campaigns to date that report, Regulation A+ campaigns as well. CF, of course, you can raise up to 5 million. Regulation A+, you can raise up to 75 million on a tier 2. That's from both retail and accredited investors. And last week, this is what we saw from each of the portals. So about 642 live deals. Only 642, may I add. There's 24 plus million small businesses in the US. You could see WeFunder, 2.2 million was raised from 205 issuers, about 11,000 average for the week on each. Dealmaker, 41. CF's live, they have more A pluses on top of that. Start Engine, 119 live, far more than any point they've had this year. It was low 50s at some points this year, but actually a lower amount raised on average than on WeFunder, which we don't see often. So that's really a standout. 7 deals live on Dalmore, and you could see how much was raised for the week on each of these. It's important to mention, I'm going to, share some perspectives that issuers have given me, but you could see where we're at for the month of December, usually about 30 million for the month. Last month was 33 million, and last week was 5.9 million. So a good week as a whole. The stats you want to take as much as you can from. So for the month of December, here are 10 issuers, the top 10 issuers, and you could see there hasn't been 7 figures raised on any of them yet for the month of December. A few of them have already passed those metrics. I think 4 of them here, and we've been watching those closely. You can see the top 10%, the top 20%, top 50%, 49% haven't raised any funds for the month. Why am I sharing all of this? Because I want to be able to provide realism that most equity crowdfund campaigns will not raise $5 million.
So for myself, what I find both surprising and interesting is that people often are surprised that with the crowdfunding, they think that I'm just like in a suit every day or not doing it. And I'm just like, no, I'm regional manager. Like we have properties here in Chicago, multifamily, and that I'm a regional manager and very hands-on and very close to it because it is affordable housing and low income, and it requires, a more in-depth level. So it surprises me when people are a little taken aback, like, wow, you really get involved with it and, with the impact that we do.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So for myself and for our company, as I stated before, we're new in the crowdfunding arena. However, in general, from potential investors, we don't get too many objections because this is from the accredited side. And even a few people who have called me about testing the waters. One of the objections is just like, what is it? How does it work? And so we educate, we provide transparency, and we demonstrate what we do with track records. So I'll talk about track record, answer all questions, and try to understand, what the objective is. I mean, what are they objecting to or have some trepidation about? And sometimes it's as simple as, well, I haven't sold a property yet to invest, or I haven't done anything else. And so we've had several investors, both past and present, who had objections, who then came back and says, okay, well, you know what, Dr. Van, I like what you did with this property, or I like what you did here, and we sold something. We now have some liquidity, and we're now ready to move forward. Yeah, so through our website, through our past successes, I did submit some slides. I'm not sure how they'll be used or when will they appear, that illustrates exactly what we do at Proactive and also illustrates the current offering at Rancho. But it's mostly through interaction with investors. Myself, I make myself available as much as I possibly can, as well as I have investor associates that will take Calendly meetings or meet with people. And especially if people are local, I'm always happy to take them on a tour of the property and say, hey, this is what we've done across the street. This is what we like to do over here with this project. Oh, and by the way, this is what we did in South Carolina. This is what we're doing in Chicago, housing the, affordable housing, low-income housing, and really being involved in educating people on what that means, what that entails, and how do we do it so rapidly.
If anything.
So for myself, I and my team have reached out. And so a small disclaimer, on our previous fund, we had like maybe 12 to 15 investors, which is, fairly manageable. So some of my investors would call me up, or I talk to them, especially during COVID, because we had 100% rent collection during COVID, because we are affordable housing. So we didn't have that issue that maybe a Class A would have, or a Class B property. In fact, in South Carolina, we received about $400,000, for our residents. For each individual resident was able to get 18 months of rental assistance.
Soft waves rolling in, morning light on my skin. Got a dream, got a plan, got the whole wide world in my hand. Santa Monica breeze, blow some hope right through the trees. We're building something new today, down at SuperCrowdLA. Come ride the wave, come catch a dream, come find your spark, let your spirit sing at SuperCrowdLA. Ooh, SuperCrowdLA. Voices laughing, hearts awake, big ideas in every way. From the shore to the city street, we bring the sunshine to our dreams. Together we lift, together we climb, changing the world one heart at a time. Santa Monica's calling your name, down at SuperCrowdLA. Come ride the wave, come catch a dream, come find your spark, let your spirit sing at SuperCrowdLA. Ooh, SuperCrowdLA. Oceans in our eyes, hope is on the rise. We've got a world to change and a beach to claim. SuperCrowdLA. Yeah. Come ride the wave, come ride the wave, come catch a dream, come catch a dream, come find your spark, let your spirit sing at SuperCrowdLA. Ooh, SuperCrowdLA. Ooh, super soft mellow. Ooh, SuperCrowdLA, where dreams find their way. SuperCrowdLA, where dreams find their way. Soft waves rolling in, morning light on my skin. Got a dream, got a plan, got the whole wide world in my hand. Santa Monica breeze, blow some hope right through the trees. We're building something new today, down at SuperCrowdLA. Come ride the wave, come catch a dream, come find your spark, let your spirit sing at SuperCrowdLA. Ooh, SuperCrowdLA. Voices laughing, hearts awake, big ideas in every way. From the shore to the city street, we bring the sunshine to our dreams. Together we lift, together we climb, changing the world one heart at a time. Santa Monica's calling your name, down at SuperCrowdLA. Come ride the wave, come catch a dream, come find your spark, let your spirit sing at SuperCrowdLA. Ooh, SuperCrowdLA. Oceans in our eyes, hope is on the rise. We've got a world to change and a beach to claim. SuperCrowdLA. Yeah. Come ride the wave, come ride the wave, come catch a dream, come catch a dream, come find your spark, let your spirit sing at SuperCrowdLA. SuperCrowdLA, where dreams find their way.
Really, transforming lives and transforming the economy. However, what's the problem with these social enterprises? It seems like a no-brainer. We should all be investing in these. The problem is that many of them are caught in the valley of death. And I think we all know what that means. So those of you who are out there who are entrepreneurs, you know what that means. In the social enterprise space globally, what you find is that if you're sort of under $1 million or $2 million in revenue, there's a lot of resources available to you. And then, but that in between space, if you're under like 100,000, I should say, very, very small, real actual startups, there's that stuff available to you. And then you need to be earning at least $1 million or $2 million in revenue. And why is this? Because you can't see this too well in here, but one is that the existing instruments that are available and communicate with funders and also in catalyzing other people's money. So far, we've been able to leverage $10 for every one that we've invested. in these entrepreneurs. And overall, we have accelerated 1,500 companies in 100 countries around the world. Right now, we have about 300 active companies. And the average capital raise within 3 years of engaging with us is $2.9 million. So just kind of like to put that out there about where we are in the overall ecosystem. All right, so what we hear a lot in the impact investing space is this narrative around having your cake and eating it too. You can have these fabulous commercial returns, like VC-style returns, and have very deep impact. And I hate to say this, I probably shouldn't, I'm not going to say the word that I'm thinking, but I call bullcrap on that. Because it's actually not true. There are trade-offs. I think we just need to face what those trade-offs are and decide for ourselves what we're willing to accept in terms of potentially longer runways, more patient capital, and lower returns in order to achieve the kind of impact that I was talking about earlier before, that kind of transformative impact. So I'm saying you can't have your cake and eat it. But it's true. So if it's this hard in general for entrepreneurs in that belly of death, I want to take a minute to talk about women. So women entrepreneurs face incredible difficulties in getting access to the capital, and especially the right flavor of capital that they need for their enterprises. Does anybody here, can somebody here tell me what percentage of VC funding in the United States went to women founders? Yes, 2. Yeah, and that, by the way, that percentage is going down. 2. Okay. Even though the data shows that the enterprises run by women perform at least as well, and in some cases better, from a profitability perspective and any revenue, I mean, any metric you want to look at. So this is not an issue of rational investment choice, right? Women tend to lack the networks, some of the other support systems and things like that. But we did some research at Santa Clara University. Maya Ackerman, she's a professor in the engineering department. She did some research to try to understand what is going on here. 2%, and globally the percentage is much better, right? So what she found is something that's called brilliance bias. If you think in your head, who's a genius? What's the first image that comes to you? So brilliance bias is this systemic assumption that we hold that men are more brilliant and that kind of assumption is reflected in the funding decisions that are made in the ecosystem. But in fact, there's, genius also looks like this. Brilliance also looks like this. Who knows who this woman is? Mae Jemison. Mae Jemison is the first Black woman astronaut. She's a doctor. She's an engineer. She speaks several languages, and she's amazing. And there are so many people like her, and many women who are just as brilliant. So what we're trying to do is we have at least 75% of the founders of the last 2 years in our program are women, and they are performing quite well. Thank you very much. All right, so a little bit more about Miller Center. So Miller Center for Global Impact, what we're trying to do is end global poverty. That's basically our ultimate objective. So we are what we call impact first. We look for companies that are impact first. And how are we doing that? Well, we're doing that through building a changemaker community that is leaning into 2 impact themes. One is women's economic power, not surprising after what I just said about women being systematically excluded from the ecosystem. And the other being climate resilience, which is that kind of intersection between the climate crisis and those that are vulnerable. So things like agriculture, access to clean water, regenerative, renewable energy, etc. And we work with both entrepreneurs and students. So we're looking at the current and future change makers We think that's really important. And the roots there are all the different inputs that we offer to these entrepreneurs. I want to talk a minute about students, because I think young people, I see some you guys sitting right in front of me. There's a whole bunch of young people, maybe some of you in this room, but what I'm finding really exciting working at a university is that young people today crave purpose.
Impact. It's even in the business school, it's very rare to find students in the business school who only care about just making as much money as possible. It's really exciting to see that. And I think that the universities are a perfect place to be able to nurture this kind of interdisciplinary thinking, this thinking about entrepreneurship as a potential solution to the problems. A lot of kids, a lot of university students are pretty, disenchanted with the capitalist, system and business and stuff like that. But this is basically the pointy edge of the wedge of completely reinventing that system by thinking about how can we use the business principles to really have a sustainable impact in the world. So we have the opportunity to also include students into this whole ecosystem by giving them hands-on immersive learning opportunities to work directly with these hundreds of entrepreneurs that are all over the world. Another part of our ecosystem is our mentor pool. So we have a network of 500 executive mentors, mostly from Silicon Valley, but not all of them are from there. And they work directly with these entrepreneurs to help them get to this investment readiness place where they're able to raise their 2.1 million, as I said before. And they get as much from that experience as the entrepreneurs do. So if there's any of you who might be interested in working with these global entrepreneurs that are changing the world, we'd love to invite you into our mentor pool. It's a pretty cool group of people. And finally, I'd like to say that if you are at all interested in investing in these types of companies all around the world, or potentially leveraging the platforms that you have in the crowdfunding space to invest in these companies, I'd be really pleased to hear from you. This will take you directly to our Impact Investing site, and you can learn a little bit more about what we've got going on there. Anyway, thank you so much for listening. That's all I had to say for now. I do have a little bit of time. You want me to cede my time since we're behind? Yeah, let's have some questions. What are your questions? Yes. Right. So the typical company that comes to us is a company that's already kind of exhausted all the resources that are available in their geography. So we know that they've already been through, maybe they've been through an incubator, maybe they've had a challenge grant from a corporation, or they've had something going on, right? So our core program is a 6-month program where we pair 2 mentors for each entrepreneur that correspond to, that have kind of an affinity to whatever their business issue is. And we spend the first few weeks of that process really digging into what is it that you need. We know you're not starting from zero. In fact, you have to have at least some proof of revenue to qualify for our program, right? So you have an amazing, product market fit, but your financials are still not really telling the story properly. Or your impact model is terrific, but unit economics aren't quite there. You can't scale on top of that. So we will assign the modules and deliverables that correspond to what you need. So we bring 50 new companies into the program a year, but each one of those 50 companies is doing something a little bit different because it's completely bespoke to the needs of that specific company. And by the end of that 6 months, you should have all the materials, a data room, everything you would need in order to go and get the money that you need. And the other piece is that's really just the beginning. That 6-month process gets you into our community, our entrepreneur community, and we will stick with you and stick with you and stick with you until you get the check. until you get what you need. And then some of the companies that we work with are, 40, 50, $100 million companies. They still continue to come back to interact with the community, to interact with the mentor pool. It's pretty cool. Yes. No, absolutely not. No, the 6-month program is remote. Actually, we were doing it remote before COVID. And then we do have, each year, we have a flagship in-residence program where we invite the top 15 to 20, kind of the greatest hits from the last couple of years to come to Silicon Valley, but only for a certain amount of time, and then go to a industry conference called SOCAP, where we have a dedicated pitch session. That's where a lot of the a lot of the investors who are in the impact space come to that. And so we're able to showcase our entrepreneurs at that. Yeah. Thanks. Well, I know that our footprint, our overall footprint is like 100 countries, so we're everywhere. Yeah, we're all over the world. I'm not sure if I look at the active, what we call the active community, that's someone who's engaged with us within the last 3 years. That would be probably fewer countries, but at least 50. I mean, everywhere. Yeah. 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 100%. Yeah, no, you can really see that. I mean, look, I think that's kind of also the next stage. So if I think about our strategy, so we have a strategy that went from 2020 to 2025, just now, ending now. We've kind of checked the boxes on all of our top line KPIs, and we're like, yeah, so now what's next? And I think what's next is much more about the systemic impact. We have been much more kind of transactional, I would say, and more execution oriented. So what we would love to do, and this is kind of relevant for a crowd, now that I think about it, crowdfunding crowd, is what we'd love to do is, instead of being sort of a hub and spoke where we have a relationship with you and with you and with you and with you and with you, it's like, how do we create the platform so that they can all interact with each other and do the kind of research to understand, like, where this is, like, what's working, what's not, what are the systemic impact. So those two things, a community building plus more research, considering we are sitting at a university, so we should be able to do that, will have that kind of more systemic impact. But that's not something that we have tracked, honestly speaking. Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes. Yes.
What would you characterize most? A fun story you share? Even if it's not on.
Well, let's see. They put me on the spot there. Let me think. Well, yeah. Okay, I can tell a bit of a personal story. So we were living in Paris at the time. I lived in Paris for 4 years, and we were in the process of adopting my gorgeous now 19-year-old daughter from Guatemala. And so Americans living in Paris, adopting out of Guatemala. This is a very complex set of, there's quite a lot of bureaucracy to deal with that. And we were on our way to pick up our daughter. We were going with our then almost 5-year-old son. And in this long journey that we were taking to get from Paris to Guatemala, my son turns around to me and he says, "Can you remind me why we need a little sister in this family?" Like, oh, okay, all right. He had never said anything like that before, right? So, okay, I'm thinking, thinking on my feet. So I kind of drew out the family tree of our family. I said, look, here's our family tree. If you have a sister, then your kids will have, uncles and uncle and aunts and cousins and stuff like that. So I thought, okay, maybe that'll fix it. He didn't. He said, okay. So we continue our journey, and we're pulling up to the orphanage. I mean, literally, like the van's pulling up to the orphanage. We're going to pick her up. I get out of the van, and Hugo is the name of my son. His name's Hugo. He said, Mama, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Stop. I'm like, okay, what's going on? He says, you remember that family tree thing you showed me on the way over here? I said, yeah. He said, my answer is yes. So obviously the entire time, we were on this trip, he's been like noodling over this idea about like whether or not we should have a little sister in the family. So I guess, anyway, that turned out pretty well. Still got 3 minutes in case anyone has anything else they would like to add. Yes. Yeah, I think that's part of the problem. It's so we work with the companies we work with by and large. I'm not going to say they're sort of analog, but a lot of them are kind of last mile delivery of clean cook stoves into rural, Uganda. Okay, good market, but it's not going to have the kind of Well, it can have scale. It's just not the kind of tech, Silicon Valley style, tech scaling. So I think this is a little bit of what we're kind of struggling with right now, is how do we build an organized ecosystem that can accommodate these wide-ranging sort of companies that are doing all kinds of different things to solve poverty. And I would say that we're not doing a very good job. In fact, I often refer to our ecosystem as a Frankenstein's monster. I brought with me to an industry conference a big, huge, tall cutout of a Frankenstein's monster to make the point, because each one of us with our own thesis, our own investment thesis, our own theory of change, our sectors, geographies, instruments, stage of development. I mean, we've created this monster that's almost impossible to navigate for the very entrepreneurs that we're here to help. Right. So I think one of the imperatives in our sector, and this goes back to your systemic question, is how might we work much more effectively together to create a seamless continuum of support and access to the right flavor of capital that actually corresponds to the needs of the entrepreneurs. How do we create a more entrepreneur-centric ecosystem as opposed to one that is reflecting the needs and the interests of those who have the power and money already. So I think it's a journey, and we're not really there. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Yes, here and then. 100%. Yes, absolutely. In fact, that's kind of what I was referring to before, but I like the way you framed it there. Exactly. This, I think, is exactly what needs to happen now, is to create these much more collaborative opportunities for the entrepreneurs and all the other ecosystem players to be able to work together more seamlessly. And that's just not, right now we're falling a little bit short, in my opinion. But anyway, I'm at negative 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so thank you very much for your attention. I really appreciate it.
Great job, Bridget. Thank you so much. I am so excited. This is so much fun. I'm juggling too much here. We got to deal with that. Let's deal with that first because I have too much stuff in my hands. We have the actual winner here. It is Jorge Raciel. Jorge, come on up here. Congratulations. Congratulations. We're very happy for you. Yeah, that's the fancy one. Yeah. Okay, but that's not the last one. That's not the last one. So the next drawing is for a Fire 7. It's a little pocketable tablet. And so if you're interested in this drawing, scan the QR code, submit your application there. If you already entered, you are eligible already. But if you haven't entered, be sure to enter now. Online folks, this is the first time you've seen this. I want you to be paying close attention. Folks, you can just visit 4sc.fund/draw to enter the drawing. But we're going to have a great discussion now. And you know, it's interesting. Bridget raised this issue, right? Can we harmonize the idea of social impact with profits? I think we can. Leah Bollier-Gautreau is going to lead us in a great panel discussion on this topic. Let me remind you, you can submit questions. Several of you have already been doing this. I encourage you, if you have a question for our panel or any of the panelists, please submit it using 4sc.fund/LAQ. And with that, let me introduce Leah. Leah, come on up, and let me invite the panel to come on up as well while I'm introducing Leah so we're not losing time. We are so excited. Leah she is a big deal. And maybe I shouldn't use that phrasing while she's pregnant. But Leah is a genuine professional practitioner, impact investor who's actively involved. Let me have that phone there. Sorry, juggling too many things still. But Leah works at King's Crowd and actually does the due diligence on the impact investments the fund is making. And so there is really no one who speaks with more authority on this topic, but she's assembled a great panel. I'll let her introduce everybody. Here you go.
Thank you very much, Devin. So we're here today gathered to answer a very powerful question. How can issuers not only generate profit for investors, but also impact for society? It can kind of seem easy in the first place. You think, well, just invest, in a climate deal or any of the deal of the Miller Center, whatever they can be offering online. I actually believe, and our 4 panelists here as well, that it is a little bit more complicated than that. It's not just that you need to make collaborating profit and impact, but actually structuring a deal, advising founders, measuring impact, and trying to apply what we do on equity crowdfunding to the entire society can help bring impact further and grow investors' money into more than just a number. So I'm not going to introduce any of our panelists here. They're going to introduce themselves. And we have a little fun game. We collected some pretty fun facts about them. So I'm going to call them by their fun fact, and then we're going to see who responds. All right, the first one is, I grew up in LA.
No, that was mine.
Everybody here.
So yeah, more than one of us, I guess, grew up in LA. So it's not that fun a fact, but I grew up in LA, and my name is Jenny Casson, and I'm an attorney, and I've been in the space of investment crowdfunding since 2006. Even before the federal law passed, we were doing it using state level regulations. And so I serve my clients in the area of raising money for their social enterprises. I'm also working on an ecosystem building project in Baltimore. And I'm also the president of the Crowdfunding Professional Association, which I hope you will all join today. And we're having an amazing summit in October that I hope you'll all come to.
Thank you, Jenny. The second one is I work with Bill Clinton on building a fundraising ecosystem in Arkansas.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Justin. I work at WeFunder. And over the past 6 years, I've been kind of just like deep in the weeds of finding awesome entrepreneurs, helping them raise capital. WeFunder is obviously a big player in the equity crowdfunding space. And I kind of see myself as a jack of all trades, participating in kind of external partnerships, working directly with founders, facilitating kind of value across this like massive web that is kind of formed around WeFunder. And yeah, a little note on that fun fact. Prior to WeFunder, I worked at Kiva, which was kind of the pioneer in crowdfunding with 0% interest crowdfunded loans around the globe. And when I was an unpaid intern, I got shipped off to Arkansas. And they're like, we don't know anyone in Arkansas, but we need you to go find awesome entrepreneurs in Arkansas. We have an event with Bill Clinton in 30 days. And that was kind of my start to crowdfunding. Yeah.
That sounds like a pretty nice start. Next, we have something pretty similar to Jenny, but more specific. I lived just across the street when I was a student at UCLA.
Yeah, and I did grow up in LA too, right? Yeah, I lived across the street where the Lululemon was. There was a different building here, and it was a meditation center that I moved into while I was going to UCLA studying biochemistry and math, computer science, and economics. And my first job in this area was a block away at UBS Payne Weber, where I was a stockbroker, bond broker in 1994. But by that time, I'd already been really interested in sustainable development and this new economy kind of idea of what do we do. And it became very evident over the last 20 years that the mechanism of Wall Street, the mechanism of finance, was not designed for what we're talking about of sustainable development, like Bridget and I were mentioning. There's a deeper systemic level. So I realized that no matter how many clients come into the office and we put money into the green mutual funds and green investments, that doesn't change the system of how finance and money is conceived in the system, because we're not valuing the very things that are ignored by finance and conventional economic theory. So we have a big blind spot, which is the focus of my work. So we'll talk about that a little bit more. Thank you.
We definitely will. And the last one is I swam with whale sharks in Tanzania, which I'm definitely not going to be doing right now.
Yes, well, by process of elimination, that leaves me. I'm Brian Christie. I'm with Brainsy. I'm also co-chair of the Crowdfunding Professional Association. I would mention that was in Mafia Island in Tanzania. It's not dangerous, but it is exotic. So I'd recommend anybody has a chance to go do that, to take a chance to go and have that experience. I'll leave time for the panel, but involved with a number of different things that have to do with the world of crowdfunding.
Thank you, Brian. Let's start and dive into it, not with the sharks right now. So, Jenny, we just mentioned earlier that structuring a deal can actually improve the impact of one. And I know that you work with mission-driven companies. You help them structure the investment terms in order for that to be aligned with their mission, their values, and their goals. So can you tell us a little bit more about how should founders structure their deals in order to actually increase their impact?
Yes, thank you. So one thing I've noticed in our space, especially in crowdfunding, is oftentimes when someone wants to raise money from investors for their business, they will grab an off-the-shelf document to use for their, the agreement that they will have with their investors. And I think that is a huge mistake because every business is unique and has different ways that they're going to ultimately be successful. Some of them will become profitable within a few years and may never need to raise money again. Some of them are on that high growth path where they need to raise multiple rounds and are looking for the hockey stick growth, and all kinds of things in between. And there's so many different ways to structure deals that I really think it's important that you structure your deal in a way that's consistent, not just with your plans for your business, but also your values. You know, maybe you're starting a cooperative, a worker cooperative, which means you have to think about are there going to be any voting rights for your investors? That's not really consistent with cooperative principles. So I think we need, and it results in a win-win for everybody if we really think about the terms. If you structure the terms in a way that's consistent with your plans, the investors are more likely to be successful, and you are more likely to hold on to your business and not fail because you've made promises that you can't keep. Sorry.
Thank you, Jenny. So part of structuring a deal, part of structuring the investment term, is actually finding and choosing the right security. So we know that when issuers are raising equity online, they have the choice between safe, convertible note, common, preferred. If they want to raise debt, they can get a traditional loan or revenue share. And Justin here spent 11 years working with founders, helping them raise money, including Ford with Founder. Can you tell us what would be your advice? What do you think is the best security for issuers to be able to make an impact?
Yeah, a huge kind of double click on there's a lot more creativity that's accessible to entrepreneurs, and it's so frequently not utilized. I think one of the cool aspects of WeFunder is it's a massive portfolio. We're talking like hundreds or thousands of companies that have raised successfully, and through that portfolio, there's probably 100 different investment contracts out there. But so frequently, founders are just like, I'm going to raise on a safe. And there's no kind of, it's very unthoughtful. It's just like, okay, cool. That's what other people are doing, so that's what I'm going to do. And I think structuring terms is a very important decision. It should be made thoughtfully, and there's more creativity than founders realize. And I work with lawyers across the country that, especially on the social impact side, I think there's like a very cool creative lens to how to structure a deal so that it makes sense for founders and it makes sense for investors. You're looking for that kind of that healthy shake between the two parties. And so frequently with a SAFE, it's kind of like predicated on a future institutional financing round where the only upside is a liquidation event, which would typically be an acquisition or an IPO. And it's like, that's not how most companies are designed. I think, when you look at that kind of like hyper growth, hockey stick, enterprise SaaS, that is the way in which it works. But the vast majority of companies are not that. And they're raising on the wrong structure when it's like a bakery raising on a safe. It's just bakery shouldn't raise on safes. And so back in 2023, I had an aha moment, kind of, connecting back to my days at Kiva where it was like 0% interest loans. And that it was Kiva's essentially like a massive revolving loan fund where loans get repaid, then they get recycled, and it's supporting entrepreneurs over and over and over again. So I really became fascinated by this concept of revenue share, where it's not predicated on a big acquisition. It's not predicated on an IPO. It's a pragmatic way for investors to get a modest return. It helps the entrepreneurs. It's a good shake. And I've seen so much good energy around the revenue share structures that I've been a part of over the past 2 years at WeFunder. And I think it's just like really relevant to kind of be like, okay, what is this equity structure? What are the implications of using an equity structure? What is revenue share? What are the implications of revenue share? What other options do I have available? It's really being thoughtful about what different options do I have accessible to me and picking the one that makes the most sense. And that's kind of what I champion at WeFunder for the founders that I'm working with.
Have you seen founders actually changing their mind from safe to revenue share when you give that advice, or do you have a lot of resistance?
It's certainly a mixed bag. I think that for the majority of founders, they didn't even know revenue share was an option. They didn't know that they had different options available to them. And I kind of see it as my duty to be like, there's multiple options here. Let's pick the one that makes the most sense. Ultimately, it's the founder's decision. It's their business. They should be able to have that agency. But I kind of see WeFunder's role as stewarding the exposure to options.
So, Jenny, Justin, what we just heard is that you both work very closely with founders. And I'm sure that any issuer here in the room would like to hear from you both on what are the advice that you give to founders to help them actually increase the impact of their deal. Jenny, we can start with you.
To increase the impact of their deal, meaning like the positive environmental or social or governance impact. From my perspective, I work with so many different entrepreneurs and they come to me wanting to have a positive impact. So I don't really work with them to improve their impact. I really work with them to help design a funding plan and strategy that fits their goals to raise money so that they can have the impact they want to have. So I'm really lucky. I don't feel like we should force any particular impact on anyone, but I'm so lucky to have met, hundreds and hundreds of entrepreneurs that want to make a positive impact. And I'm just here to help them raise money to do that.
Yeah, and from my perspective, again, a kind of tangential answer, I think it's just super cool that through, community round funding and this methodology, you're bringing in dozens, hundreds, thousands of people that are on that journey with you. And I think that, if you have 1,000 investors, that's 1,000 people that are invested in you being successful. And I think it's that like power law framework where it's like, we have many, many, many more people that are participating actively. And I think that adds a lot of value to the world when, being a founder and being an entrepreneur can be a very lonely journey. And I think that pulling in more people, I've seen like thousands of different use cases of how like impact is facilitated through community and having lots of people participate. And I think that's really where I kind of index on impact, is having more people participate, potentially more amplified by social companies with a social mission or a social impact.
What I'm kind of hearing here is that founders, a lot of them actually already come with the desire to make an impact. But what you're saying, Justin, is that investors are going to actually be the one that will catalyze, kind of scale that impact thanks to being involved in the deal.
It's the beauty of crowdfunding.
It is. And so the beauty of crowdfunding is to give to investors a pretty wide range of deals that they can invest in. And I think that myself as an investor and a lot of people in the industry here, we always want to see more deals. And so here, Brian, I want to hear from you. If you can tell us a little bit more about what do you think should be done to bring more impact deals into equity crowdfunding?
Yeah, I'll answer, but first I just want to point out, for those of you who are not very familiar with the regulated investment crowdfunding space, the work that these two are doing is very, very important, because a lot of people, when they looked at crowdfunding investment, they try to shoehorn the industry into following a VC model. And the VC model is an equity model which really assumes some sort of 100x return over a certain amount of time. And as a result, a lot of people have been critical of the regulated investment crowdfunding industry because they say, we're not seeing those sorts of results. We're 8 years old, really, and we're not seeing those sorts of results. We're still relatively young. But what they're pioneering is really a model where, again, not everything's going to fit the VC model. It's going to fit a model that people can get a return on their investment. Entrepreneurs can get money they need to grow their business. And that's really, really pretty critically important. I think more and more deals should go this way, because not every deal has to be a home run deal in the future. It can be a double or a triple, and still very good for the entrepreneurs, allows a lot of new types of businesses to grow. It allows a lot of impact. Now, I'm sorry, the question was?
Yes, no, that was a great ad, so thank you. The question was, how can we bring even more impact deals into equity crowdfunding and give it to investors kind of a wider range of companies to pick from?
So I think that there's some mechanisms that haven't been explored yet that would be very important to get more volume. And part of that is to look at ways to create mechanisms whereby there's sort of matching to the crowd. So for example, right now you could have someone who'd set up an LP. An LP some sort of venture hybrid, which is created to essentially match the funds that the crowd invest in. In other words, they're sort of passive. They're letting the crowd make the decision. And therefore, if an entrepreneur goes out and says, I raised $1 in this from the crowd, I'm going to get a second dollar matched from some organization. I think government entities could be doing that. I think foundations could do it. I think that and there are other sort of mechanisms at CFPA, we're advocating, the Crowdfunding Professional Association, we're advocating for a tax credit to go to investors who would then be able to, who invested in a Reg CF deal. And it would be limited and capped, but it would encourage more people to look at Reg CF and also look at ways to match. And that will allow the American population in general to start picking deals. And when they invest in the restaurant down the street or they invest in a high growth company, that sort of they get some money back and offset some of their risk for making that investment. So I think that would be a great mechanism, and we're working on that.
That's a great idea. I hope there's some people from the ACC here that will implement that quickly, because I need that tax credit. We've been talking about how can we increase the impact of deal on equity crowdfunding, all while generate reasonable profit for investors, right? We know that not everything can come from a J-curve company, but I also believe that what we've been building here in the last couple of years in equity crowdfunding platform can actually be scaled to the whole economy. And Greg, I know that this is something that you're passionate about. Can you please tell us more about how can we bring the impact in equity crowdfunding into the whole economy and just make it a better place?
Thank you. I don't have the answer yet, but that's kind of what we've been working on. I was thinking as we were listening to Bridget and also our panelists about the various groups that I've been involved with or familiar with, including one that you and I were very involved with, Jenny, called the Business Alliance for Local Living Economies. And that was a group that I think they started around the year 2000, but I learned about them in 2002. And in 2006, I started the LA chapter of this group. And the whole point was to recognize that the mindset and culture of the design thinking of our current economy is called the death economy, instead of what is a living economy that supports the quality of life and living systems and ecosystems and all different kinds of life other than just humans, moving beyond the anthropocentric. And we had, at that time, 80 chapters of locally owned business leaders with 30,000 businesses nationwide, and we were the LA chapter. And the whole concept was, if you simply do business by changing the way you do business by focusing on a locally entrepreneur instead of a Starbucks, for example, you go to Starbucks, great coffee, but you go to the local person, and the money stays in the neighborhood, and then that owner of that business can go to the business next door, and your money accelerates economic growth. So that's like a very simple thing within the current system. But when we look at things like a group called Zebras Unite, one of my partners created a group called Zebras Unite, which is to look at the opposite of what a unicorn is, which is the J-curve. But what about businesses that just make 5, 10, 15% profit per year, and then an investor can reasonably get a risk-adjusted return of 5 to 12%. They don't need that as long as the risk is commensurate. So there's those kinds of debt instruments and revenue share, those kinds of things. And then, looking at the economic development vision, the idea of sustainable development, we've heard that. But the idea of regenerative development, how do we go into areas that our current economic model has destroyed or damaged, and how do we restore and regenerate? That requires a different mindset, because the economic theory in Economics 101, you learn about the idea of externalities, right? Well, what that means is there's this conceptual barrier, which is an illusion between the business and society, or business and the rest of the planet. So if we dissolve that and look at reality as it is, we can see that economics is actually a blind spot or brain damage that one of my mentors used to call, to actually rethink economics, to look at quality of life and reality as it is, and then design relationships of exchange of value and value recognition that then money can be used to enhance those relationships. So the point I'm saying is that we have to go from money to the quality of relationship as the primary outcome, because, if we look at quality of life indicators, there's 12 of them, but only 3 can be measured in money. You can't measure asthma in children or air quality through money systems. So we have to rethink our entire model and reverse what we've done, and then rethink how we can apply it as agents of change. And then lastly, in the venture capital model, we've seen so many groups in venture capital, which is implicitly that if you have a startup, who are your competitors? Who are your competitors working in the same marketplace trying to solve the same problem? How do we dominate over the other competitors? But I think that's really idiotic. I mean, if every one of these companies that come into a VC room and the people that we do due diligence on in my group that are trying to solve the same problem, but we're asking them as investors to compete against the next person just walked in my office, we're losing so much intellectual property and so much value by bringing these people together. But the economic model of venture capital requires people to compete, and that's what has to change. So this is the kind of systems change that we're talking about. And Devin, in the package, Devin put I pulled it out here, but it's a QR code if you want to be involved with a conversation of what we can do here in LA, or after the conference from outside of LA. Mike and I, we had a great exchange about that, and we work on some things. So I'll stop there. I've given quite a few thoughts, but happy to talk to any of you afterwards. Thank you.
Well, actually, I want more thoughts from you, Greg.
Okay.
Basically, what I'm understanding here is that even if, and Bridget was talking about business schools earlier, some of us went through that, and we're told that the main purpose of a corporation is to generate profit. That's it. My understanding, Greg, here is that you kind of agree with the fact that it should go further than that. So can you tell us maybe a couple practical ways in which corporations could actually change their vision, could make things different, and generate more than profit, which will actually still benefit them?
Well, has anyone heard about B Corp here? I know that you probably have here on the panel, but okay, B Corp. Maybe any of you just have a quick definition for the rest of us that don't know about it. So he said, because you can't hear it on in the broadcast, a benefit corp that puts purpose into the documents of the corp, which means that if we build an enterprise focused on a regenerative organic food and we support regenerative local farms and we have a particular product, we have to mandate that that organic standard goes in there. For example, Ben & Jerry's, they were formed with the vision of really ethical sourcing and all of those things. And when Unilever took them over, Unilever did not have a corporate responsibility to maintain those values. That's one of the things that created B Corp. So the idea of rethinking the corporate charter is one of the things in some system change, but that's still what I was indicating and Bridget was alluding to, is looking at the inside of a corporation, but how do we look at redesigning the economic theory of our culture and redesigning what I think is really the most important thing in finance is redesigning the idea of fiduciary responsibility, which means if you're a fiduciary like I'm a fiduciary for my wealth management clients, or a pension trustee is a fiduciary for the trust, that means they have a responsibility. And currently it's said you must focus on profit and money as the only goal. But if we have a pension like California State Pension, all these people live in the state here, and if the pension that pays them their pension check invests in things that kills them through cancer-causing chemicals in their neighborhood, that's against the fiduciary responsibility. So those kinds of pensions have a super responsibility. And so imagining that and systematizing that into culture of finance and economics are the kinds of things that have to be done. And very few people I've met across the world have the courage to actually go into this unknown territory, because this is a multi-generational project. But I remember we started when we were, the earlier generation. So we have to keep going with this. And thank you so much for your questions. Obviously, I can just go on and on about it, but thank you.
Well, I think this is a very interesting question and topic to bring. That's why I would like Brian also maybe to give us his take on that. And I'm going to repeat it for the audience. Do you think that companies should change and not only focus on profit anymore? And if yes, how? And if no, why?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because in my view, the movement toward B Corp, a lot of this is really a reaction to Milton Friedman, who kicked things off in 1979 when he published an article in the New York Times that said the highest purpose and social pursuit of a corporation is to earn profits for its shareholders. And that kicked off this concept of shareholder primacy. And you saw regulatory regimes, you saw legal framework, all start to get in behind this shareholder primacy concept. That if you're a corporation and you're not just earning cash, you have this sort of liability of your shareholders, because your only goal and responsibility is to basically pursue profits. And so a lot of this is, I think, a bit of a backlash to things that started and were kicked off at that time. In fact, a few years ago, the Corporate Roundtable, which is a bunch of conservative CEOs, signed basically a pact or a statement saying that we want to move away from shareholder primacy towards stakeholder primacy, which means we're looking at a broader set of stakeholders, not just, and part of the reason they have a motivation to do that is because otherwise people are just looking at quarterly profits and very focused on what are you getting. And so, and I think that also the challenge is that it led to a lot of the behavior which is exploded behind private equity, where they go in and they will look at business models and they will be more extractive and sustainable in their approach toward and so again, I think that we have to have a different lens. And it's interesting when Bridget mentioned earlier that this younger generation of students is talking about how they're not really for capitalism. And if you see capitalism through the lens of shareholder primacy, then absolutely, a lot of us, and I think many people who are drawn to a conference like this today, see that there's something different. There should be something different. And so I'm an unapologetic capitalist, but I think it's a little bit different. It has to be not a winner take all. It's not a exponential sort of reward system based on capitalism. It's you put in some effort, you get better rewards. So it should be more of a linear relationship. I work twice as hard, I get paid twice as much. And I'm twice as lucky, I get twice as much. But it shouldn't be it's this exponential increase or difference. And so our legal system, our tax structure, everything is meant to sort of enable this sort of exponential sort of reward system. I mean, you look at, just in common terms, Michael Jordan earned 4 times as much as Scottie Pippen while they were at the Bulls at the same time together. And so was he 4 times better? Probably not. I mean, someone said that they're pretty close, right? And today Michael Jordan's worth $3.5 billion. I think Scottie Pippen's worth like $20 million. And so just talking about the systems and things that have happened that enable this exponential wealth to take place, I think we as a society have to think differently about how we're structuring things, how we're negotiating for and putting rules in place so that these sorts of outcomes don't happen, because it really has a bad impact. So sorry, I'm running a little bit long.
Amazing. We just had a lot of deep thoughts from our experts here. And I think that we can go home tonight and start thinking about it. But I also know that you have so much experience. I want everybody here to be able to take a little bit of advice from you. So we'll go with a couple quick take questions. Where I just need you to answer in a couple words, and hopefully that can print in the minds of our attendees here. So let's start. We're going to go from Brian to Greg. Can you please give us just one advice that you will give to a initiator trying to raise money while generating impact to help them succeed? Just one.
Just focus on the alignment between what you want to do, what you want to see happen in the world, and reaching out to people. So
mine would be to embrace community, have more people participate, open the gates. I think that will help you be more successful, and I think that it enriches the journey.
One thing is to notice any mindset issues that come up as you're raising money. I personally have raised money from investors, I think like 5 times now. And the first time I did it in 2010, I had so many limiting beliefs that came up in my mind. And I've worked really hard on those. Like, who am I to ask for money? Or what if I lose everyone's money? And I've come up with ways to talk myself out of the things that stopped me from asking. So work on that if you need to.
Yes, that's really consistent with what I've been feeling. One of my mentors was the therapist, and she was friends with Buckminster Fuller, and he was actively outcast by his industry when he was active. He was rejected, shunned, and he sat back and looked at the totality from a different vantage point, and that's why he was considered one of the most brilliant people of our time. And I consider Bucky one of my spirit guides, alongside a woman, Hazel Henderson, who was a close friend. And you know Hazel. I feel her today. She said to me, when I go virtual, since we already work together virtually, we'll just keep working together virtually. And I'm like, that's right. And I feel her presence all the time. But both of them really encouraged me to deal with the kinds of imposter syndrome challenges or my own upper limit problems in my own mind, because when people say they want out of the box thinking, I have found so many times over the last 35, 40 years that people don't want to act on that, or they're afraid to because it's not what the group think is. So if you're an out of the box thinker, but these people don't want to think and do something out of the box because they live inside the box, you have to be willing to be that person that is a little different. And you can see I have probably been that my whole life. So follow your heart and be that different person, because that what evolution is because if you are looking and acting like everybody around you, then you're just perpetuating the very thing that we are here to evolve and be different. So be that imaginal cell in the butterfly, because those imaginal cells are the emerging in the caterpillar's body, but the immune system of the caterpillar attacked it until it realized it's part of the life of the animal, the being. So we are that. And we have a minute and a half left, so I want you to thank you. Obviously, I'll go on again.
All right. Maybe one of two of you here, do you have, maybe for investors, a very quick advice on how to spot deals that claim to do good but really don't?
I think my number one piece of advice to investors is to write a lot of small checks. I think that you learn so much every time you write a check. What's your vantage point? Why are you writing that check? And then over the years, it's kind of like you learn how did that progress? What was a good check? What was a bad check? How do I think about it? You evolve your kind of investment philosophy by actually participating. And I think the beauty of equity crowdfunding is you can start at $100. You can write 10 checks for $1,000, and you learn so much from that process. And there's so many dimensions of learning in how you think about a deal and how it can make an impact.
Amazing.
I actually do want to. Can I quickly answer that question?
Yeah,
Because
10 seconds.
I actually do have an answer to that question. So I think we do need to look at the terms of the investment. A lot of times people don't look at the terms of the investment when evaluating whether a company is truly mission driven. And the terms of the investment are a big part of whether that company will be able, it might be mission driven now, but if it's raising money from investors in a way that is totally focused on making as high returns as possible, it's highly likely that that mission will be lost, especially if the goal is to sell the company as quickly as possible at the highest possible valuation. How many companies do you know of, like Ben and Jerry's, that, you know, when they sold, they lost a lot of their mission? So look at the terms to find out, like, is this company truly committed to staying true to its mission over the long term?
Amazing. That was amazing closing words. Please, a round of applause for our experts.
Thank you. That was such a great panel. I would say this was my favorite of the day, except that I know there's some great stuff coming. Oh my gosh, this is just, I'm just excited, and thank you all. I think that I love listening to folks as smart as they are, because I learned so much from them, and I like to think I know everything. So it's really annoying when I'm learning stuff. I think we have an announcement to make. Let's see, where did I put my phone? Too many gadgets here. But Terry Miller won this. Is Terry in the room, or is she online? Terry, congratulations. You won that. We're going to mail this one to you. We've got your address. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Time for a break. You're going to be glad that Tiffany went to the grocery store all by herself, dragged the little kitty wagon, got the groceries, brought them back. There's food out there for you. She set it up. If you see Tiffany today, tell her how much you appreciate her going the extra mile, because Uber Eats wouldn't deliver the food this morning. So please tell Tiffany. But yes, take a minute and go take a break.
We'll be back here in 20 minutes. 18 more minutes. 18 minutes.
And so we were able to create a lot of homeowners. We were able to, really improve the park. And I was able to call and talk to my investors because, as you know, a lot of us were, kind of shut in, although I was still in my office working. And so, Mr. Epstein, Mr. Walton, Mr. Sackley, all of the people, my large investors and small, I'd give them a call or they called me up and they'd be like, well, Van, how's it going? Or, what's going on?
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. You can't argue with success, but you can learn from it. Put the best to work for you. Book a call today.
At Proactive Realty Group, we invest in more than properties. We invest in people. Our Income and Growth Fund delivers strong returns by revitalizing affordable housing, preserving communities, and offering second chances. Join us in building sustainable wealth with measurable impact.
Michael Praver from Funding. We do startup and small business funding in all 50 states. We normally work from $100,000 to $5 million. We've been in existence for 15 years, and I look forward to speaking with you at the conference.
Expert Dojo backs bold founders building a better world. Join over 260 startups accelerating growth with global impact.
Ready to grow your business for investment or exit? Springfork Consulting. Expertise for founders who dream big. Let Fred Pena help you make your move.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with MediaShares.com, and I'm very happy to be participating in SuperCrowdLA.
Invest in tomorrow's changemakers today. Net Capital makes it easy for everyone to invest in startups shaping the future. Start your journey at netcapital.com.
We're incredibly grateful to the supporting sponsors and co-hosts who help make SuperCrowdLA possible. Their commitment to empowering changemakers, uplifting underrepresented founders, and building stronger communities is what makes this event more than a conference. It's a movement.
Jason is just a big stinking deal. This guy's a rock star in this space. Jason is the CEO of Digital Niche Agency. He serves with me on the board of the Crowdfunding Professional Association, and DNA is a growth marketing, he's a growth marketing expert who's helped over 500 companies raise capital from the crowd, raising over $600 million with a focus on algorithmic strategies and data-driven insights. Jason is a master at activating investor audiences and driving success for entrepreneurs and businesses alike. I just can't wait to hear Jason's message today. Jason, welcome. We're thrilled to have you. I really appreciate you being here to share with us today.
Thanks, Devin. Sure. I feel like I don't need too much of an introduction after that speech from Devin on myself. You saw our DNA commercial. So it's always fun to sit in the audience and watch what goes on stage here. That's been my experience during these first few minutes. But essentially, I work on a high volume of these deals. Marketer, I've been in the ad tech space since 2008. And when starting the agency as a growth marketing firm, we found capital raising to be a common theme, a common initiative. When you look at the success rates of startups, when you look at the success rates of capital raises offline, the numbers aren't great. And to be able to focus on this area of growth for a business and be able to effectively bring in capital using content marketing, advertising, and outreach, it's very fulfilling. Not every campaign works. We're going to get into that right out of the gate here. I think there's some misconceptions in the space, but are working with some of the top issuers that are live right now, as well as to date. So have a lot of findings, a lot of experience in the middle to bring to the table. When Devin says we're good at what we do, it's because we've worked on some of these campaigns that have performed in the top spots, as well as campaigns that haven't. And I've actually taken more learnings from those. So going to get into the details here today so that your capital raise, if you're using Reg CF, if you're using Regulation D, if you're using Regulation A+, we'll get into some of those acronyms a bit. I want to make sure all that info is clear. You're more likely to close out your round with successful metrics, a successful return. So more information on me, here and what we do in terms of investor and user acquisition, working with some groups on their growth milestones in between rounds, but always be raising is a saying in this space, and likely see the next round to follow thereafter. I study what occurs on King's Crowd. King's Crowd gives analytics on all of the live Reg CF campaigns, Reg CF campaigns to date that report, Regulation A+ campaigns as well. CF, of course, you can raise up to 5 million. Regulation A+, you can raise up to 75 million on a tier 2. That's from both retail and accredited investors. And last week, this is what we saw from each of the portals. So about 642 live deals. Only 642, may I add. There's 24 plus million small businesses in the US. You could see WeFunder, 2.2 million was raised from 205 issuers, about 11,000 average for the week on each. Dealmaker, 41. CF's live, they have more A pluses on top of that. Start Engine, 119 live, far more than any point they've had this year. It was low 50s at some points this year, but actually a lower amount raised on average than on WeFunder, which we don't see often. So that's really a standout. 7 deals live on Dalmore, and you could see how much was raised for the week on each of these. It's important to mention, I'm going to, share some perspectives that issuers have given me, but you could see where we're at for the month of December, usually about 30 million for the month. Last month was 33 million, and last week was 5.9 million. So a good week as a whole. The stats you want to take as much as you can from. So for the month of December, here are 10 issuers, the top 10 issuers, and you could see there hasn't been 7 figures raised on any of them yet for the month of December. A few of them have already passed those metrics. I think 4 of them here, and we've been watching those closely. You can see the top 10%, the top 20%, top 50%, 49% haven't raised any funds for the month. Why am I sharing all of this? Because I want to be able to provide realism that most equity crowdfund campaigns will not raise $5 million.
So for myself, what I find both surprising and interesting is that people often are surprised that with the crowdfunding, they think that, I'm just like in a suit every day or not doing it. And I'm just like, no, I'm regional manager. Like we have properties here in Chicago, multifamily, and that I'm a regional manager and very hands-on and very close to it because it is affordable housing and low income, and it requires, a more in-depth level. So it surprises me when people are a little taken aback, like, wow, you really get involved with it and, with the impact that we do.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So for myself and for our company, as I stated before, we're new in the crowdfunding arena. However, in general, from potential investors, we don't get too many objections because this is from the accredited side. And even a few people who have called me about testing the waters. One of the objections is just like, what is it? How does it work? And so we educate, we provide transparency, and we demonstrate what we do with track record. So I'll talk about track record, answer all questions, and try to understand, what the objective is. I mean, what are they objecting to or have some trepidation about? And sometimes it's as simple as, well, I haven't sold a property yet to invest, or I haven't done anything else. And so we've had several investors, both past and present, who had objections, who then came back and says, okay, well, you know what, Dr. Van, I like what you did with this property, or I like what you did here, and we sold something. We now have some liquidity, and we're now ready to move forward. Yeah, so through our website, through our past successes, I did submit some slides. I'm not sure how they'll be used or when will they appear, that illustrates exactly what we do at Proactive and also illustrates the current offering at Rancho. But it's mostly through interaction with investors. Myself, I make myself available as much as I possibly can, as well as I have investor associates that will take Calendly meetings or meet with people. And especially if people are local, I'm always happy to take them on a tour of the property and say, hey, this is what we've done across the street. This is what we like to do over here with this project. Oh, and by the way, this is what we did in South Carolina. This is what we're doing in Chicago, housing the, affordable housing, low-income housing, and really being involved in educating people on what that means, what that entails, and how do we do it so rapidly.
If anything.
So for myself, I and my team have reached out. And so a small disclaimer, on our previous fund, we had like maybe 12 to 15 investors, which is, fairly manageable. So some of my investors would call me up or I talk to them, especially during COVID, because we had 100% rent collection during COVID because we are affordable housing. So we didn't have that issue that maybe a Class A would have or a Class B property. In fact, in South Carolina, we received about $400,000, for our residents. For each individual resident was able to get 18 months of rental assistance. And so we were able to create a lot of homeowners. We were able to, really improve the park. And I was able to call and talk to my investors because, as you know, a lot of us were, kind of shut in, although I was still in my office working. And so, Mr. Epstein, Mr. Walton, Mr. Sackley, all of the people, my large investors and small, I'd give them a call or they called me up and they'd be like, well, Van, how's it going? Or, what's going on? Or I said, well, I'm going to send you a newsletter. Well, I'd just rather talk to you on the phone. I said, that's fine, sir. And, that's how we kind of kept everybody informed. And when we made a big exit, they were really informed. So we were able to call and say, hey,
everybody has this sort of euphemistic concept of what quote unquote development is. For us, all development is just a laundry list of things that you have to have in place in order to meet the requirements for production funding. It's a business model. We're helping them build an audience and build social media in development. And they work together to find out, not only identify who your audience is, but how to access them directly. And that goes directly into Jeff's marketing reports in his analytics. In fact, we have the top analytics guy in the industry right here.
Every film has a different audience, a different market, and has a different strategy. So we try to craft that strategy. Primarily what we are developing and guiding are pictures that are sub 10, sub 15 million, okay, with a big cluster around about 5 million or so, and some below that.
We have financed 65 filmmakers since meeting Ray. The majority of people are coming to me for what we're going to call development.
Be ready for the live stream. We're starting, right? Aaron, are we live? We're live. So thank you all for being here. We're excited to continue this great discussion. We are ready for our next drawing. Here, let me stand out of the way. Here, scan the QR code to enter the drawing, or you're welcome to, you can scan the QR code, or you can also enter the URL 4SC Fund/draw. This is for the Fire HD8, the Fire HD8 that we're raffling at this moment. So if you want to enter the drawing, visit 4SC Fund/draw. You know, I think a lot of us who've been around the crowdfunding space have had that moment where the first $100 comes in and you realize, holy crap, I've got a long way to go. So we're going to be talking today with this group about how to raise a lot of money. And let me remind you, if you have questions for this group, whether you are online or in the room, I suggest you use this mechanism. That will allow us to get your question answered, even if there isn't time to have it answered live. So if you use 4sc.fund/LAQ, you can submit a question, scan the QR code, submit a question, and you can ask it of anyone who will be on the program today using that mechanism. And with that, it's my honor to introduce Bruce Verga. Bruce is a real key player in the crowdfunding space. He's the CEO of Title III Funds, a registered funding portal. And I want to highlight today that they have a special partnership and relationship with Green to Gold, one of our co-hosts, that is led by Alan Tratner. Alan was instrumental in organizing the very first Earth Day and remains committed to that space, and he has a great partnership with Title III Funds. With that, I will turn the time over to you. Bruce, do you want the clicker? We'll leave that slide up there. All righty, here's the microphone.
Welcome, everyone. If you're here today, you're obviously looking to raise a lot of money. Founders? Okay, good. So we have an esteemed panel today, and what we're really going to focus on today is raising more than $1 million with regulation crowdfunding. Most people don't even exceed 100,000. In this case, we're going to talk about really what it takes. And as I said, esteemed panel. My name's Bruce Verga. I am the CEO of Title III Funds. We are regulation crowdfunding, Reg CF. We've helped numerous companies raise over $1 million. And let's start with introductions to our panel. We'll start out with Tom.
Thank you, and thank you guys for having us today. It's been great to hear everyone speak and the amazing ideas and enthusiasm and passion that everyone has. I'm Tom Michael. I lead the emerging company and venture capital practice at Manat. We are a national law firm and consulting firm and also a venture capital fund. I work with early stage companies and investors in all industries and across all different types of investing. So venture capital is one that we focus a lot on in my world. But we work with the RegCF platform, with Reg A companies, with companies that are ultimately going public. So there is as someone mentioned earlier, there's a lot of different ways of raising capital, and that's what we're here today to talk about.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Bruce. Huge shout out to SuperCrowd and Devin. So grateful to be here. Thank you so much for the attendees here. I'm Eric Cox. I am the Chief Operating Officer at Net Capital. We are an online investment platform focusing mostly on Reg CF, but also Reg A and Reg D by virtue of adding our broker dealer recently. We help entrepreneurs raise capital online, and we help investors find and fund innovative new companies. I'm also a corporate and securities attorney. One more attorney, I know, boo. At SSM, which is a kind of boutique law firm out of San Francisco, and I am a proud member of the Crowdfunding Professionals Association. A huge shout out! So definitely check out the website there and see if you can join us in DC in October. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Hi, I am Johanna Cronin. I'm the CMO at Start Engine. I actually was the first employee, so I've been with the company for 11 years, which is a true eternity in startup world. I have helped a ton of companies raise, from Reg CF to Reg A. I also have managed all of Start Engine's funding rounds. We raise money for Start Engine on our own platform, and we've raised about $100 million that way. We've had about $1.3 billion raised through Start Engine from a ton of different companies, and I am really focused on the companies raising, 1 million plus, really more in like the 1 to 20 million.
Good morning. I am Danielle Godfrey, the founder and CEO of Setapat Accountancy Co-ops. We have been in the crowdfunding space for over 7 years now, and we have helped founders raise about over 1,300 reviews and audits have gone through our companies. Some of you are here, and probably it's your first time seeing me. So I am excited to be here, and we specialize in crowdfunding. So.
Thanks. My name is Fred Pena. I am the president of Angel Funding. We're a niche film and TV series crowdfunding portal. I'm also the founder of Spring Fork Consulting and Legal. And the interesting fact about me is with our angel funding platform, we're very niche. So we've only done 34 offerings. And of those 34 offerings, 18 of them have raised over $1 million, and 4 of them reached the $5 million mark. And that's it.
How about this panel? Let's start out with the legal aspects of crowdfunding. So there you have many options for raising capital, and crowdfunding is one of those options in the toolkit. So let's start with Tom and talk about whether companies should do crowdfunding or what their options might be and why.
Sure. So we always start with kind of the end and work backwards. We back into where we should start. And so we always start with kind of what's your goal? I think you have to ask yourself as an entrepreneur, what's your goal for what you're building? Is it impact? Like we've been talking a lot about today. Is it community? Is it to sell for millions and millions of dollars? Is it to make profits that you spin off? Is it a lifestyle brand? Is it something that you're just doing for fun? I mean, it really matters to understand kind of your why, and then start asking the questions. What do I need to get there? How much money is it going to take to achieve that goal? How much am I going to need to raise? How kind of the mental modeling of how much will it take, but also how long is it going to take? How much is it going? When am I going to get profitable? Will I ever be profitable? So those types of questions help you then ask the question. Well, then who should my investors be? Where should I be raising capital from? And if the answer is I'm looking to have that hockey stick growth and be $1 billion company on paper as fast as possible, that's more the venture capital model. This probably isn't, crowdfunding probably isn't the way to do it. However, if you are focused on community, on impact, on access, all the great things about crowdfunding, this could be a really useful tool for doing that. And so then the question kind of becomes, how do I do it, right? What are the next steps? And I think so working your way back will help you inform how much you want to raise, how to get started, and who to raise from. I'll mention that there are a lot of not institutional types of investors that people often raise from first, just kind of friends and family. I've never been someone who has friends and family to write me $1 million check, but that's one way to get the ball rolling. You don't need to use crowdfunding as your first step. It's often, you've heard today people say you kind of already need to have product and revenue and story. So often as you work through that story backwards, your first steps are going to be those friends and family, the people who already believe in you and your product before you even get to crowdfunding.
Thank you. So what should founders think about to ensure they have their ducks in a row from a legal perspective?
Well, so crowdfunding aside, any business, the two kind of most important pieces early on to pay attention to are legal and our accounting. I mean, you need to make sure you are building on a solid foundation. And frankly, crowdfunding, it's even more important than some of those companies that do raise through some of those other models because you have a lot more investors through crowdfunding. You have more scrutiny, more disclosures. You need to make sure that your foundation is solid early on. And that doesn't mean overcomplicating. It actually means the opposite. It means keep things simple. But it does mean having a lawyer who can help make sure that you are setting up your company in a way that makes sense for you and your partners, that it's clear who owns what. It's clear that the company owns the intellectual property that you're creating or you've created, that you have contracts with the vendors that are helping you create your product or your customers, and that you're paying attention to the things that could ultimately come back to bite you, privacy or securities laws or tax laws. So accounting is the obvious other really important one, which we'll talk about, but the disclosure of financial statements and being prepared for eventually needing audited financials when you do start raising over that threshold is something that you should be thinking about from day one. It doesn't help if you're keeping your money under the mattress if you're going to be raising over $1 million.
One thing I can think of is succession planning. So, Eric, you're a lawyer. Do you have anything that you can pitch in here that might be essential?
Yeah, I have a couple of quick thoughts I'd love to add. And I think I echo everything that you just said as well. One thing I like to remind people is that, especially with friends and family, I also don't have friends and family that can cut that first $1 million check. But oftentimes, regulated investment crowdfunding can be a supplement to friends and family. Somebody mentioned early on that a lot of investors want to be first to be second. And I love that reference as well. A family can help you be that first to be first, or some other early supporter could be that first to be first to help seed the deal, get the momentum started on a Reg CF campaign. So I think that's really impactful. One quote I also think is really important is that oftentimes an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Good corporate hygiene, good corporate governance. You said, actually assigning the intellectual property to the company that's raising the capital. I think about employment oftentimes. People think about, kind of employment laws. We're in California, independent contractor versus employee, minimum wage stuff you got to consider. And then I want to talk about one little piece super quickly. That is broker dealers. Do a broker check. A lot of people are offering to do introductions or make connections and trying to take a fee for that. Generally, you need to be a broker in order to have upside in the performance of a fundraise. We see all the time these kind of unregistered people that are kind of masquerading as brokers. I think it's really important to be thinking about, are these people the right people to be able to support your fundraise? And I'm really grateful if there's any brokers in the room. We do have our broker dealer now. As I mentioned, my colleague Alex is here. She'll be speaking on a panel later. She runs our broker dealer. If you want to learn more and cooperate us on fundraise, we can have aligned incentives where you can actually have a part of our fundraise. And referrals are up to $100,000 in commission fees for referrals for good deals with Net Capital. So please reach out to refer at Net Capital if you're a broker or if you're interested in other ways to support the cause.
Cool, thanks. So we represent crowdfunding companies, and what we're really looking for are, well, in my mind, companies that investors are going to make money with, because if investors don't make money, what's this all about anyway? And companies that are crowdfundable, that are going to be successful on a platform. If a company comes onto a platform and they're not successful, You wasted all your time. You wasted some money. We've wasted our time onboarding you, and it's just not a good thing. So why don't we help the founders here understand what it is that we're looking for from a crowdfunding company's point of view, maybe any kind of red flags that we see that might disqualify you from being a crowdfund on a platform. Sure.
So I think one of the misnomers that I see all the time is companies will come to Start Engine and they have this sense of Start Engine has a huge community, so I'm going to launch and then the money will just pour in. It's even though about half of the total raise for these successful companies comes from our community, it's not day one. There's a social proof element that is really important. And so what I like to say is if you're going to advertise, for instance, don't assume, okay, I'm going to spend $1,000 a week and that is totally fine. It takes too long to optimize on any of these ad platforms. You're not going to see results and it's just not worth your time. So if you're looking to raise $1 million or more, you really should be thinking about what is my advertising budget? I would recommend that you're spending at least $15,000 a week across Google and Facebook to start. That doesn't mean day one, maybe day one you have some friends and family, you have customers, etc. But if you are planning to do a lower budget raise, it is going to be harder unless you have a very strong community to raise $1 million. The other thing that I would say is really important is you can maximize the benefits of these regulations. So you are allowed to do test the waters. You are allowed to do time-based perks. What you want to do when you have a funding round is create as many of those urgency spikes as possible. So anyone who has done a raise knows it usually looks like this. Spike in the beginning, long plateau, huge spike at the end. You wish you could have that spike at the end over and over again. The best way to do that is do a test the waters, maximize that, have time-based perks. So you get 10% bonus shares up until day 10 and then have a close. These seem like small things, but that is the difference between companies that end up being successful in crowdfunding and companies that raise maybe 20K and can't get past it.
Okay, so that's a little bit about marketing. So now Fred is in charge of angel funding. They fund films and TV shows. It's different than most of the other crowdfunding platforms, especially mine. So why don't we talk about what it takes to get funded with angel funding specifically?
Yeah, you were asking before, like, what are we looking for in a project that's going to raise $1 million? And I would say we actually don't look for that particularly. We're not saying, hey, we're going to work with you because you're going to get $1 million. There is a vetting process though at the very beginning, and that is a large community, thousands of people in the community are voting on the projects that come through our platform, and that's a first step before we even start to negotiate with them. And so, if you are looking for money, if you are a company that needs money, you should be working with somebody. And this could be the testing the water process to identify if there's actually demand for your company for what it's doing and even the possibility of a return. Because at that time, we're not saying, hey, what kind of return are these people going to get? They're just saying, do they want this film to be made? Is it good? And so your product, even if it's not a film, can be tested the same way through testing the water of, do people like what you're doing and want it to exist? And so I think that is definitely the first step that I think everybody should be taking, is figuring out what the market really is.
All right, so Eric, perhaps you can add interesting information about marketing.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to sneak in two thoughts, and I think social proof I'm going to come back to because I think I want to really harp on that. One other piece that's really exciting is list building. So right now, there's people in the room right now, every email, every business card you're collecting right now, straight to the CRM, straight to the Excel file. I hope my email's on there. So when you do go live, you have a warm audience to solicit from, and it's a little bit easier to get that momentum going. A fun way to do that also is on the back end of fundraisers. I like to think about before, during, and after fundraisers, over communicate. We had a company that raised their first $5 million, and then a lot of people still wanted to get in. They opened up the wait list immediately. Like, say, hey, if we consider raising again, share your information. You could be the first to know. we'll make sure that you get in on this exciting news. So they had a couple hundred people ready to get into their next round, and they communicated with them between those rounds while they're actively doing venture financing and accelerator network stuff. So, and then they were able to do another 5 million. So I do think, before, during, and after over communicating. Last piece I'd love to add is think about relevance. There's things that are happening in the world that are relevant. That could be a really fun way to get the ball rolling. I felt like in the pandemic, we were launching a rocket every other day. We did some really fun space tech, some orbital debris collection. We did some gravity simulation technology. So think about what's, Earth Day just passed. A lot of green tech and impact companies. That was a great time to get people on the website and get their emails and say, hey, when we're ready, these are people that might be more inclined to invest because they signed up on your Earth Day webinar. And obviously, in terms of marketing, talk to the experts, digital niche agencies here. If you haven't spoken with Jason yet, best in the business. There's no substitute for a really knowledgeable marketing agent like Jason does with DNA. So I think that can't be overstated.
So we're talking about companies that are good investments, companies that are crowdfundable. And what does crowdfundable mean? And that means that they have to have a substantial community, except in the case of angel funding. They have to have a marketing budget. They have to engage with marketing agencies like DNA. So now as a platform, let's talk about Net Capital, let's talk about Start Engine and angel funding and onboarding. So somebody comes to you and they're interested and they've gotten past, yeah, sure, they're crowdfundable and it's a good investment and they have a marketing budget. How do they engage with you? What kind of advice would you give them to prepare?
Yeah. So once the company has signed with our team and they're going to be moving forward with Start Engine, we have onboarding managers that walk you through the whole process. We have vendors that we work with. I think you've worked with a huge percentage of Start Engine companies at this point that will help you with financial, legal. We'll sort of get everything ready to go, including your page. I think the page that you have and the story that you're telling is a really important piece. Less just like the aesthetics and how does this look and feel, but what is the messaging? It's very different to go from I'm trying to acquire customers to I'm trying to acquire investors. So you have to think about what are the 3 to 5 messaging points that I want to have on this. That might change throughout the raise. You might be surprised by it, but what are you starting with? And so then we'll basically launch that campaign to our community. Primarily in the beginning, you want to show proof through your own audience. And then we have milestones at which we promote it to the Start Engine audience. So we do that in email, on our site, and through our app.
I'll hand it over to you, Fred, last, if that's okay, since I'm right here. It's very similar. Onboarding, you'll meet your campaign manager, your compliance analyst, your content analysts. These are going to be the folks that guide you through every step of the way. We like to say, don't spin your wheels. We have a full, white glove, full service experience. So just come on. We'll kind of make sure enough shares are issued and authorized and outstanding on the compliance side. And we'll also make sure that you have a really compelling offering page, which is where most of the investors make their investment decisions. Going back to legal for a second, making sure that you thought about what your entity type is and the investment instrument. What stage you're in, and does that fit? Reconciling those things early, I think, can help you be in a good place to onboard more quickly. Having your financials in order cannot understate that. We also like to see people early on think about creative assets. So you do work with the DNA, or you do it on your own. Thinking about a really cool sizzle reel, almost like a trailer. Video clips can be a little bit more compelling. I'm a very visual learner. People are different, but that tends to be a pretty impactful part of the offering page is the video itself. We review the transcripts for compliance. So if you're considering making a video, maybe you talk to a portal first so that you don't have to reshoot the video when you say we're the best thing since Uber or we're the Amazon of whatever. We're just going to scrap that right away. Just know that. So we can skip a step there. And so, yeah, we're really here. I think we'd like to be as hands-on as we can to support the issuers. And then it really comes down to knowing your why. I think, Bruce, you spoke about that a little bit. Or I'm sorry, I think it was actually sorry. But the idea of we can't make that up for you. That's one thing that no portal could do for you. Why you're doing this, making that persuasive and conveying that well, only you could do that. So come knowing your why and being ready to kind of explain that in video and text so people can participate.
Hey, Fred?
I was going to say that the onboarding for us, one of the biggest things is obviously legal, but the next is financial. And I think people are looking at not, the numbers to say, is this investable? Do they want their money going into it? And
You want to talk about that process?
We'll get into financial in a second, but what I was going to try to say is think about funding portals as making sure that you're compliant. We're making sure that you're compliant with the SEC rules. We're not really responsible for your marketing unless there's a component within one of the portals that has marketing, and I think Start Engine probably has all that, and maybe Net Capital. So we're making sure you're compliant, and we're making sure that investors who sometimes are non-accredited are treated correctly. That's really our role here. So now financials, right? So if you're a company raising under 1 million, actually the rule is if you're a company raising under 1.235 million, you need to hire an independent CPA to do a financial review. So Danielle, why don't you talk about a financial review, what they need to submit to you, how you go about it, how long it takes, how much it costs in whatever range, and talk about that.
Sure. So a financial review is basically making sure your financial statement are GAAP compliant, because a lot of time issuers are on cash basis. They keep up their financials for tax returns, not for crowdfunding. So it's making sure that your financials are on the accrual basis, which is GAAP compliant. And with a financial review, we focus on analytical procedures and inquiries. So when we are looking at the financials, we are focusing on the big picture. We focus more on your balance sheet or your income statement at that level, which is basically tying out number. Like if you have cash on the balance sheet, does that tie on the cash at the end of the year in your bank? Something as basic as that. Or is your account receivable tying out to your AR aging? Is your account payable tying out to your AP aging? Or is your debt tying out to your debt schedule and amortization? And also, are you booking interest expenses, for instance? So one of the rules of GAAP differ from the cash basis. So are you booking depreciation? A lot of time people, issuers startups don't know those things. How you're reporting on the financials. So are you accruing interest expense on your debt? Things like that. So we perform analytical procedures from year to year to, if there's any major difference, we inquire to find out why was there any significant difference, and also we may come up with adjusted entries that we will give to you to get your financials compliant. And then when we are done with our analytic and we have the financials where it needs to be, and the footnotes that go along with the financials together, we put our opinion there and we release it to you. So that's in a high-level picture of what a financial review is.
Okay, and a financial review has to be submitted to the SEC with your SEC Form C.
Yes.
So as far as the amount of time it takes, I always think if they give you all the information you need up front,
yes,
it's faster. But sometimes they don't give you everything, and then you have other clients, and then you have to circle back in a few weeks, so it takes longer, right?
Mhm.
That's the way things work.
Yeah.
So why don't you talk about how long it takes, maybe how much it costs to have a review?
Sure. I mean, like he said, the more prepared you are, the easier it is, right? In general, we are very quick. I think we are one of the quicker in the space because we focus, is the industry we focus on. So if you are a simple company, let's say you just incorporate today and you come to us and need a review, it would take about 5 to 7 days. But if you are like a young startup, you do have some transaction going on, at a certain level. In general, it's 7 days, but if you're a mature company in the millions, or if you are consolidated, it could take about 10 to 12 days. At the end of the day, it also depends on how quickly you are responsive to us, because we make it a point. One of our strengths is that we are very responsive. We don't let things sit for more than 24 hours. So I would recommend preparation, right? Like if you want this process to go as smooth as possible, make sure that you are keeping all your records together, your agreements, you are keeping your invoices, you are keeping your everything, your bank statement, you have an accounting system, you have even a bookkeeper. You can start with a bookkeeper to help you out if you can afford a controller or a CPA. So make sure everything is organized. The more organized you are, the easier it gets. And as far as fees, because we've been doing this for so long and we work with most crowdfunding companies, whether Start Engine, they were actually the one who found us, to Net Capital, to Dealmaker, to WeFunder. We work with a lot of the main one and some smaller one, because they've been referring so much to us. So we have it. I know it's not as expensive as people think. So for a young company, like we start up today, it can be like 1,200 for a financial review, and also on average, it's about 2,500 to 3,500 for an average company who has been in existence for about 5 years or 7, right? And who doesn't have a lot of complicated transaction. When I talk about complicated, it's like stock options, things like leases. The review of those is a little more complicated. That's what makes the prices go up.
That's fast and affordable. That's actually, we were referring to others, and it's faster and more affordable.
Yes,
than the ones. That's
based
great.
on volume.
So the other thing is, this is for a financial review. That's if you're raising less than 1.235. But in this panel, we're talking about raising over $1 million. So anything over 1.235 million that you're raising, you need an audit. The SEC requires an audit, even if you're a brand new startup. So briefly talk about what it takes for an audit and the timing and the expense of that.
Well, an audit is another level. So what it takes, an audit takes about 80% more work than a review. When we talk about audit, now we are focusing on transactions. It's no longer just financial statement level, just to make sure things ties and are okay. Now, we want to make sure, verify the accuracy and the existence of what you say is on your financial statement, right? We may not do it to the T or to the I, because let's say it's a company that has 25 million in sales. We cannot audit 25 million in sales. So what we do, we make selection, we set up materiality, we select invoices that we're going to do substantive testing on, that we're going to audit. So that takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. And audit involves walkthrough. It involves sending confirmation to your banks, to your legal. It involves internal controls, and substantive testing that I've talked about. Let's talk a little bit about internal controls. So it's like making sure that, let's say the person who authorized a purchase at your firm is not the same person receiving them in the warehouse, and it's not the same person recording them, and it's not the same person reconciling everything. So you need to make sure you are not the only one person doing everything at your firm. So an audit is a lot more details. We go through every account on the financial statement, whether on your balance sheet or on your P&L, and we test them, until we are comfortable. And another thing with audit, if you have inventories, it can really be a headache. I see one of our founder here, Azul Printed House. Shout out to Jean. So when your inventory is not in order, it can really be a headache. So I would recommend keeping an inventory listing on, right? And then having your unit cost, your extended cost, having your purchase order, your sales order, having your vendor receipt. So we can, if all of that is in order, then it's make the work easier for us.
But how long does it take, and how much does it cost?
Yes. It can take about 4 to 8 weeks, depending, right? For a new company that just launched and that need an audit, for an inception company, I would say about 1 to 2 weeks. For a company that is young, let's say 5 years, it could take about 3 to 4 weeks. For a company that is in the 7 to 10 years, it could take about 6 to 8 weeks. So, but still, we are one of the quickest. We have a team specialized in doing those. And the fee, I know he's going to ask me about the fee. The fee,
That's what everybody wants to know.
yes, the fee of the audit, because it demands so much more work, it's sometimes 5 times to 7 times a review. And it's also very risky on the CPA. We get peer review. Like a CPA can literally lose their practice and their license. So it's a lot compliance base, So because of that and the type of insurance we need to have and how long it takes, so the fee can go for an inception. Let's say we do an inception all 3.5. That's still really cheap based on the standard, but a company that has some numbers, it could go to 7.5 to 10K, but let's say 2 years, all of that matters. It can go from 15K to 21K to 25, consolidated financials.
Okay, so don't let that scare you.
Yeah.
So a brand new company
yes.
that wants to raise over 1.235, they can get an inception audit. It's not going
Yes.
to cost $20,000.
No,
But
it's
if you
3.5.
have history, everything has to be audited.
Yes.
And that could get expensive. Okay.
Exactly.
So, but here's another concept that we all know on the platform point of view, is you don't need to start with an audit. What you should do, not what you should do, but what a lot of people do is they start out with a review. They get that, they submit that with their Form C to the SEC, and then they go live on the platform and they start to get some traction. If they don't get any traction, they didn't spend all of this time and effort on an audit, it's simply not going to work for them. So all they've done is just whatever it costs to do a review. However, if you get traction, right? So then now let's say you have traction and you're up to like $700,000, and now you have to re-engage the accountant to say, hey, we're going to hit over $1 million, 2.35. Then you can upgrade from your review to your audit. So you would re-engage Danielle. Talk for a minute about that.
Yes. So when we recommend starting with a review, because that kind of give you some understanding of the process and also prepares you. So once you get to that point where you are gaining traction, we can start having conversation about an audit. The good thing is some fees that you pay towards the review, a percentage of it is applied towards the audit. So yeah.
Thank you. So we'll take questions in a few minutes, but I just wanted to. Yeah, this panel is really talking about what it takes to go over $1 million, but yes, you could start out for something very, very minuscule with just a signature. Yeah. Okay, so the next thing we're going to talk about is investment vehicles. So based on your experience or data, or do investors prefer equity in a company with a valuation, or convertible notes, or safes, or they don't even know what a safe or a convertible note is? What's your experience or data on that from the portals?
It really depends. I think most of Start Engine's history, it was equity. Most of the companies were doing equity. I don't think it's like so cut and dry. I think like a lot of it depends on the company. If investors are really interested in the company, they may be willing to invest. I've found that and this again varies, but the investors on Start Engine are fairly savvy, and if you have a vehicle that they have questions about, they will ask you those questions in the comments. And so one of the things that I would recommend is you could literally just go on Start Engine or Net Capital or any of these funding portals, look at what they're doing and see the types of questions that they're getting from their investors. They have to be public. So you can see the traction. King's Crowd is a great resource because you can do a lot of research through it. But that would be my sort of recommendation.
All right, so you think investors care? I always thought where if you have a convertible note, they have to kind of like Google it. What does that mean? And then they go away because it's like e-commerce for investing. You know that. Anyway, anyway, Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think early on we've done some surveys for our investor bases, over 120,000 investors, and I think one thing we have seen is a lot of folks don't have a full familiarity, especially when we're creating new investment instruments like crowd safes. A lot of folks start to get a little bit, can be deterred because they don't fully understand. It's not like going into your Fidelity account and buying common stock, or So we have seen a lot of people prefer common stock. We've had a lot of success with that. We also think that there's a difference between debt instruments and equity instruments in that there is unlimited upside in equity. And we think because this is a relatively high risk, high reward proposition, just getting a percentage return on this kind of risky asset class is not as exciting for some folks that were hoping for that hockey stick growth. And then the one thing I love to add too is investment instrument does depend on stage as well. One thing that kind of breaks my heart sometimes, and when you see kind of safes or convertible notes on $20 million fundraises, and I'm just kind of a little bit concerned because eventually those should convert ideally, right? And that's like can be a massive delusion event. And so I do think being thoughtful. And I think we talked about earlier stage companies generally leaning towards Reg CF, but I love later stage companies doing it. If you have customers already, that's a great opportunity for equity. I like to say, join the family, join the team, have upside in our success. We've seen that narrative go really well. And oftentimes you can get a couple $1 million that could be like your Series C, maybe even a small A, without board seats, without convertible, without liquidation preferences, without all these kind of preferred terms that a lot of investors would look for in preferred pricing. So.
Thanks. I guess we ran out of time. I thought we had time for questions, but sorry.
Thank you so much, Bruce, for moderating.
Thank you to all of you guys so much.
Thanks, guys. Great discussion. I think it is so important for us to be able to figure out and see how we can move past it. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate you being here. I am honored and privileged to be able to introduce our next speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Kanan Van Williams. Kanan, Dr. Van, as we call him, has become a great friend. He's been doing low-income housing for, 25, 30 years. And he got started, I think one of your very first projects was in Stockton, California, where I live now. In Oakland, okay. But it was... I really feel a kinship because I've driven by one of his early investments there in Stockton. I've checked it out, and it's great to see the kind of work that he's doing in creating genuinely affordable housing and delivering returns to his investors. So I'll turn the time over to Dr. Van. So your slides are all there.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? I'm a little bit nervous. I'm a little bit nervous this morning. Happy to see everyone. Didn't get a lot of rest last night because LAX is. How many people here love having to go through LAX? So I want to thank Devin for this fantastic event and for personally inviting me to be a sponsor, and absolutely want to thank DNA for being the lead sponsor of this fantastic event. And happy to see everyone. And I'll get right to it. I'll try to be as brief as possible because I'd like to leave time for a Q&A for people that like to ask some questions and see what it is that we do or what I do and we do at Proactive. So I'll start, right before I go through the slides, I'll start with a brief introduction. Wrote a few notes. As I was getting ready for this presentation, I didn't realize, let me stand over here so I can see the clock. I didn't realize just how much we've accomplished in such a short period of time. So here to talk about our Reg CF offering, which is that we're seeking for a property in Las Vegas, Nevada. However, we also have a Reg D, and I'm a lot more focused on the Reg D most of the time. We have a $175 million raise there through our flighttosafety.com, through our Proactive Sustainable Bond offering. Which is primarily a debt offering, and this is a sustainable bond. We have impact reports from Morningstar. We're only one of two companies globally to have a published social impact report for affordable housing on the Morningstar platform. And so I'll get right to it. We have a proven model. We directly advance sustainable development goals 1, 5, 6, 7, 10, and 11. And indirectly 8, 9, 12, and 13. And I'd like to just really speak on one sustainable development goal that my colleague brought to my attention this morning when I was preparing, and that is number 5, gender equality. And it talks a lot about why it's not the focus. Quite often, it's overlooked that a lot of affordable housing households are led by single mothers. So one of the things we do at Proactive is we work to place people in housing. Our portfolio is 100% affordable. So our mandate is to be 20 to 30% below market rents. We scaled up the model. We're in 5 states. And our impact is measured by Morningstar. We're now working with Impact Evaluation Labs, which is part of Sorensen Institute. And we're also working with some other people for impact. So I'll get right to it, and I'll explain a couple of the sides. But like I said, I'll try to be as brief as possible so that you can, for questions. Oh, I went too fast. So this is a project. So as it relates to our Reg CF, this project is at 1735 North Rancho Drive in Las Vegas, Nevada. I currently live in Nevada. I was in South Carolina, originally from the Bay Area. And this particular property here, and I'll just talk about, not returns or anything, but just that, what we bought it for. So we bought it for $950. We sold a park in Orangeburg, South Carolina, to publicly traded UMH, my first foray into manufactured housing. I moved from Oakland, California to Orangeburg, South Carolina. It was a 39-acre, 187-space mobile home park at that time because it was so terrible. It's like 6 weeks from being condemned. You'll see a few pictures of it here. Went in, got it repositioned, and along the way got my dealer's license, and UMH approached me and said they'd like to buy a publicly traded company. Someone earlier was talking about impact and the mission of impact in the end at the exit. And so the only reason we sold to UMH because we were absolutely aligned. And because of that partnership, we were able to even advance our impact because they're a social impact affordable housing REIT, UMH is. So this particular property at 1735 North Rancho is across the street from the subject property that we have the Reg CF for, which is 1750 North Rancho Drive, which you'll see. And it is, when we went to this property at 950, the property was dilapidated. When I say dilapidated, you'll see the picture. It was horrible. It was, code violations, drugs, crime, the whole gamut, rundown RV trailers, no parking lot, no lights at night, just nothing. And so, that's Sam Zell. I was able to meet with him before he passed away in 2022. He was a mentor and gave me some advice for my book that I wrote, and it's the postcard is in the bag. So affordable housing, community wealth, and impact. That's me. So this is like a drone view at the top. The property in Las Vegas. Let's see, am I doing this right? Oh, so does it just play by itself? Or? Okay, I'm just checking. I didn't push the right button. Oh, shoot. What did I do?
What have I done? I created a name somehow. It's in the back of the room.
Don't worry about it.
What do you want people to see, Dr. Van?
They can see the video real quick. I don't know if it has a sound here. And those are manufactured homes that we brought in, brand new, low heat, energy efficient. So when we do renovations, we work with, I only do NOAA properties. NOAA standing for Naturally Occurring Affordable Housing. We don't reinvent the wheel. We're not doing any new development. We're a current income fund. So, we go in, ground up, across. So this is 1750, which is across the street from 1735. And as you can see, it's dilapidated, rundown. And this is how across the street used to look. Oh, there is some.
Yeah, we're not doing
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we need to. Yeah.
Well, you want to just talk to it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just talk to it. So in this video here, I'm at the property. So I'm at 1735 North Rancho, which is across the street, directly across the street. So 1735 North Rancho is a property, as I stated, that we repositioned. And this is a property that's across the street. It's located right on the bus line in Las Vegas. And by the way, one of the our main focus is second chance housing. So quite often people are like, oh, okay, we need affordable housing. And it's just become a catchphrase. You have so many people who like, we're a boots on the ground company. You know, we're in it. We're doing it. Just before I was here yesterday, I was on site at a property. 2 days before that, I was in Ohio at another property we just took over that was just in terrible condition. And then 2 days before that, I was in Indiana at another property just working with our managers. Next week, I'll be going to Orlando and then to South Carolina. So in second chance housing, it's very important to know that when you have affordable housing is scarce by itself, but second chance housing is even more scarce. Okay, so these are new manufactured homes. So second chance housing is we work with a lot of organizations and people who've had prior evictions have like little to no chance to get housing. We work with a company called Liberty Wellness in Las Vegas, and I can't tell you how many people are in a shelter for 18 months, 24 months, up to 3 years because they have no housing. I just want to run through this real quick. And I'll give it. So this is our offering. So these are the before photos. These are no exaggeration. You see the red big rig? When I came to the property, I was just like, why is there a big rig in the parking lot? And so this is a before. You see the trailers. This is after photos. I had a drone guy come and take pictures. Why this neighborhood is centrally located, like the bus stops literally at the corner. I have one lady who was one of our residents, single mom, 3 daughters, divorced. Was recovering from alcoholism. She was able to work across the street at 7-Eleven as a manager for quite a while. And we do lead renovations in our housing, and then our manufactured housing. We do energy efficient homes that are low E. I'm a Clayton dealer, also a Cavco dealer, Cavco Fleetwood, also legacy dealer. I have my retail license, and I've been at several trade shows and spoke all over the U.S. So this is the property I was talking about that was in Orangeburg, South Carolina, that we went into that was like 6 weeks from being condemned by the health department. Again, a NOAA property located in an opportunity zone. And when UMH purchased it, they use it as a basis for their opportunity zone. We do have reviewed financials as a panel. Excellent panel, by the way, the panel before me. So I'm happy to share the stage. We do have reviewed financials for our Reg CF offering. And project cost overview. I'm personally $180,000 invested in this particular project for the Reg CF. And I was talking to somebody, and they were telling me like a lot of Reg CFs don't have people that are invested. It's just like, well, okay, well, which is fine. I'm just like, for me, I'm going to be asking for a check, for investors to come invest, and I need to have some skin in the game as well, and work current income. And with that, I will close it. If you have, and I'm open for questions. Go ahead. Great question. And I forgot to mention that we also have a QOF. So we also have an opportunity zone fund. Most of the properties, our mandate is 20 to 30% below market rent. So a lot of the properties that we buy are either in an opportunity zone or a TEA zone or located near one. So The funds that we have for an opportunity zone, we just have one particular property in Orangeburg, South Carolina, a separate park that's inside of that fund. No. So when I say 20, and let me be clear, I apologize, 20 to 30% below market rent for our residents. So that's across the entire portfolio, 100%. Oh yeah, so we have 30 months, and so the same equal amount has to be invested. So the particular park that we have at 926 Mosley Street in Orangeburg, South Carolina, 40 space manufactured home park. We bought it September 2022. We closed on that. Went in, made improvements, took out dilapidated homes, brought in new ones, infrastructure, took down trees, put up a fence, a lot of deferred maintenance, added ACs, appliances, lots of stuff. And, and we still continue to improve that property. However, we had to first meet our, as you were talking about, the 30-month test. Yes, sir. Next question. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, no, I'm just like, wow. That's just something we're just now going into. So we have I forgot to mention that we have a nonprofit, Proactive Impact Foundation, and in Oakland, California, we're working with the county because they says, hey, you know what, Dr. Van, you're from Oakland, and we want somebody that is, from the area, from the neighborhood. Did a meeting in January. And when I showed up to the meeting, I met him at a pension conference. So I do a lot of Opal Group conferences for Impact and all these other things. And so when we met at the property, it was myself and it was these other developers. And they're a little bougie. This, they come and I'm just like, okay, well, what are they going to do? I'm thinking to myself now, like, what are they going to do? And there was two properties. One, when the guy described it, I says, oh, I know that building. It was on the corner, another one around the corner. And these developers showed up when I showed up, and we're going to do this and that. And so it just came back around to us, and they're going to work with us. We have a group that's LEED certified that we're going to work to get those, get the remediation done. Yeah, Levy. Yes. Yes, it is. Yeah, I just talked to him yesterday. Okay. Yeah, that's our Reg CF fund that we're working on. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Not much. I'm sure that we do have some competition, but people quickly separate themselves. Like you have a lot of people that hang out this shingle. Oh yeah, we're social impact, we're affordable housing, and when you get granular, like I've had people approach me, it's just like, okay, what percentage? And quite often they're like 10%, 15%, 20%. Very few of them are 100%. So we do have some competition. I just don't know of it, just offhand. So it really doesn't affect us. I'll say one thing. There's a fund here in Los Angeles that I don't view them as competition. I view them as like, wow, this is a real compliment. It's called Solar Impact Fund. And they do some phenomenal work. And so, every time I see it, I'm just like, wow, look, this is what they're doing. So I don't see it so much as competition because it's enough for, for everyone. It's just so many developments, that are needed that. Yes, ma'am. I agree. Yes, ma'am. And we don't build it. So like I was saying, we do, what's existing because there's so much of that that can be affordable. And quick story, a couple quick stories actually. Because we do NOAA housing, we've come across a couple situations here lately I had one lady who talked to our manager, called me up, Miss Betty Jo, and she said, "Hey, Mr. Williams, my husband left me. I'm disabled. I'm on oxygen. Their rent was $1,100." And she says, "You know, what can you do? What can I do? I don't have a car." I said, "We'll take you down to 750, Miss Betty Jo, and we'll just come back in a few months and see what happens." Fast forward, so that was back in January, and so this month she just goes up to 950. She said her daughter's Social Security check or something kicks back in. So we really like Noah Housing because we have space to lower the rent. I have a gentleman in Las Vegas, Mr. Carter, and some of my residents I know personally because at every site I need to know, someone there and see what's going on and feel a pulse of how management is working. I'll be real quick. And so his program got cut. He was on Medicaid, and his rent was $1,000, and so we were able to take him down to $850. If that answers your question.
Dr. Van, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm just inspired by Dr. Van and his work. Just really an extraordinary approach to addressing a housing crisis I see all the time. The population of unhoused people, you can find them in any community across the country. As Jenny was saying, it's an unlimited supply of demand for affordable housing. So I really appreciate it. Khalil, congratulations, you won the drawing. I want to congratulate you. We will mail it to you. Thank you. And with that, I'm excited to say the lunch has arrived just as it was planned and intended to arrive. It is over there. Now, I want to be clear. We're not breaking for lunch. We're breaking to go grab your bag, visit the porta potty if you need to, and then come back because we're going to start in 20 minutes. Well, 19 minutes, we're back here.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. You can't argue with success, but you can learn from it. Put the best to work for you. Book a call today.
At Proactive Realty Group, we invest in more than properties. We invest in people. Our Income and Growth Fund delivers strong returns by revitalizing affordable housing, preserving communities, and offering second chances. Join us in building sustainable wealth with measurable impact.
Michael Praver from Funding. We do startup and small business funding in all 50 states. We normally work from $100,000 to $5 million. We've been in existence for 15 years, and I look forward to speaking with you at the conference.
Expert Dojo backs bold founders building a better world. Join over 260 startups accelerating growth with global impact.
Ready to grow your business for investment or exit? Springfork Consulting. Expertise for founders who dream big. Let Fred Pena help you make your move.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with MediaShares.com, and I'm very happy to be participating in SuperCrowdLA.
Invest in tomorrow's changemakers today. Net Capital makes it easy for everyone to invest in startups shaping the future. Start your journey at netcapital.com.
We're incredibly grateful to the supporting sponsors and co-hosts who help make SuperCrowdLA possible. Their commitment to empowering changemakers, uplifting underrepresented founders, and building stronger communities is what makes this event more than a conference. It's a movement.
Jason, it's just a big stinking deal. This guy's a rock star in this space. Jason is the CEO of Digital Niche Agency. He serves with me on the board of the Crowdfunding Professional Association. And DNA is a growth marketing, he's a growth marketing expert who's helped over 500 companies raise capital from the crowd, raising over $600 million with a focus on algorithmic strategies and data-driven insights. Jason is a master at activating investor audiences and driving success for entrepreneurs and businesses alike. I just can't wait to hear Jason's message today. Jason, welcome. We're thrilled to have you. I really appreciate you being here to share with us today.
Thanks, Devin. Sure. I feel like I don't need too much of an introduction after that speech from Devin on myself. You saw our DNA commercial. So it's always fun to sit in the audience and watch what goes on stage here. That's been my experience during these first few minutes. But essentially, I work on a high volume of these deals. Marketer. I've been in the ad tech space since 2008. And when starting the agency as a growth marketing firm, we found capital raising to be a common theme, a common initiative. When you look at the success rates of startups, when you look at the success rates of capital raises offline, the numbers aren't great. And to be able to focus on this area of growth for a business and be able to effectively bring in capital using content marketing, advertising, and outreach, it's very fulfilling. Not every campaign works. We're going to get into that right out of the gate here. I think there's some misconceptions in the space, but are working with some of the top issuers that are live right now, as well as to date. So have a lot of findings, a lot of experience in the middle to bring to the table. When Devin says we're good at what we do, it's because we've worked on some of these campaigns that have performed in the top spots, as well as campaigns that haven't. And I've actually taken more learnings from those. So going to get into the details here today so that your capital raise, if you're using Reg CF, if you're using Regulation D, if you're using Regulation A+, we'll get into some of those acronyms a bit. I want to make sure all that info is clear. You're more likely to close out your round with successful metrics, a successful return. So more information on me, here and what we do in terms of investor and user acquisition, working with some groups on their growth milestones in between rounds, but always be raising is a saying in this space, and likely see the next round to follow thereafter. I study what occurs on King's Crowd. King's Crowd gives analytics on all of the live Reg CF campaigns, Reg CF campaigns to date that report, Regulation A+ campaigns as well. CF, of course, you can raise up to 5 million. Regulation A+, you can raise up to 75 million on a tier 2. That's from both retail and accredited investors. And last week, this is what we saw from each of the portals. So about 642 live deals. Only 642, may I add. There's 24+ million small businesses in the US. You could see WeFunder, 2.2 million was raised from 205 issuers, about 11,000 average for the week on each. Dealmaker, 41. CF's live, they have more A+ on top of that. Start Engine, 119 live, far more than any point they've had this year. It was low 50s at some points this year, but actually a lower amount raised on average than on WeFunder, which we don't see often. So that's really a standout. 7 deals live on Dalmore, and you could see how much was raised for the week on each of these. It's important to mention, I'm going to share some perspectives that issuers have given me, but you could see where we're at for the month of December, usually about 30 million for the month. Last month was 33 million, and last week was 5.9 million, so a good week as a whole. The stats you want to take as much as you can from. So for the month of December, here are 10 issuers, the top 10 issuers, and you could see there hasn't been 7 figures raised on any of them yet for the month of December. A few of them have already passed those metrics. I think 4 of them here, and been watching those closely. You can see the top 10%, the top 20%, top 50%, 49% haven't raised any funds for the month. Why am I sharing all of this? Because I want to be able to provide realism that most equity crowdfund campaigns will not raise $5 million.
So for myself, what I find both surprising and interesting is that people often are surprised that with the crowdfunding, they think that, I'm just like in a suit every day or not doing it. And I'm just like, no, I'm regional manager. Like we have properties here in Chicago, multifamily, and that I'm a regional manager and very hands-on and very close to it because it is affordable housing and low income, and it requires, a more in-depth level. So it surprises me when people are a little taken aback, like, wow, you really get involved with it and, with the impact that we do.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So for myself and for our company, as I stated before, we're new in the crowdfunding arena. However, in general, from potential investors, we don't get too many objections because this is from the accredited side. And even a few people who have called me about testing the waters. One of the objections is just like, what is it? How does it work? And so we educate, we provide transparency, and we demonstrate what we do with track records. So I'll talk about track record, answer all questions, and try to understand, what the objective is. I mean, what are they objecting to or have some trepidation about? And sometimes it's as simple as, well, I haven't sold a property yet to invest, or I haven't done anything else. And so we've had several investors, both past and present, who had objections, who then came back and says, okay, well, you know what, Dr. Van, I like what you did with this property, or I like what you did here, and we sold something. We now have some liquidity, and we're now ready to move forward. Yeah, so through our website, through our past successes, I did submit some slides. I'm not sure how they'll be used or when will they appear, that illustrates exactly what we do at Proactive and also illustrates the current offering at Rancho. But it's mostly through interaction with investors. Myself, I make myself available as much as I possibly can, as well as I have investor associates that will take Calendly meetings or meet with people. And especially if people are local, I'm always happy to take them on a tour of the property and say, hey, this is what we've done across the street. This is what we like to do over here with this project. Oh, and by the way, this is what we did in South Carolina. This is what we're doing in Chicago, housing the, affordable housing, low-income housing, and really being involved in educating people on what that means, what that entails, and how do we do it so rapidly.
If anything.
So for myself, I and my team have reached out. And so a small disclaimer, on our previous fund, we had like maybe 12 to 15 investors, which is, fairly manageable. So some of my investors would call me up, or I talk to them, especially during COVID, because we had 100% rent collection during COVID, because we are affordable housing. So we didn't have that issue that maybe a Class A would have, or a Class B property. In fact, in South Carolina, we received about $400,000, for our residents. For each individual resident was able to get 18 months of rental assistance. And so we were able to create a lot of homeowners. We were able to, really improve the park. And I was able to call and talk to my investors because, as you know, a lot of us were, kind of shut in, although I was still in my office working. And so, Mr. Epstein, Mr. Walton, Mr. Sackley, all of the people, my large investors and small, I'd give them a call, or they called me up and they'd be like, well, Van, how's it going? Or, what's going on? Or I said, well, I'm going to send you a newsletter. Well, I'd just rather talk to you on the phone. I said, that's fine, sir. And, that's how we kind of kept everybody informed. And when we made a big exit, they were really informed. So we were able to call and say, hey,
Everybody has this sort of euphemistic concept of what quote unquote development is. For us, all development is just a laundry list of things that you have to have in place in order to meet the requirements for production funding. It's a business model. We're helping them build an audience and build social media in development. They work together to find out, not only identify who your audience is, but how to access them directly. And that goes directly into Jeff's marketing reports in his analytics. In fact, we have the top analytics guy in the industry right here.
Every film has a different audience, a different market, and has a different strategy. So we try to craft that strategy. Primarily what we are developing and guiding are pictures that are sub 10, sub 15 million, okay, with a big cluster around about 5 million or so, and some below that.
We have financed 65 filmmakers since meeting Ray. The majority of people are coming to me for what we're going to call development funding. Some of the programs for production funding can go up to 100% financing. It's 100% financing for the production, not for the development. You have to have development done before you can get into one of those programs. That's why people are coming to us.
Sometimes people have a book that they want to turn into a screenplay, or they just have a treatment or an outline. All of those things we can still work with. We'll set up a free Zoom either before you submit your project or after, whatever one you're more comfortable with. So up here I have my email and I have where you can submit your project.
Hello, I'm Gene Massey with Media Shares, and I'm very excited to be here today at SuperCrowdLA. And they want me to tell you a little bit about what we do at Media Shares. We're a marketing company that markets equity crowdfunding offerings on the internet, helping companies get capital for their businesses. You know, the secret to marketing is, what are you marketing with? What is the creative content that you're using to tell your story? And we try to do it in an entertaining way. We call it advertainment. And we like to mix advertising with some sort of entertainment that makes people want to watch your story. We also do webinars with clients. You can actually do a webinar on a Zoom and stick in some stock footage and PowerPoints and things like that and make it very entertaining and very informative for the company. If you give us a call, sometimes we can tell you what might help improve your marketing campaign. And we like to give free consultations, so give us a call. Check out the Media Shares website to see some samples of the things that we've done. And we'd love to talk to you. And thank you for the opportunity for being here today.
I'm really excited about having the broker dealer is under Reg CF, companies are limited by regulation to only listing on one funding portal at a time. And so that inherently limits the number of eyeballs that might end up on that offering, right? Because there are certain investors who might say, you know, Net Capital is my preferred platform of choice. I'm a Net Capital investor. And then that's the same case for investors who frequent other crowdfunding platforms. However, that restriction does not exist in Regulation A or Regulation D and doesn't apply to broker dealers. So there's this new opportunity for companies to raise capital under Reg A or Reg D on multiple platforms at once. And so I'm really excited to head to SuperCrowdLA and speak to representatives at the other platform to see if there's an ability for us to work more collaboratively to get, you know, companies more exposure to various investor bases, and also to get investors excited about really understanding the full universe and how big this space truly is, because they might just not be aware of, you know, all of the investment opportunities that are available to them. So there's a big educational component as well that I'm really excited to focus more on.
This program on investing under regulation crowdfunding is not investment advice.
Rising with the crowd, power unbound, change makers lead where hope is found. Superpowers for good, shaping the fate. Investors and dreamers open the gate. SuperCrow stands loud, proud and true, building tomorrow for me and you.
Welcome, everyone, to the Superpowers for Good show from the Super Crowd. I'm your host, Devin Thorpe, and I want to welcome everyone to the show, but I especially want to welcome our new viewers. You know, we're so excited to see that every month our audience grows substantially, and so that means there are new people watching every episode. I want to welcome you and encourage you to watch the entire episode and join us again in the future. Every episode, we feature a great change maker, often a change maker who's involved in raising capital.
Please join us now. Come on in, everybody. Okay, we're excited. We're excited to continue the discussion. I know the lunch break was short, and if you are still finishing your lunch, please do finish your lunch. We want you to be fed, but and if you're at home watching, we're a little jealous as you're on your sofa enjoying this, watching it on television. We've got another drawing, so I want to invite you to scan the QR code to enter the drawing. This is another Fire 7. This is a Fire 7. If you want to enter this drawing, you can either scan the QR code and fill out the form, or you can also, you've got the option to just type into your browser 4scfun/draw. You don't have to enter every time. Once is good enough. But, you know, we are still eligible if you enter again. Well, we're going to be hearing from Doug here in a minute, but before we get to Doug, I want to just take a moment to thank our sponsors. We have just tremendous sponsors who've done so much for us. Jason has been working behind the scenes, and Jason came to me in, was it October? I think it was even before October. It said, Devin, we ought to do this in LA. And I said, well, Jason, I'm happy to consider that, but if you want us to do that, you got to write a check. And so, you know what he did? He stroked a check. And Jason has also committed time and energy he supported us. I want to thank our Dr. Van at Proactive Real Estate Group for sponsoring. I want to thank the Moving Pictures teams. Ray Ellison is here. Ray, thank you. And funding.com. They partnered on a sponsorship. Thank you, Michael. And then Doug at World Tree sponsored. There are our big sponsors, but I also want to point out that Expert Dojo gave us a great discount on this, and we acknowledge that in a sponsorship. Gene sponsored us at Media Shares. Net Capital.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency.
Very, very much.
DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a three-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. You can't argue with success, but you can learn from it.
We've got a lot of small
Put the best to work for you.
Also our supporting
Book a call today.
For making this possible. We could not do this event without
At
our
Proactive
sponsors.
Realty Group, we invest in more than
is the
properties.
economic
We
reality.
invest in people.
I know tickets were expensive.
Our income and growth fund delivers strong
reality,
returns by
80%
revitalizing
of
affordable
they came
housing,
from our sponsors.
preserving communities,
Absolutely
and offering
impossible
second
to do an
chances.
event like this without our sponsors.
Join us
So
in
thank
building
you very much.
sustainable wealth
See a
with
sponsor.
measurable
Thank you,
impact.
sponsor, okay? Now, with that, let me introduce Doug. Doug is the CEO of World Tree. But Doug and I have an interesting common bond, and that is that Doug ran the county of Salt Lake for 6 years. And you say, well, running a county, how big is Salt Lake? 4,000 employees, $800 million budget. Doug is a big deal, and we are very fortunate to have him here with us. I'm thrilled that he's taken a turn at leading World Tree. He's doing a great job. I'm excited to hear from him today.
Right. Thank you, Devin. My dad always told me, don't say much about yourself. They'll say plenty about you when you're gone. So I appreciate that introduction, Devin. So World Tree is really unique, and I look forward to sharing our story today. We've raised more than $17 million over the last 18 years, 12 million of it directly coming from crowdfunding or leads investors that came from crowdfunding. I'd love to tell you about our journey. One of the things I'll say, there are people in the room here. We've been on 3 different platforms, Start Engine, WeFunder, DealMaker. Every platform has made us better. Their advice, their expertise, they've made our offer better. Going through the diligence process at King's Crowd has made us a better company. Devin was an early believer in World Tree. And so Wendy Burton, who founded World Tree, was a retail finance professional. She heard about this unique species at a timber conference, the Empress Splendor tree, native to North America, but no one had ever commercialized it in North America. Small independent growers, President Jimmy Carter, visionary that he is, had 15 acres of his peanut farm growing in Empress Splendor trees. And I'll tell you why they're unique. But this is what we've grown to due to crowdfunding over the last 8 years. Over 7,000 acres planted, over 375 different farms in 5 different countries. The lumber on that property is worth more than $300 million. $17 million in crowdfunding that turns into that. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what we looked at and how we tried to find the multipliers in our story, in our equation, to really get to that amount. So we specifically decided to focus on the Empress Splendor tree and actually bring it to small farmers. one of the ways that I could speak about this very simply is that the mass production of animal products, agriculture, timber that was developed hundreds of years ago is actually the very thing that leads all of those practices to being unsustainable now. And to put it simply, the key to making crops, agriculture, timber, and animals sustainable, we have to bring them back onto the same piece of property. They need to be brought back together the way nature intended them to be. The very process of doing that produces a sustainable project. You look at 5,000 acres of monoculture of any species of tree, that is an unsustainable project. Same thing with a crop. 5,000 acres of just pure monoculture, 10,000 acres, 100,000 acres, that is totally unsustainable. I think, as Kiss the Ground pointed out in their great documentary, where we have like 40 harvests left. And so those are some of the things that we decided to address through trees and applying them to how we could really make this work with small farmers. So we developed a unique model. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Wendy and Kathy Key, one of our early founders, also developed what we call our EcoTree program. It's a partnership with small farmers. We bring in a new investment round every year. It plants a set of trees every year with a set of farmers every year. And then when we harvest these trees into lumber, we share the profits. And it's shared this way. So the unique thing about the Empress Splendor tree, not only is it the fastest growing hardwood tree in the world, non-invasive, benign, very friendly, works well with other crops, it also regenerates after harvest. So when we harvest this in 8 to 12 years, it will regrow from the stump. And it does that for up to 5 generations. So truly 50 years of renewable, regenerative lumber, all coming from just one seedling. The thing that we were sort of amazed ourselves as we were doing last year's impact report as to where we'd gotten to. And it reminded us of this quote from Margaret Mead about, never doubt that a small, committed group of people can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. And to me, that's the power of crowdfunding. It's not just the power of financing a company or an idea. It's the power of people coming together to actually produce something and make a change, a positive change, a big change in the world. So I'm not going to go over all of these, but our impact report has become more detailed every year. And when we send out updates to all of our investors, we now have almost 2,000 investors in our EcoTree program. Many invest, I shouldn't say many, we have a select group that invests year over year over year. They treat it like an annuity. I'm going to put in $20,000 a year, and 10 years from now, I'm going to get $100,000 back. That's that kind of thing. But the feedback we get the most on is our impact report. We get more feedback on that, positive feedback, than investment updates, growth updates, all sorts of things like that. We have specifically, and this is one of my advice, part of my advice for all of you, is find your tribe, find your crowd. We've found ours by accident, but it's truly an impact crowd. And it's an impact crowd that wants returns, but it is definitely an impact crowd. And so we lean into that and focus on that as we grow and as we build. Even though Wendy founded World Tree with the intent that she wanted to show that you could produce returns and impact at the same time. Because this easily could have been a philanthropic venture or something like that, but we really focused on, we want to show that you can do both, because we think capitalism can be a tool for good. And this is one of the examples of showing that. So right now we have over 850,000 trees planted through the Eco Tree program, almost 1 million tons of CO2 sequestered. So the model of this program is, those trees, that biomass in a trunk is filled with carbon. You harvest it, it goes into long-lasting, high-value wood products like guitars, cabinets, furniture, surfboards, things like that. That carbon is sequestered for as long as that product is in its useful life. And so that's the model that we have to do that. To give you an example, 1 million tons of CO2 sequestered is the carbon footprint of Boulder, Colorado. So you could say a group of crowdfunders got together and offset Boulder, Colorado. That's pretty amazing. Didn't start out that way, but again, never doubt that a small, committed group of people can change the world. We, more and more at World Tree, we focus on biodiversity. You solve the biodiversity crisis, you solve the carbon crisis. There are many, many, and one of the issues with the carbon credit market, we could do a whole day on that. One of the issues with the carbon credit market, there's lots of carbon credit projects that are created that are totally unsustainable, that actually destroy biodiversity because they're set just to try and maximize carbon drawdown for a 25 or 30-year period. And for us, we get requests all the time from institutional investors to do a 10,000-acre monoculture project to focus on carbon. We decline all of them because it's unsustainable and it destroys biodiversity. So the last thing, before I dive into some of the real details about what we've learned, is we wanted to focus on helping small farmers. More than half of small farms in the U.S. last year didn't make any profit. The average profit per acre is $1 per acre per year. 80% of the world's food comes from small farms. And so for us, it was a big part of what we wanted to do was to help small farmers. Many of our farmers intercrop with Empress trees. They work perfectly. It creates more biodiversity, healthy soil. The profit they'll get on average per acre in 10 years will be about $40,000 per acre for that 10-year period. So it gives them a whole new future. We have farmers in Costa Rica, in the U.S., whose children have come back to the family farm because they see a future now that they didn't see before. So our big goal for 2025 is to get to 1 million trees planted. That's probably about a $4 million raise, which is a stretch for us, but we're going to go for that anyway. I'll tell you more about that. So this is what 1 million trees would give us. Again, that's going to equal about the carbon footprint of Boulder, Colorado, but it's something that we continue to try and scale to every single year. So this gives you an idea about the profits distributed from that level. So how much to farmers, how much to investors. We typically project to investors a 4 to 6x return in 10 years for their money. So some of the barriers that we've encountered, and they're the same barriers that we see for impact that we see for investment. So the more complex a project, the more concerned an investor gets. That's not just a large institutional investor, but also a crowdfunding investor. Simple is easy. And yet for us, when you focus on biodiversity, you, by its very nature, have to add complexity to a piece of property. The monoculture thing doesn't work anymore. So the second thing that we've seen, and I say this especially with institutional investors who've looked at investing in the EcoTree program, out of that $17 million, we've got $2 million investors about a $500,000 investor. Average investment size is $2,500. And again, most of this is from the crowd. Actually, both of those $1 million investors were early crowdfunding investors that they invested $1 million after 2 or 3 years in the program and seeing us and so on. But one of the things we've seen is we've had institutions approach us, especially large family offices that want to invest more in impact. And all of their due diligence is on the finance side. And I point that out to CEOs of a family office that say, hey, I want you to know, I know you really care about impact, but your staff spent all their due diligence time on the finances and nothing on the impact side. So they're really still learning. Folks are really still learning is how do I look at what this claimed impact is? The last thing I'll say about this too, and I'm not a neuroscientist, and I'm going to speak generally. The parts of our brain, for most of us, the parts of our brain that analyze profits and income is different from the part of our brain that cares about impact. So for some people, and we have spent a great deal of time looking at how we share our narrative and our story to take care of the cognitive dissonance that will occur for people when they're faced with impact and profit incentives in the same equation. Because what that can show up as is just in their brain, something's wrong here, something's off. I don't really get that. There must be something wrong, as opposed to really knowing what to say. It occurs as, okay, there's something I don't quite get here. So I don't have a formula to tell all of you as to how you should sort that out, other than I say for us, it's been something we focused on to recognize that's in many of us as human beings. So I spoke about, we do surveys of our investors every year. Over half of our investors, well, almost all of our investors invest for profit. Over half invest to offset their own personal carbon footprint. It's one of the reasons why it's actually a push-pull in our program. We have half of our investors asking us to sell carbon credits to generate more revenue, and the other half saying, hey, I invested to offset my carbon footprint. So for us, we've chosen to retire the carbon with our program and not sell carbon credits, which could easily generate higher returns for investors, for farmers. But the focus for us is to stay true to the folks that invested for impact. I don't know, as an aside, the majority of Tesla's profits over the last several years has come from selling carbon credits. Yeah, so those of us who bought a Tesla thinking that, hey, look at, I'm doing this good thing, Delta already bought the value from that car that's being sold. So for us, it's one of the problems in that carbon credit space is the double counting, and we don't want to be part of that problem. Let's see, so lessons learned. So we've been through a wide variety of campaigns, 7 different crowdfunding raises, multiple ones over $1 million. We've done short campaigns, we've done long campaigns. We've kind of settled right now that the sweet spot for us is about 6 months. The too short isn't enough to learn what we need to learn. Too long is you get the peak at the beginning, the peak at the end, and not enough urgency in that middle space. We actually, the other thing that we've learned is we promise people who sign up for our newsletter, you're going to get value out of this. We make sure that we're building a community and they get value from our communications, and they're not just marketed to. One of the biggest, I think, mistakes I've seen of newer companies as they build that network is marketing too much to their the early audience. And so we've learned that over time that we really focus on trying to produce education, value, information, not just about WorldTree, but about the world at large and about the climate space at large and what we're facing as a planet. We also focus now more on the beginning than ever. Is that we look a great deal. We're live on Dealmaker as of this morning for our 2025 raise, and we focus on the first 4 to 6 months, 4 to 6 weeks, as a really critical phase for determining how it's going to go. Certainly on other platforms, WeFunder and Start Engine and others, it's critical to have that success for them to market you to their audience as you go. And so as a new founder, as a new funder, as a new crowdfunder, I can't emphasize enough how important it is to have a plan to hit the ground running in that first part. I'd echo also what people have said this morning is you just have to be prepared to do a lot of work. That if you build it, they will come doesn't work in crowdfunding. I guess it does maybe 1 out of 1,000, but you've got to work and you've got to build your network and set up events for yourself to get out there, whether it be through podcasts or a host of other things. It's definitely spending money for paid advertising, digital advertising, but as well as getting out there to be able to build your community. Let's see. So we also we really focus on all of our fundraising. We want to make a difference for people in the process of doing that. So it's like the important thing. Yes, it's important for someone to write that check or put their credit card down. The most important thing that we focus on is, did we inspire? And if we inspired, we've been successful. I can't tell you how many people have invested in, let's put it this way, we'll have people invest in our crowdfunding campaign in 2025 who first learned about us in 2024. Probably 75 people. And they've been following us and they've been tracking us, and they're investing now not just because they trust us, but they've been inspired over that time and over that year that they've gotten to know us. We start every year actually now with a Reg D, a 506C that is for our network that gives preferred pricing. It typically raises about $800,000 to $1 million. That is really of no cost to us. The PPM is written up, it's sent out, the offering is made, and so we just closed that yesterday for 2025, and then our crowdfunding opens. But that comes from setting up a group, setting up a community of people that are inspired and they'll want to continue to be part of this journey. So, I love this quote, and I say find your multiplier. So I'd love to hear from any of you. What would you say in what I've said so far is the multiplier that in WorldTree's story or equation? Anyone? It's the small farmer. We don't have to pay for any property. Well, okay. The multiplier is the small farmer. Because we don't have to pay for any property, we don't have to pay for any of the day-to-day maintenance. It's what turned $17 million from small investors into $300 million in assets, is the small farmer. Now, one of the first large institutional investors I met with, they approached us. They had someone who wanted to invest $5 million into the EcoTree program. Their first comment to me was, this is really great, we love it. We don't want anything to do with those small farmers, though. Too much risk. But that's the multiplier for us. That's the leverage And so I'd invite all of you that, yes, the capital's key, but how do you take that money from small investors and leverage it into a groundbreaking, difference-making, world-breaking kind of effort or market or something? And I can't say what that is for you, but it's out there. We found it for ourselves almost by accident. But if we had to buy the property and pay for all the maintenance, that 17 million would have produced not 7,000 acres, probably about 800 acres, 1,000 acres, something like that, as opposed to 7,000. And we brought the farmers into the profits to be able to do that. So with that, I'm going to end, and I'm open. We've probably got about 5 minutes for questions. Is that right? 2 minutes for questions. So, yeah. Anybody? Yes. Yeah, so the question is, do we do a lot of interactive marketing? Yes. I'm scheduled to be on, I think, a dozen podcasts over the next 3 months, impact related. We do a fair amount of webinars. We've had a few people in this room on our webinars before, giving people information on a variety of subjects. So yeah, we find that really useful and valuable. One more and then we'll break. Yes. Yeah. You know, it's interesting. This is a really, really large family. Well, most of them do that, but this family office had approached us and said, listen, we have a new mission. Biodiversity number one, carbon number two, profits number three. And I said, that's great. So we start to go through this due diligence process, and I reported to the CEO afterwards. I said, you know, your due diligence doesn't match what your mission is. And he had long paused, and he said, yeah, we got to work on that. So anyway, that was last year, so we'll see where they're at. Okay.
Thank you, Doug. That was great. Thank you very much. And Springfort Capital. Where's Fred? Fred, stand up. Springfort Capital is the sponsor I neglected before. Please forgive me. Thank you. We really appreciate your financial support. Today's possible because of you. Let's see. What else have we got here? We're going to have a really important conversation now. One of the challenges, Brian Christie alluded to this morning in his discussion, you know, there's this complaint that is in some ways just premature, but in some ways has some validity around liquidity events, right? And so we're going to have a whole panel take this up. Gene, come on up. Gene, your team should follow you. But Gene, we're excited to have you come up and lead this discussion in around the crowdfunding exits. I want to introduce Gene. Gene is an extraordinary partner. He's just really gone out of his way to help make SuperCrowdLA a success. I need to thank him publicly for the efforts that he's made. He's really contributed. And Gene is a crowdfunding consultant, marketing expert, video producer. He can really be a tremendous resource to you. We did a webinar together just a couple of weeks ago. I refer you to that. It's just one of the many resources he's created. But Gene, take it away.
There's a guy named Ed that you recommended. Yes. Is this Ed? Okay, Ed. And then Greg was with us earlier. Did Greg leave? I don't see Greg. Okay. Okay. Do we work with this one mic, or we have one of a mic? Okay. You guys pass this around. Okay. We've only got, I think, 38 minutes. So what we want to do is everybody gets a minute to introduce themselves, and that'll give you more time to answer the questions. So can we start with you, Alex?
Hi, everyone. I'm Alex Fisher. I'm the CEO of Net Capital Securities, which is the affiliated broker-dealer of Net Capital Funding Portal. So Net Capital Funding Portal helps companies raise capital under regulation crowdfunding, and Net Capital Securities helps companies raise capital under Regulation A and Regulation D. And companies have raised almost $100 million through the Net Capital platform, and then have gone on collectively to raise over $1 billion.
Hi, everybody. My name's Andy Field. I'm from over in the UK, as you can probably tell from the accent. I can certainly agree with the comments earlier about the queues at LAX. It's insane, but great to be here, and it's an absolute privilege to be part of this panel. I work for DaxiChain. We're a tech business which actually connects crowdfunding platforms together. But I'm here in my capacity as the steering committee lead for GECA, which stands for the Global Equity Crowdfunding Alliance. We have one mission, and that is to advocate for a truly borderless crowdfunding market. We think we can do that through collaboration. In fact, we think we need, as an industry, to collaborate in order to compete. And we've recently published our manifesto, a copy of which you should have in the goodie bag. And I'd encourage you all just to have a look at that. It'll tell you a little bit more about what we do and how we plan on doing it. And feel free to sign up as a supporter. It doesn't cost anything to do so. We'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
I noticed that in my bag already and congratulated you on it. That's a great idea. My name is Matt Warnock. I'm with Ridgecrest Herbals. It's a family business. I'm the second generation in it. I am a recovering attorney looking for a 12-step program. I did some M&A work a number of years ago, $25 million worth. It was a lot of money then. Today, not so much. But also for the last 25 years, I have been mentoring businesses in the venture capital space, and exits is something we talk about a lot. So,
thank you very much. Apologies, you're sandwiched in between two Brits, so sorry about that. Apologies. Yeah, my name is Ed Stevens. Thank you all for coming. I work for the Nathan Family Office. We're a multi-billion single-family office. We've been in real estate for some 50 years, my principal, so we've touched pretty much every facet. We also are in venture. This is our expert dojo. We're the lead LP in this venture capital firm, so just love what they're doing here, and I've just seen so much innovation come through this room, and it's just beautiful to see that trend continue. So yeah, we're into things like esports teams, because we like the vertical. We think it's agnostic to economic conditions and people play sports regardless. We mentioned venture. We're also embarking on a major project building AI smart compute data centers. We own a small city we bought from the Murdoch family in 2018 called Copperopolis. You should Google it, 90 minutes from the Bay Area, and it's just 5,000 acres of land we have to play with. So what do? You look for the highest margin business with the highest growth. So that's a little bit about me, and I'm looking forward to hearing and being educated more from you guys. So thank you.
Ed. Greg?
I am a author, and I've done 12 startups, 12 exits, 4 private equity awards for transactions between 250 million and $1 billion. I wrote the book Startup Science. It's called The Startup Life Cycle, which is based off of a research project I did on founder failure and success. And I'm the author, or also a host of the Forbes radio show, Startup Science.
Thank you. Well, today this panel is about how do I get my money back, which is a big subject. And I'll be honest with you, it's a problem in crowdfunding because not enough people have gotten their money back. It's exciting, you're investing in it, but if you look back at the number of companies that have actually gone public and had an exponential return, there are not that many. So that's what we're talking about today, is how do you get your money back? Most people know it's either an acquisition or going public or listing on an exchange. So those are going to be some of the subjects. We'll start with Andy, and if we can keep the answers short, then we can have more answers and more people get to talk.
I consider that a telling off.
So Andy, if I want to prepare for an exit, obviously I've got to do something. I've got to think about that early on. So what would I be doing?
So is this in relation, I'm assuming this is in relation to if a company has non-US based
Well,
investors.
let's talk about either one. There's probably a difference in Europe than it is here, and you're from Europe and you know Europe very well. So
Yeah.
maybe you wanted to address that.
So yeah, really what I wanted to talk about here was that if a company has investors in the UK or in Europe, for example, I think the advice there would be to think globally right from the start. There's going to be compliance implications about an exit around currency exchanges, around tax events, and also considerations around how the exit is communicated as well. So currency exchanges, I mean, that's fairly obvious. That's going to need some thought. There's going to be different tax triggers involved in different jurisdictions that need to be considered. So I guess my advice there would be to engage with international tax experts as soon as possible in the process, just so that overseas investors don't get any kind of nasty surprises along the way.
If I'm here in the U.S., though, anything particular that I should do to prepare for an exit?
So in the US side of things, there's probably people better qualified to answer that for me. I'm looking at it from an international perspective.
We got plenty of people that can answer that. Okay.
Yeah, sure. The other thing, again, this is a really, it follows on from everything that everybody's been talking about from a marketing perspective, in that the communication strategy is just as important around the exit as it is throughout any of the entire process. So to make sure the communication strategy and the marketing involved in the exit is communicated both compliantly and effectively to that international audience is absolutely key as well. So I guess to sort of summarize, I would say the best way to prepare for this kind of thing is to engage in the right advice with the right professionals as early as you can in the process.
You and I talked about it earlier. A lot of people that have a list, that do a listing from the crowdfunding, the stock goes down. And that's because everybody, they want their liquidity event. They want to sell their shares. And so we were talking about the preparing during the marketing while you're getting the money to plan for marketing after you get the money on an exchange somewhere. Now, Alex, you know a lot about securities, being a securities person. What do you think about secondary markets? Because you can get a secondary listing that's not either an acquisition or a public listing. So tell us a little bit about what a secondary market is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when people think about trading in the US capital markets, they're thinking of the New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, OTC markets. But there's also this other kind of cool platform that facilitates secondary market trading. And those are alternative trading systems. So if you've seen various portals offer secondary market trading of shares of companies that have raised on their platform, it's most likely done through an alternative trading system. The difficulty there is there's a lot of regulatory oversight for these platforms to operate secondary market trading. And so it makes it difficult, I think, for the platforms to now move out of the primary market offering business and try to support secondary market trading when the volume hasn't really picked up to the extent that you see in the public markets. And so I would definitely encourage companies who are pursuing a liquidity strategy to also look at OTC markets. There are 3 different tiers, some better suited for smaller companies than others, and then longer term start looking at the NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange as well.
Now, Matt, there's some thought, I think you said, Guy Kawasaki said this, that we shouldn't mention an exit early on.
So
and hold your mic a little closer.
I wear a lot of hats. One of them is as an angel investor. We see a lot of entrepreneurs who have no thought about their exit strategy at all. Steve Covey says, begin with the end in mind. And I think that's as true of entrepreneurship as anything else. And if you have not thought about how you want to exit, then it may come as a surprise to you and you may not like the results you get. One of the other panels earlier talked about Ben & Jerry's, the fact that they sold out to a company that did not have the same values that they had. And that changed the nature of their company. You need to be thinking about that as an entrepreneur. That one's really close to me because I run a certified B corporation. We definitely have values other than the ones Milt Friedman was talking about. I don't want to see those change. One of the reasons we did that was as a poison pill to deter people who were PE types. I've dealt with those guys all my life. I used to be a lawyer, right?
I hate poison pills.
Sometimes they are necessary. Anyway, if you want to make sure that your culture is preserved, these are things that you need to be thinking about. You need to make sure to flip Covey on its head. Yeah, begin with the end in mind, but also don't betray the beginning when you get to the end.
Now, Ed, you said something about structuring your fundraising to have a better chance of liquidity down the line. What would I do? How would I structure my fundraising for that?
Yeah, well, look, I think there's a lot of things that platforms and founders can do. I mean, we've touched on a few here. I think the secondary one is absolutely huge. I mean, why are the public markets so prevalent? It's because it's liquidity, liquidity, liquidity. So that's how you get your money back, liquidity. And the hard thing is boosting that liquidity when you have these crowdfunding settings. That said, there are tools. You know, there's convertibles you can look into, again, the secondary market. But for me, the most important thing is communication and being very clear with your expectations and timing for an exit, and being really close to your investors, because ultimately, if you have a trust system, and we're patient capital, so we know all about that, the more money you raise, the better chance you have of an exit as well, because you have more runway. So,
Greg, I've got one for you that's a tough one.
Good.
The last thing I want to do is go public with all of those rules and regulations and everything. I would much rather be acquired. So what do I need to do to be acquired? It seems like somebody's just going to come along and buy me instead. So what do I do?
So first of all, if you guys could just tell me who here has an active business post revenue, who's making money right now in your entrepreneurial business? Who here has over 50 million in valuation? Okay, so let me talk to the people that are here, okay? So I did the largest research project that's ever been done on founder failure and success. 47.1% of founders fail within the first 18 months. The rest fail over decisions they made in the first 18 months. One of the biggest problems that they fail on is, as my friend brought up, is not planning for the end in mind, meaning not understanding how you're gonna sell. In my business, so I've done 12 of my own exits, you know, one for $925 million, and I've done 27 in total, including the ones in my fund.
Can you loan me a little bit?
And I can tell you that one of the huge problems that happen with founders is overvaluation. So that means that you've priced your business too high for other investors to come in. There's not enough in the arbitrage, right? That happens when you don't plan for what's out on the end of the road, right? You think that you're raising $1 million and you just raised $1 million, but your investors want 10 times that. So now you actually have to sell for 10 million. When it comes to IPOs, in my world and all the folks that I deal with, and we have a platform called Startup Science, has 15,000 founders and 215,000 investors in it. We see IPOs as failure, not success. People go to IPO when they want to fool the public markets because the investors know better. So if you're looking to go IPO, you need to think about that, and you need to think about how many IPOs actually fail post-IPO. They're not going to let you liquidity. Holy crap. They're not going to let you liquidate all of your equity right out of the bat anyway, right? Because it's going to make the stock fall. So you're going to have to hold on to it. That means you're a victim of the same circumstances that the other stockholders are a victim of. I always prefer acquisition, 100%. Now, if you're going after acquisition, you have to start from the very beginning. Let me tell you why, real quick. This is plain and simple. Companies buy companies for one of two reasons, either to make or save money. That's it, right? It's called a synergy. Now, the majority of acquisitions are to make money. And they make money because there's this thing called the CAC to LTV. Do you guys know what CAC to LTV is? Your customer acquisition cost, the lifetime value you have of that customer. So however much money you're going to make from that customer during the time frame that they're a customer of yours, right? All right. So CAC is customer acquisition cost. The companies that buy other companies already have customers. They're not buying you because of your customers. They're not buying you because of your revenue. They're buying you because they can sell your product to their existing customers, raising the LTV, therefore offsetting the CAC to LTV ratio. Does that make sense? That's not something you can do at the end. You're building a business, you're getting customers, you're raising money, your investors are pressuring you to go out there and get more money brought on. And at the end of the road, you're going to be like, oh, I'm going to sell it doesn't work that way. You have to have what's called attachment rate. You have to have an attachment between your customers and their customers, and that's something you do at the very beginning. If you don't do that, it's literally, and I mean this literally, it's like building a product without having a customer. They're buying you like a product. So you have to plan that right at the beginning.
You know, that's a very good argument against going public, because Joel Altman's is a friend of mine he's with the OTC, and he wrote an article on, I think it was 93% of the new listings on the OTC go down. And so, Alex, I would love to know what a company should do if they list, or even before they list, to not have their stock go down when it's listed.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing is really thinking about why you want to list and why you want to go public in the first place. Listing has kind of been the gold standard in the US, but there has to be a really thoughtful strategy about why you want to go into the public markets. And it's not all sunshine and rainbows, as we've kind of just discussed. Two of the big benefits I do think that exist are, once a company is listed, those shares are then generally tradable in retail brokerage accounts. And that's not the case largely for shares of companies that are currently raising or have recently raised on funding portals. And so you open up your shares to essentially a new cohort of investors. Similarly, there are certain investors, both on the retail and institutional side, whose thesis dictates that they won't invest in companies until they're either quoted on OTC or listed on NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange. So those are some big benefits to get some new investors in the door. On the flip side, it is a massive, massive undertaking to either quote or be listed. And it's not a one-time thing. Once you're quoted or listed, it's not guaranteed that you're going to stay there. And we just talked a little bit about some delisting data. But there are so many costs from an accounting, investment banking, legal perspective just to get there. And then you also have to meet the criteria of the market that you intend to list on an initial and ongoing basis. And so to summarize, you really want to think about what is the perceived benefit of being listed relative to the cost that it's going to take to get you and keep you there.
You're listed on NASDAQ, though. Net Capital's on NASDAQ,
yes.
right?
The parent company, Net Capital.
And
Inc.,
what
yes.
has been your experience on there? Is it a nightmare? Is it okay?
Luckily, I don't have to deal with it as much as an officer of the broker-dealer who is not publicly listed. But certainly, the parent is regularly having to file reports with the SEC, dealing with kind of earnings calls and these short-term events that private companies don't have to focus on as much. So you kind of open yourself up to this short-term earnings pressure versus long-term growth, and how do you find the appropriate balance there?
What do you know about the OTC ID, this new level of OTC that's coming out in June?
I'm not super familiar with it, but I know.
I've been talking to Joe about that, and
Yeah.
there's going to be a new listing on the OTC. Right now, there's OTC Pink Sheets, QB, and QX. And the Pink Sheets is the bottom. QB is the level up, and QX is the top. QX is a lot of securities rules and regulations and compliance problems that you have to contend with. And they've come out with OTC ID, which is going to be a level between the Pink Sheets and the QB. And that's going to upgrade the Pink Sheets. Because right now the Pink Sheets is kind of the bottom of the barrel. There's a lot of companies on there that don't have any money, and they shouldn't even be listed, some of them really. But the OTC ID is going to have a little bit better.
Yeah. In OTC over the past couple of years, there was a major kind of amendment a couple of years ago, Rule 15C211, that historically to list on OTC markets, companies would generally have to find a broker dealer to essentially vet their company and make a determination that they're qualified to list on OTC markets, and make required filings. And it was a pretty arduous process. And so the OTC was able, through the SEC, to get more of that discretion within OTC markets to help companies through that process without having to rely on third-party brokerages as much, which I think was a win for OTC markets and the companies themselves.
Now, Andy, we talked earlier about what a company has to do after they're listed. And I wrote an article, as I was telling you, on Microcap newsletter about all the things that you have to have a powerful marketing campaign after you list, probably even better than the one you got to get your money, because everybody wants to sell. So you got to have a reason that they don't want to sell. So you've got to come out with something pretty spectacular, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that has been a common theme throughout everything that I've been talking about to everybody in the room, actually, is the importance of the marketing campaign, not just the initial raise, but actually when looking at the exit as well. It's one of the things that's going to convince the shareholders that you acquired in the first place to not sell their shares and exchange their shares. So a compelling story together with a really, really strong track record of success from that initial stage of the business is absolutely crucial in order to keep the shareholders that you have already from selling the shares. And that's obviously not something that you want to do. So makes perfect sense. The marketing story is fundamental to the success of that, I think.
Now, Greg, let's hear some more negative stuff about listing, about why they shouldn't.
Well, I mean, I've done carve-outs, a lot of carve-outs, which is where you buy something from a public market and you take it private, right? These are these pink sheet companies. They're failed companies. I talk to a lot of these founders, and they are like, I wish I never did that. If you look at the numbers, it's like 0.1% of the companies that IPO actually hit the big numbers that you hear about on the news. Do you want to take those chances? I mean, to them, whatever, right? But to you, it's your life, right? So I would highly suggest that you think twice about it. The other thing I was going to say is my British friend over here who mentioned the marketing campaign. One of the things about crowdfunding, as I learned from Gene the other day, was that you have to do a tremendous amount of marketing to build an audience, right? To build an audience of people that are interested. So I've done a couple of these projects, and the amount of, they call it a roadshow, that you have to go around and pitch VCs and pitch investors. I mean, you're literally raising money for your IPO. You're out there pitching and raising. It's just like raising money for yourself. So why not just raise money for yourself? Right?
I'll take it. Ed, so what do I need to do to make myself worthwhile as a public company? What do you think I should do? If I decide, I've got a bunch of shareholders, I really think this company is going to grow. They've offered me $100 million for it, but I think it's worth more than that. And I know if I do a public offering, maybe I can get more than that eventually, because I've got all these things in the pipeline that are going to make it grow. So tell me why that's a bad idea.
Well, I mean, it's funny. The world's changing, isn't it? The old 60-40 is now disappearing, where you have 60% in equities and bonds. Now everyone wants to be in private markets for reasons that all of the panel have alluded to. When you put yourself under the microscope, you've got to be pretty sure that you got all things dialed in. This is not an opportunity for a par-baked pizza. You need the pizza ready to eat, and you need to be scrutinized at any time and have your cards ready to fold over and be absolutely clear with what you have. And it's the scrutiny that comes with it. And I think the key is to, if you add value, good things will come. And that's the key. It's how do I add value? The money comes. You add value, you become more acquirable, like a Pac-Man, right? Someone wants to gobble you up because you've grown like a tree. And you've demonstrated that you're conservative and you've got a clear roadmap.
So you mean I should concentrate more on the business?
Don't go public on the public markets. That's all I would say. I mean, unless you really want to raise a monster amount of capital.
So you mean I have to actually concentrate on? So you mean I have to actually concentrate on doing business and making money in the business first?
look at the public markets. I mean, the mega forces are driving it. There's no more price discovery, right? I mean, that's to me isn't a free market anymore. That to me is a market where the laws are going against you at all times, and it becomes informational edge. And if you don't have the informational edge, you die. And all the elites have that. So why go public?
Matt, now that we've decided we're not going public, no, no, I'm just kidding. You are a public benefit corporation.
We are.
So can you go public?
We can. It would probably be difficult.
Yeah.
And it would probably impact the kinds of investors that would be available.
So what's my exit with your company?
Well, one of the things that I decided early on, I learned in business school that one of the best ways to exit a company is probably through a strategic acquisition by somebody who understands your business and wants to go that direction with it and can bring additional resources and so forth to what you're already doing. The value for them is that they have the ability to leverage what you're doing and make it even bigger than it is today because they already have resources that they can bring to it. That means that they can afford to pay more than a purely financial play would. If you're in the PE space, you're all in the business of selling low or buying low and selling high. And you make money on that spread. And so you have to work both sides of that very hard. In the strategic space, you no longer are constrained by that model. And so the valuations that you can get in a strategic acquisition are actually a good deal better than what you could get from a PE type.
Okay. Now, we're coming up on 8 minutes. And Devin told me we'd had 8 minutes left for questions. And if I didn't have the 8 minutes left for questions, I would never have anything to do with crowdfunding again. He would ruin me. I would never be allowed to speak at his things again. And I would just be ruined in the industry. So we're going to go ahead and let us have 8 minutes for questions now. How do we say that question again? How do we give investors liquidity? Who wants to take that? In an IPO? Okay. Okay. Well, I don't think you should avoid IPO. And I'll answer that, and I'm in disagreement with the acquisition theory because I've seen a lot of people like Elon Musk and everybody else that made a lot of money with IPOs. And it can be done if you have a viable company. If your company has really got growth, quarter over quarter growth, and you have a demand for your product, then I would say, you've got a good chance of in a public offering. If you've kind of taken it as far as you can take it and you need to merge with a bigger company, to take advantage of their knowledge and expertise. Maybe you have something that fits into their company. I would say that's great, but I disagree. I think an IPO is a good way to go if you have that growth. If you don't have the growth, you're going to get shorted on any of the exchanges. If you can't show quarter over quarter growth, you're going to get shorted. So, no, you can list on NASDAQ. You have to have a broker. You have to have a good business. You have a certain amount of equity. As a matter of fact, you want to address that, Alex?
Yeah, I think aside from even just stepping back from OTC and the exchanges for a second, don't forget that as the company, you can also buy shares back from your investors as well, and provide that as a liquidity option to them, especially if you think you're going to be able to reissue those shares separately from the investor's perspective. So long as the shares aren't subject to any lockup period or they're not otherwise restricted or control securities, you can individually try to find a buyer of those shares depending on the actual volume and potential transaction costs involved. It might be more than it's worth, but it is an option to you. And then I think the last piece is there are alternative trading systems out there that will allow you to kind of post a bid or an ask for these shares. And you certainly won't see the immediacy that you would see if you were trading on the public markets, but it is still an option to those investors.
Okay. Next, yes, sir. Who wants to take that? Newsmax, the Newsmax IPO. I can tell you one thing: it's down. It came out with a blaze of thunder, and it's down. It's down now. Anytime you have something that catches the public attention and everybody goes, "Wow, look at that!" you will do well for a while on a listing. What will happen is if you do well for a while and you can't come back and say, "Now look what we're doing." If you can't do that, then you're going to get shorted, or it's going to slowly drift down. And that's what's happening with Newsmax. Of course, it's got a lot to do with what's happening in the market all over anyway. But does that answer your question?
Now, you would think that Newsmax would be better able to guide their story than that.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, that's an extremely good question, because there are a lot of companies that have no, publicly traded NASDAQ companies that have no revenues. What they do have is something that's promising. They've got a pharmaceutical drug that's got great tests. They've got possibly a cure for cancer or something, and everybody puts all of their hopes on that particular solution. And so, yes, there are a lot of pre-revenue companies. We're dealing with a company right now that's pre-revenue, but it has some huge oil wells, and stuff like that. So there's many answers to that question.
We're in the natural medicine space, and a lot of the pre-revenue companies right now are medical companies, because we have a system that says you have to prove that this works to the federal government before you can market it at all. That's really a constraint on the market. It's a monopoly. It causes high prices. It causes 90% of the problems that we see with the medical system today. All of it can be traced back to that pre-market approval concept. So if you want to be thinking about how to solve the pre-revenue company position, some of it comes back to regulation, right? And we need to take a look at that.
And I think think of Instagram. I mean, that was pre-revenue, but it was the metric that people were looking at, users. So it depends on the total addressable market size and what metric is the investor really looking for. Similarly, if you're investing in public stocks, what drives earnings? So there's always a different metric.
Next question. Okay, we got a minute left.
Just
Yeah. So on the ATS side, kind of think of ATSs almost like junior exchanges. So if the ultimate goal is to list on an exchange, an ATS is almost a path to getting there. But generally, ATSs are very specific, either based on the platform that companies use to raise capital initially, or they might be very sector specific. And so they may have a limited group of buyers or potential investors who even know that they exist. And so it is on the ATS to an extent, and the companies who are listed on them, to make sure that people are aware that the shares are eligible and available for trading there, because you just don't have the same inherent publicity of exchange listed securities. Yeah, absolutely. If you actually go on the SEC's website, they publish either a monthly or quarterly report of all of the currently registered ATSs. And so that's a great place to go just to understand what markets are currently available. And I think a lot of the platforms are interested in more broadly facilitating secondary market trading, either through platform-specific ATSs or a more generalized trading platform.
So our time is up, and Devin's here, and if I don't stop now, I'll be through in the industry.
Great job, guys. Thank you very, very much. What a great discussion. And, it was interesting to hear some of the contrasting points of view. Thank you, guys. It really was, I think, an indication of the complexity of this situation and the thoughtfulness required of us as players in the industry. I'm excited now to introduce our next panel. There is kind of a fun thing about our next panel. I love the short tagline that I've invented for one of our panelists. He prints homes, and that kind of creates some interesting opportunities, right? It speeds up production a little bit, right? You have an empty lot one day and a finished home the next. That's kind of cool. Oh, if you have questions for the panels, question thing still works. 4sc.fund/LAQ. We want to see the questions coming in. We'll forward those. And keep in mind that the folks in the room are asking questions. That's great. If you're online, you're welcome to ask questions this way too. We'd love to have questions coming from our online audience, and we would love to see you participating. You're welcome to. So let me introduce our moderator, Igor Shaltanov. Igor, come on up, and let me invite your panelists to join you, and you'll handle those introductions. But Igor is a professional real estate fund manager, so he's got a great background, does a lot in real estate. We'll be talking about real estate in this panel discussion. But Igor is also a former professional athlete. He looks like one who still is a professional athlete. We're pretty much twins, right?
Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Just sit down.
Sorry.
So we're
okay, take it away.
Hi, guys. Thank you, guys. Number one, I want to say thank you for Davian for putting the event together. It's incredible. And thank you guys for joining and listening for us. And number two, it was just an amazing panel. You guys like the panel? Yeah. It's super informative as well. So we want to talk about a couple things. One is the real estate. And it's a huge problem, especially in Los Angeles. Everybody knows that. And since 2020, right, it's not becoming cheaper, right? It's been more expensive. And one of the big things for Los Angeles specifically, it's affordability. You guys agree on that one? Good, it's a huge. And then we got interesting guests today. We're going to start with introductions. Can you guys just one by one, 1 minute, right?
I'm Adrian Alvarez. I'm the co-founder and CEO of InvestReady. Not directly in the real estate space, but the large majority of our customers are real estate issuers. We do accredited investor verifications for Reg D 506C, so it's kind of a niche thing, but we see a large growth in real estate firms coming to us for verification needs for their issuances, and a lot of private credit lately that's been going along for that space.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gene Edelman. I'm co-founder of Azure 3D Printed Homes. The name of the company is Azure Printed Homes, but Devin always, the jokes he makes about printing homes, that's us. So we're based here in Los Angeles. We developed the process to 3D print homes using recycled polymers and fiberglass. We also prefab homes. And of course, talked about Los Angeles. Just 4 months ago, we had terrific fires here. So there needs to be 30 billion worth of homes to be rebuilt in the next few years, and it's a big opportunity to help lots of people.
Thank you.
Yes, hi, I'm Dr. Kanan, excuse me, Dr. Kanan Van Williams, managing founder of the Proactive Realty Group, the Proactive Social Impact Funds, Flight to Safety, Sustainable Bond. We have a Reg D, Reg CF fund. We're direct real estate, and happy to be here.
Okay, thank you guys. So the question number one, there's a lot been going on with crowdfunding, right? Do you actually use or serve, or you use maybe, right, the crowdfunding to actually invest in real estate or buy real estate or kind of support your projects? Start with you, Dr. Williams.
Yes, we use crowdfunding. We just launched our Reg CF fund, and we use advertising in our Reg D fund for investment into our real estate projects. And I'm a large investor of $5 million across all of our funds.
So how do you like it? Can I ask you a couple of questions? How do you like it? Is it easy for you? Is it easy to just put it all together, right, and follow through with investors? Can you tell us a little bit of the story?
No such thing as easy. This is my 26th year in real estate, and what I do know is, as the panel before was saying, and some other people, it's communication, credibility, demonstrate a track record, and for people to know that, okay, I'm investing my money. How do I get it back? When do I get it back? Like, we've had a return of capital event. We've returned like $7.5 million already to investors since June of 2020. So I'll let my.
Yeah, we don't. We are housing manufacturer, so we don't develop projects ourselves, but we've relied on Reg CF, Reg D, and some funding from ventures and venture funds and from family offices. We finished just last month. Finished our 5th campaign, CF campaign, and of the $6.5 million raise, we're a very new company, just a little bit over 3 years. Of the $6.5 million raised, about a third came from CF, about 20% or 25% from VC and family offices, and the balance is from Reg D. So we found that CF campaign adds a lot of energy. First of all, we develop products that are very easy to understand. So many of our investors also buy our products. And there are some other great, my best example is somebody invested $250 very early in our CF campaign, introduced us to his brother and father, and they invested $500,000 through Reg D. Their leasing company provided $4 million financing to our buyers and provided equipment financing for us. So I think that when you go through CF, don't underestimate the connections that each individual investor made. And quite honestly, at that time, I connected by LinkedIn with everybody who invested. And lost that a little bit, but I'm back on it. There is so much potential from the people who invest, and you just don't know exactly what kind of potential they have.
So that can we ask you a couple more questions just to follow up? That's a very inspiring story, number one, right? So you saying the person who actually did the crowdfunding for $250 turned out to be maybe one of the largest investors right down the road. Is that right?
That's correct.
So it's one of the things you can generate the lead almost.
He was not the one, but his family.
Yeah,
so, and that happens a lot. Maybe the person who invests a little bit, takes interest in the company, introduced to friends or family.
Yeah. So speaking of that, a lot of times you're like, okay, should I go to this event? Should I go there? Maybe it's not. And then, so they launched the crowdfunding, which is $250. What was the minimum for that? $250. Yeah.
It's now $1,000 or $500, but it doesn't matter. A lot of times, even people who invest just $250, as the campaign comes to an end, increase their investment quite a bit. So I still have not made up my mind what's the right. The last offering we did was $1,000 minimum, so you get a lot more people involved. I find that the more people, the merrier.
And then they just turned out and put 500,000 as an accredited people, right? Yeah. Is that the same relative, like same group of people?
Yeah.
Okay. And then so they finance as well, the company. Okay, that's amazing. Great story.
I'd say the majority of ours, because of my service. It's Reg D, so we don't do as much Reg CF. We see a lot of people using Reg D.
Can I ask you
alongside
why?
Reg CF. I think mostly it's been the limits and the requirements up front. A lot of real estate developers just don't want to go that route, and if they have a development that's going to be more than 5 million, there's no point in going that route when they can just go to accredited investors, brokerages already, high net worth individuals that could put in a minimum of 250,000. A lot of the funds that we have, they have very high minimums, and we see a trend with that lately too, because a few weeks ago the SEC actually even allowed for another test of verifying if you're accredited by just having high minimums. So if you have a high minimum of 200,000, you can basically say that technically accredited, and it's verified by that, just by the nature of that high minimum for a person, and for an entity it'd be about $1 million. So there's an opening up a little bit of Reg D in that people just don't want to go through the process of the auditing or the upfront side. And then traditionally, real estate investment has been more of high net worth individuals, so that it kind of has gone into that portion of it. But we see a lot of funds, like we work with DLP Capital, Finresi, a few other ones that have funds for low cost housing, and a few other ones as well. So and then they co-invest with a Reg CF alongside it. So there's different models for it, but yeah. I've noticed that most of the real estate clients that I've seen tend towards Reg B if it's like a large project or something, just because of the limits. I think if they were to raise the limits above 5 million to something like 20, 25 million, you'd see a much bigger influx of real estate developers going into it, because you'd have that upside of being able to do it for the front level.
So, as the accreditation platform, right, do you see that uneven distribution of opportunities to people who can actually invest in real estate?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
just because of that limit?
Yeah, and what we think that I've always been a big advocate of expanding the definition of what an accredited investor is, because you can go to Vegas or go on a sports book app and put in a bunch of money, but then you can't put your money into something that's actually going to be financially helpful for the economy and something. So there's a little bit of a paternalistic aspect to the accredited investor definition that I think is outdated. If they were to expand that to having an exam, to having more credentials, like right now, if you have a reg, the only credentials that you can have as an accredited investor is Series 65, 7, or 82, but you have to be licensed. So even if you were to take a Series 65 and pass it, you still wouldn't be considered accredited until you actually get the state license. So it's a little bit ridiculous. Like I'm also a recovering attorney, so I've said that. You've seen a few of others up here doing that. And even though I'm working these deals all the time, I'm not well off, so I'm technically not accredited, even though there's an expertise there for a lot of the CPAs and attorneys that are signing off on some of these. So I think there's a huge opportunity to expand out what Reg D could be, and have it be a more complementary portion for Reg CF if they were to expand that definition of accredited investors.
Can I ask you my personal question? So, sure. Do you have clients who actually accredited but they don't even know what that means?
For the most part, when we get clients, we're 90% of it is with the issuers. So the issuers come to us and be like, okay, we need a scaled up verification. We have 500, 1,000 forward. We need to get them verified within a month. That when the investors come to us, I would say, like, we started 12 years ago. 10 years ago, I would get angry phone calls from people saying, why do I have to share my tax revenue or tax income or net worth information with you? This is ridiculous. I've never done this. I think there's over time, people have understood, and there's been more education about the fact that you need to get verified for certain types of investments. So there's been less pushback, but there's definitely some pushback from people that just don't understand.
Thank you. Yeah. So I want to, we want to shift, right, our conversation into the impact, right? It's impact-driven investments and the, obviously, right, connection of people together. Can you tell us a little bit, right, on impact? So what are you guys actually trying to make impact for too? And what do you guys do as a company? For example, let's start with you, Dr. Williams.
Yes. So our impact is, we measure it according to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. One, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, and directly 8, 12, 13, and possibly one or two others. And that's the measurement of sustainability, affordability, which leads to a whole host of other things, and impact measurement. That we're very specific, very strict about having impact measurement and measurable outcomes. And we go in with we begin with the end in mind, and how we're going to remain sustainable throughout our investment and even after that investment cycle.
So what is your end in mind? So you want to provide affordable housing for people? Is that
And let me back up. So when I say the end, we like start with the end in mind. Like we sold a property to publicly traded UMH. That's a social impact affordable housing REIT. So when I say the end, it's like if we sell a property. Typically, we hold properties. It's not our goal to sell them. It's just that UMH approached us, and they had their eye on this property. From what I understand, it was 39 acres, 187 spaces, but it was just too heavy a lift for them, value-wise, infrastructure-wise. The people that live there demolish, trailers and all of those sorts of things. So when I say that, like if we were to sell to someone, it's very important that, they be aligned with impact. Like we're not going to do a lot of hard work and then subject our residents, to someone who's not going to continue in that same vein of impact.
so you really turn the community to something livable, right? Enjoyable for
Absolutely.
people, right?
Yes, and our major mandate, I don't know why I didn't mention this first, according to our Morningstar Sustainalytics report, is 20 to 30% below market rent. And so I can't emphasize enough, 100% across our portfolio. As I was saying earlier, in my own speech to the audience, is that it makes a difference because we do NOAA properties, naturally occurring affordable housing, and it allows us flexibility for people who may need their rent lowered or something comes up, or to be affordable and not be super commuters. Like, I'm originally from the Bay Area, and as you know, in California, they have lots of super commuters, people who drive an hour or more each way to work. And I notice the stress when I come back to California, and this is related to impact. I know I'm off a little bit here. However, it's a lot of aggression. It's a real serious issue. People shooting on the freeway, like, cutting you off. A lot of aggression because people are under so much stress just because of, daily living costs.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think Jin has an amazing perspective, right? And then you guys doing something incredible. Can you share a little bit about that?
Sure. Yeah. So we have kind of a double positive impact. First of all, is our units are much more affordable. We're 30% less expensive than market that it costs to build here in California. We were, before we invented this technology, we started as a general contractor. Secondly, much faster. You can order one unit today and move in next month. Nobody in construction can say that ever, right? So in terms of affordable housing, just a couple of our recent projects, we got awarded a contract to do a transitional housing in San Luis Obispo, 60 units, about $4.5 million contract. Just got awarded got a contract in Camarillo, so we're really working with communities to have a transitional housing for the unhoused. And I always said that affordable housing does not need to be ugly. Our units are beautiful, and the reality is very similar units with just some different finishes go to eco resorts that rent for $750 a night. So we have kind of a big range. And then secondly, we use the recycled plastic. So for every one of our 9 by 20 module, it takes 150,000 empty water bottles. So we take hundreds of thousands of pounds of empty water bottles and turn them into something that's useful. Not only is that good for the initial construction, but also we really believe in circular economy. And at the end of the useful life, again, our hope that this transitional housing for the homeless will not be needed for very long. Now that communities can use a lot less money to house folks, they can have a lot more money for drug rehab, mental health, alcohol rehab. So a lot of those services are needed. There's much more funding is available. And once those units are not necessary, they're not going to go into a trash dump. They can be, again, recycled and to be used for the same purpose. So really, those are two. Some other things that are maybe a little bit, with all the tariffs conversation, we are totally exempt from that. All of our materials are made right here in America. So totally, again, we can quote people prices, firm prices now, where a lot of contractors are just not able to do that. Secondly, some 30% of construction workers don't have permit to be here, right? And so with immigration enforcement, our company is much more automated. I mean, the whole process of making the module, it takes usually 90 days and lots of people. It takes 24 hours and one push of a button. So being much higher automated requires less workers, and having new products that are made in America is a positive thing. And so if anything, we're looking to expand. We were selected by the state of Colorado to open a second factory there, so we're going to be opening before end of 2025, and they funded 80% of the cost. So now we don't need as much funding. Really, most of the funding, we started our last crowdfunding campaign here 3 weeks after wildfires. We really need to expand our capacity in California. It's a huge opportunity. We talk about 18,000 structures, $30 billion. And traditionally, LA builds 1,000 homes a year. So, the more we wait, the less people will come back and live in this community. And there's a great desire to come back in Pasadena and Palisades, not just from movie stars who had big mansions. There are lots and lots of people who bought those properties 34 years ago. And selling the land is a terrible decision. I lived through Malibu fires, and again, just like 5.5 years ago, today, some people are just debating, should they sell the land? Well, people who kept the land and were able to rebuild 2x their investment and their equity. So selling the land is like a bad decision unless somebody's just absolutely.
Can you ask you one follow-up question? The robot actually making the house, right? So where's that robot built?
Actually, part of
How do you call it? Machine?
Is made by us, and part of it came from other places. We were actually, when we thought about this, we were hoping to find off-the-shelf solution, but it just doesn't exist. So we're the first ones and still the only ones that uses technology. We build in the factory. So when people think about 3D printing, a lot of publicity about people who use cement. Cement is terrible for the environment. Actually, we just completed sustainability report prepared by a third-party provider, and we're actually making a positive impact. Construction industry, third worst polluter, only after auto and oil and gas. So all of the cement generates CO2, and of course Freon, all the air conditioning systems, terrible for the environment. So we're making positive impact environmentally, and in addition to providing product that's less expensive. And that's the problem with, there's been quite a few startups in 3D printing using cement. Unfortunately, it doesn't solve the timing issue, because when they print outside and there's rain or bad weather, too hot, too cold, they can't work. So now you have a bunch of guys just sitting around waiting for this expensive equipment. And secondly, cement, there was a little bit of time during COVID when it was less expensive than lumber, but now it is more expensive than lumber. Now, again, tariffs might bring that equation back to equilibrium, but it's not a less expensive product. And I started in the real estate development, so the real estate developers, no matter how sustainable it is, they're not going to do it if it costs more money. Right? So ability to deliver something cost-effective, fast, very attractive. We're not limited by 2x4, so we have a lot of curves, and we can really build beautiful products. So all of those things contribute.
Thank you.
I guess for us is we're kind of lowering the barrier to do a startup and fundraise. You can get a Reg D funding page up with us in a couple of weeks or even less. There's a lot less upfront red tape that you would have to go through as an issuer. Obviously, you have to go through the verification portion, which is what we take care of. But by taking care of that portion, you're able to then provide the opportunity for a lot of these issuers that don't have a lot of upfront cash. It would be up as low as like $500 to start with us to do 10 verifications or something. So it does lower the barrier, and we've had a few impact issuers that we've assisted by either lowering our fees or having the fees later on, especially if it's something that they're raising for. That's in that sense, I'm assisting.
So what's percentage of your business tailors towards the platforms, crowdfunding platforms? Is it a lot? Is it?
I would say probably like 80% are platforms and issuers. Now probably about 20% are people just coming directly to us to get verified. It used to be actually more. It was probably like 90-10 when we first started. We actually launched thinking it was going to be mostly investors, but it had turned out to be mostly issuers coming to us to solve that
Like
problem.
more B2B turned out to be B2B business, right?
We're more like B2B2C, because we still have that relationship with the investors, since they're trusting us with their financial information and all that stuff, but it's mostly through the issuers that they already established already.
So your personal opinion, do they actually going to raise the limit for that, or what do you think for the future?
I think they will. I mean, that seems to be the especially, it really ebbs and flows with the administrations and how they kind of see things. I think this one's more geared towards capital formation as opposed to regulation. So there's a much better chance of raising the limits, expanding the definition of accredited investors, those types of things. So it really ebbs and flows with how the regulators want to go about it. But there seems to be momentum for that to go up, and as well as the expansion of the government.
Thank you guys. So I think we're at the peak of the hour. So if anybody have a questions, can you please raise your hands?
If they would be used from toxic materials, they'll be dying right now. So yeah, yeah. Plastic plastic used in water bottles is the safest plastic you have. It's called PETG. So it really has no off-gassing. It's been tested by FDA, so it is the safest product out there. And we also monitor. We've been at this now over 3 years. Been monitoring the air quality in our units, and it's actually better than it is in regular units because it's part of the material. We mix water bottles with, plastic from water bottles with fiberglass and other additives. Yeah. And
I think they make it walls.
It's really, what we create is outside shell. People have been using vinyl siding for decades, right? So it is like on the inside, there is no plastic. It's drywall or panels. So yeah, it's really, if you're in LA, welcome to visit our factory. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of our clients use companies that kind of manage their cap tables for them. Carta is the most popular one, so if you're going that route to have a management that would go through that. But yeah, having clear communications, having some sort of data room or investor relations site for them to go to after the fact is really important, because it's hard enough to manage like a couple investors. It's even more when there's a couple thousand potentially. So definitely, we've seen a lot of the clients go towards something like I said, Carta, or having some sort of investor relations portal aside from their regular website that they're able to then use that to manage those investors.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, we're good to go.
Well, since we have some more time.
Absolutely, yeah.
Can we continue talking? And there's a question.
I got a question right here.
Yes.
Look, I prior to this business, I've been in a couple of education ventures, and I've always developed, but in that instance, I was developing buildings for education. So I had a a preschool company. We developed childcare centers on campuses for companies, and we sold it to a public company. So it really is not. Look, if you have a good product, you will find people who are, and at that time we had 3 offers. So it's a fine balance of who, is it just the money or it's other aspects of it. So again, I wouldn't worry. And from previous discussion, I think planning for an exit is very important. Again, I've been in my whole life startup entrepreneur and sold to public companies, funded the companies. It's a fine balance. The key is to build a sustainable long-term business, and if you do that, you will find plenty of people. And then when time comes to exit, it's choice. Public markets are very tricky. It's very timing. Today, no matter how good of a business, there's just public market is dead, right? So very tough to plan for it. But in my instance, I sold my chain to a public company. At that time, IPO market was dead, and 2 years later, they sold it. Actually, so I had 2 exits in 2 years. That was my most successful story. I also realized how difficult it is to run a publicly held company. I mean, it was amazing how we would work here on the West Coast to put together a quarterly report. Everybody went home after late night feeling really good about it, and then 6 o'clock in the morning when market opened, our stock was down because really the people who followed our stock knew more about what we were doing than we did. Also wanted to just share, there is a lot of discussion about how huge of a budget you need to market crowdfunding campaign. And I'm going to encourage entrepreneurs not necessarily to accept that. In my mind, the question is still open whether there is a good return on investment. In our first 3 campaigns, we spent 0 on marketing, and we raised over $1 million. We got publicity through PR. Again, didn't pay for PR. We just happened to have good publicity. Like, for example, we won a South by Southwest Innovation Award. We won a CRE, Commercial Real Estate Award last year. We're on a Fast Company list of most innovative companies. So applying for those things a lot of times costs 0. It's just filling out an application. And I find that if you have people who really understand your business, so for example, Dr. Van and I talked after his talk. He's interested to become our dealer. I love this, right? So keep selling, because you will never know who are the people in the audience to listen to your message. And if you have customers who also have money, I've heard of less than $5 million. We need to talk about that as well. So, just keep your message out. And again, in our mind, the question is that we invested a lot of money in marketing in the last campaign, and it was a disaster. So spending the money on marketing is not necessarily a solution. For some people, it worked extremely well. But just remember that in addition to spending on marketing, you need to have a whole team who will support all those efforts, right? So it's not just marketing spend. So maybe start out without spending much money. See what kind of traction you get from your potential customers, and then maybe expand.
Thank you, Jim. Do you want to clarify your question? Yeah. Dr. Williams.
And this is on a Blackstone question. Yes. Really good question. So as it relates to Blackstone, I really don't know what to say about that. I'm just being honest and frank. I live in Las Vegas. We own a property in Las Vegas. Our nonprofit is now based and founded in Las Vegas. And we own properties in other states. We're in 5 states so far. And it's kind of difficult. Like, we don't have $5 billion to go out and to snap up a lot of properties. So we just do the best where we are with what we have. As it relates to alignment and values, I attend an event called SOCAP. I go each year. I missed 2023. However, I started going in 2022. And what I discovered from the sale to UMH is that there are a lot of other organizations and nonprofits out there, large and small, as well as for-profit companies, B corporations that will be aligned and will, be committed to impact, will be committed to housing affordability, especially when they get properties like I described, NOAA properties. I don't know if you were here from my talk, naturally occurring affordable housing. There are a lot of companies and groups that we seek out that at some point, 5 to 7, 10 years down the line, and when we go to do a fund wind down, that we, be happy to sell to and that would be aligned with, and that we have a price that's, works out where they don't have to go in and raise prices on residents, and that they will be committed to values. And the question you asked, I'll give you a quick story that's along those lines, is the park that we sold to publicly traded UMH in August of 2022. I've since gone back. I went back in March 2024, did a follow-up video to say, hey, we sold this property. The rents are still low. This is how they're treating the residents, and anybody that wants that, video or footage or follow-up, I'm happy to share it. And then I just went back last month in April and did another follow-up to say, okay, here we are 30 months later. This is what UMH is doing. This is the impact we've created. This is the impact that they've taken the torch and that they've gone on with. Another thing is, as it relates to impact, is out of the 30,700 spaces they own across the United States, the Proactive Realty Group is the only group they've allowed to. So we own 6 houses still in that community. And I just recently, one of my previous residents reached out to me, and I bought her house, which is a single wide. So when I'm in Orangeburg, South Carolina, that's where I live. I stay there in the UMH community that I sold to them because we're so aligned with values and with affordability. And I can't emphasize enough that it's just important to care about. If you're in social impact and you say you're in it, it's just, kind of like the Bible says, be ye doers of the word and not hearers only. And, you have a lot of people who are like, our impact is demonstration. All I can tell you is demonstration. I don't know anything else.
Yeah, I also want to add, it was actually a previous panel that I didn't want to raise my hand, but B corporation doesn't necessarily mean what's intended to be. Look, I've looked at becoming one, and just the paperwork that's required. I don't have the staff to complete it. And watch out, I'm on Impact Council for Fast Company. I think this summer they're going to do a review of all the companies who got their B status and I think it's gotten much bigger than it was supposed to be. And now it's more of a generating fees for the people who are accredited. So just the fact that somebody is a B corporation doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to, there are lots of people who are not and who do a good job.
I guess my perspective is it has to do a lot with the regulatory regime and what you're allowed to build and how fast. I think the first thought behind it is, okay, we should restrict people like BlackRock from buying homes so that it's only single family homes that are people or something to that effect. The second order effects of that after that's been tried has been that the prices go up most of the time. If you're adding regulations, you're adding things, even like we were saying with the B Corp side, the intentions are there, but then it ends up having the opposite effect. I think a city like Houston is a great example where there's very little zoning in terms of what you can build. You can kind of build wherever. It looks a little bit weird, but the housing prices are low. And so it's a matter of kind of there's instead of it being something where you try to put into effect, oh, this is going to happen, you have to think about what the incentives are behind it. And what we need more than anything else is lower the barriers to building more housing. I think that's the number one way that we lower the prices. We don't try to do, like, rent control is great on a short-term solution, but then it drives away investors from actually putting the money in, and then the housing ends up deteriorating over years and years and decades, and you end up with New York City, how they are, and a few other places. So, I think the regulatory side is going to be the most important part.
So let me add you a perspective. So the BlackRock, right, and concern about BlackRock, I think Blackstone, sorry, yeah. So we switch it to the Blackstone. What I'm seeing a lot So the big corporations, they own, let's say, 200 units building, right? But then you come to the building and then you say, and you pretend yourself, you're going to be the tenant, right? And then the manager will hand you a key and say, just go and find a unit. I was like, okay, that's interesting. So immediately you can shift over by building certain, because it's a small community of people, right? If you build around the people, let's say you set up, let's say Friday pizza day, or the just night or something like that, you build that community. Nobody will show up. Number one, the first Friday people will never show up, right? But then the second, the third, it takes time, and then they see the actual asset management piece, and the people start to carry. All of a sudden, the Blackstone, right? Blackstone owns that thing. They don't care about the people inside of that community, and then some smaller company takes over, and all of a sudden they got events, they got fulfilled, whatever requests, the orders and stuff, and start to change. And actually, the bad tenants, they start to kind of disappear and they leave, and the good people start to join. And I think that's the biggest piece you can do, right? Like immediately. Any other questions so far? We got 37 seconds. Devin is not coming, so which is good.
I'll just add that we have such housing shortage. The numbers are from 4 to 10 million homes in the U.S., probably closer to 10. We need to do everything we can. We should not prohibit anybody from investing in housing, and we just have to really get serious about homelessness driven by shortages, price increases are driven by shortages. So this is a huge opportunity. Let's raise whatever money we can to increase the supply.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody.
That was a fascinating discussion. I keep hearing from people that they keep enjoying these discussions, and I know I certainly have. I am really grateful for the great panel discussions. I'm excited because we're going to have a panel now that I get to lead here informally, and I'm grateful for that opportunity. Ray and Michael, come on up. But we're going to talk a little bit about crowdfunding for films. What have I done? Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, that was this is it. Yeah. Who remembers who won the Academy Award this year? Who won the Academy Award? Who was it? For Best Picture? Anora. What's one of the distinctive things about Anora? It was not crowdfunded, but it could have been. The production cost of Anora was $6 million. $6 million. Won the Academy Award Best Picture. So given that the crowdfunding limit is $5 million, that's pretty darn good. So this is really exciting. And so Michael is funding, and he helps entrepreneurs of all varieties raise capital up to $5 million. Ray Ellingson is the founder and leader at Moving Pictures Media Group. And what they do is to help develop independent films. So he's made a number of films successfully that have gone to market. Very exciting. And they work together. So Michael frequently finances key parts of films for Ray, but that we're talking about crowdfunding today. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. But Ray, let's start with you. Very quick question. Tell us, what is the development? People always say they're in development, and no one knows what it means. Jenny? Oh, sorry. No. Oh, yes.
We're not sure the thing's working.
Boy, I tell you, sometimes it's just more than I can handle, right? Hand Michael and hand Ray the microphone. Okay.
So
yes.
Development.
Development. What is development?
Well, everybody's got their sort of euphemistic idea or concept of what development is. You ask a filmmaker and they go, oh, I'm in development. You go, great, what's that mean? They go, I don't know. So development for us is really just a laundry list of things that you have to have in place in order to meet the requirements for production funding. Production funding, and there's 3 types of basic, well now 4 with equity crowdfunding, I hope, but there's 3 or 4 types of basic funding models. There's debt financing, which is how most films are made. There is deficit financing, which is through somebody like Amazon or Hulu. And then there's private equity through companies like Gulf Capital or some of those. And now I guess we're looking at hopefully equity crowdfunding as well as another source. But regardless of the funding mechanism, they all want to see the same things. They want to see risk mitigation. They want to see collateral. So risk mitigation is in the form of analytics data, comparisons and trends, market analysis, projections, all the same things anybody wants to see about a business. The collateral instrument in film is no less than a distribution sales agreement with minimum sales guarantees and or pre-sales in the foreign market. And what that means is you've got to have a contract with the distributor that says, okay, your film's $5 million, I will guarantee the bank or the funding source that $5 million back within X number of months of delivery. So that's really what development's all about.
And it's interesting that it's a linchpin piece of getting the follow-on financing, right? To have a well-documented, complete development done, right? So vital. And Michael, you have been successful in financing this early stage development stage. How do you do that?
Well, hi, hello everyone. There's not one technique. We use a lot of different techniques, but we help small companies often from the personal, business, SBA, equipment, and then ultimately investment real estate if that's what they're doing with their money. So the relationship that we've come up with is that a lot of these filmmakers don't have the money to do development, and they usually need $100,000 to $125,000, which is a common number for people that work with us at the starting level. And it's often based on personal credit. And it might be personal loans, it might be business credit cards, it might be a combination, whatever products we can come up with. But it's bank funding on steroids, and we're on the client side, not the bank side. So it's us against the bank. And it's been successful 65 times in this relationship.
Wow. Say that again. What happened 65
We
times?
have funded 65 filmmakers so far. And I had no idea that filmmakers needed funding.
Yeah.
So it was a good accident that we met.
And so let's be clear, Michael. I just want to follow up. That's all you do. You've done 65 deals. That's the whole portfolio. You've never done any more for anyone else.
Filmmakers?
No, anyone.
Oh God, thousands.
Thousands.
Of this relationship.
Yeah.
We've only done 65 filmmakers so far.
But that's amazing. You've done 65 filmmakers and thousands of other kinds of funding that you've helped with. And, I think about the reality of doing a $5 million Reg CF round is that you would need $100,000 to $125,000 up front to get ready to pay the attorneys, to pay the accountants, to pay some marketing folks like DNA to spool things up.
I think that's why you invited me.
Aha. So do you think you might be able to help people with that?
I sure hope so. That's what I'm doing here.
Okay. Ray?
We don't charge an upfront fee, in case anyone is wondering. We do the funding and then get paid as a percentage of what we are able to put together.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Ray, tell us, so you've got development done. You've done that stage. What's involved in making a film at that point? And do you help people take some of the, organizing that process? Because, I think the creative side of a lot of people say, I wish I want to make a movie. But they've never done it. No one's, so now they're nervous. No one's going to give me $5 billion to make a movie because I haven't done it before. But if I had you on my team, does that change things?
Sure, we do. One of the components of our company is we do development services, which is what I just explained, helping people get all the elements necessary to meet the requirements for production funding. Once we have that in place, we take it to a funding source, And our company also does production services. That's things like setting up your tax credits, setting up your insurance bond, setting up all the deliverables for post-production. All the things that people hate doing is what our company actually does for a living. So we can walk a client through the whole process of filmmaking, help them get their cast, crews, all the elements necessary, tax credits so that they can get some of that money back and soften the blow of what they're owed, or protect any kind of investment. And we'll take them all the way through to distribution. We'll handle everything, even digital marketing, help them take out the film to the marketplace in any and all media.
Yeah. So there seems to be a phrase I hear in this world, P&A. What is P&A and when does that come into play?
P&A actually stands for prints and advertising, and it's a very outdated, antiquated term, but it's still used every day. People still say they make films. We haven't shot on film in over a decade. We use digital. But P&A is prints and advertising, and what that is it's just basically marketing. In the old days, you'd take a print of film, which cost you X number of dollars to produce or print, and then send to the exhibitor or the theater, and then you'd have marketing and advertising that you do with that theater. It's a hybrid version today. It's still called P&A, but what they do is they come in and they do digital marketing. They market it out. They do, everything under the sun as far as social media. And then they take it out. And if it's going to be directly to a streaming service, then that's a different kind of marketing campaign. But if it's going theatrical or to exhibitors, then you need prints and advertising as a large component of your funding. And that usually comes after, say your film's $5 million, you deliver it, and you're going to a theatrical release. There are tons of P&A companies out there that will put up the money. They're called last money in, first money out. And they will go ahead and put up a percentage. Usually, if you're looking at a $5 million budget, you're looking at a $3 to $7 million P&A campaign to go theatrical.
Excellent. So it seems to me that part of what you just said is that the P&A financing, there's a good marketplace for that. Angel funding still does some of that. But it seems to me like there's still the hardest money is that $5 million after Michael gets you your money, you've got your development done. Now you need to raise that $5 million bucks to make a movie. Have you had any of your clients do crowdfunding yet?
We have not had anybody do production funding, crowdfunding. We'd love to do it. Part of the reason I'm here is because I was really fascinated by what you said to me when our first conversation. And I thought, well, this is absolutely a viable method of financing film. And I wanted to be here to learn more.
Yeah. And Fred Pena is here. So where did Fred might be able to bring some light onto that. But Michael, tell us how some of the ways that you have brought money to the table to address filmmakers. Is it just at that first stage, or have you been able to help anyone after the first stage?
Based on the fact that these are not ongoing income producing companies, they're a filmmaker who's more of an artist. They usually don't have an ongoing business. So we can't usually do business loans as we do for other companies. I will tell you that early in my relationship with Ray, he brought me 3 people. They had done a round of friends and family for $300,000, and they were looking to do a $600,000 direct to digital film. And based on the qualifications of the 3 people, I was able to get each $100,000. They put all the money together, and they did production funding. I've never done that since, but we don't tell them what to do with the money. Our job is to access the money for them. And so it's only happened once so far.
Give us just, Michael, an example or two of some of the other kinds of deals you've done, as specifically as you can be without disclosing things that you shouldn't.
There's no problem disclosing. It's not a secret, but I can't even, there's every type of business. There's service businesses, computer businesses. We do a lot of startups, but the whole idea with startups is that they're going to stay with us. So as they grow, we can get them more and more access to capital as they grow. So I love working with startups because it's really hard at the startup phase to get them funded. And then they know, well, these guys are going to be the ones to go to from now But I can't think of a kind of business we haven't done. Trucking businesses, roofing businesses, distribution. I started with a lot of gourmet food trucks. I probably did 200, 250 gourmet food trucks. I haven't done any in a while. But when that craze first started was around the time I started this 15 years ago. But the food trucks often go out of business. They were not repeat customers. The plumber who wants to quit his job needs a truck and an assistant and some equipment. They need 60,000 maybe to get going. But how do they grow? Second truck, second crew, third truck, third crew. Then they need a building. It's a natural progression.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, Ray, tell us about the film projects you are most proud to have completed. What are you look back, you've been at this for a while. What do you brag about at cocktail parties?
I actually don't brag about many of the films that I've produced because they have not been my projects. I've been just a producer on those, and generally somebody comes with an idea, and if it's marketable, we're happy to take it on. I produced a film called Pandemic for the Sci-Fi Channel. I'm not really proud of that film, but it's made a ton of money. And during the pandemic, I was getting royalty checks like you wouldn't believe, and it was embarrassing. Like I had this shameful moment of, should I cash these? So I don't know that I was proud of that. I did. But I don't know if it's so much of pride, but I have a lot of pride in the fact that I've taken a lot of clients' films and gotten them funded and gotten them out into the marketplace.
That's tremendous. That's tremendous. What questions do you have for Ray and Michael? Questions? How many of you have ever dreamed of making a movie? I think if we're all being honest, most of us have. But Aggie, you got a question.
Well, there's a lot of reasons that people get involved in film, but to your question about a lot of films aren't successful, that is absolutely true. And those films that are not successful are because they were not developed correctly. In other words, they did not have an exit strategy going in. A lot of people don't want to spend the time and money on analytics. There's a analytics firm in the film industry called Film Profit, and you can spend $30,000 with them just getting analytics data. And people are like, I'm not spending that. But that's not just analytics data for the bank. It's not just comparisons and trends and market analysis and projections, things that a bank wants to see. It's a blueprint for a filmmaker so that they have an exit strategy and a methodology of deployment into the marketplace so that it is a successful project. I've produced 12 films. 11 have been successful. One took me 5 years to get my money back, and it was a failure. And the reason it was a failure is because it was my 5th film, and I thought I knew everything. And so I didn't need analytics. I didn't need distribution. I figured I'd build it, and they'd come. Didn't work. And it was a massive failure for me. And fortunately, I put my own money into it, so I didn't have anybody banging on my door. But I learned from that, you have to create something with an exit strategy in mind before you start. And I think that is everything with crowdfunding, with any kind of funding. You have to have a good game plan and know how you're going to get out of it alive. And the people that have unsuccessful films did not, I would say for the most part, did not have a game plan of how they were going to get out. They didn't think of tax credits. They didn't think of mitigating the risk. They didn't think of getting distribution while they're in development. All these things are critical to the success of the film.
Any more questions? Oh, now they're coming. Dr. Van.
Oh, absolutely. You can contact our company. It's Moving Pictures Media Group. I'll hook up with you afterwards and get you some contact information. But on a quick note, unscripted television is not unscripted. Just to set the record straight. But yes, we do consulting for filmmakers and people who are I've helped 3 or 4 shows that went on to Home and Garden Network, one on History Channel that were reality based. So yeah, we can absolutely help you out.
All righty. One last question, quickly.
Well, if you have access to a studio and they're willing to pay you and not put it in development hell for 10 years, I would go for it. But mostly independent film for us is we put that together so that filmmakers have control of their project and they actually have the ability to get the project made. Does that answer your question?
Excellent. Hey, let's give these.
You do not want to give up the intellectual property rights. If you go to a studio, you're going to sign off the rights to them, and they're going to own it, and you'll get paid if they make it. But if you do it yourself, then you're at least in some semblance of control of the outcome of that project.
Yeah. Fantastic. Ray, Michael, thank you very much. Let's give these guys a big round of applause. Thank you very, very much. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to chat with you guys. I appreciate that. We do have another winner to announce. Jenny, you took my phone. Thank you for doing that, but now I don't know who won. We'll come back to this. Don't forget. Remind me when we come back from break. I'll track down my phone and we'll announce the winner. We are going to take a snack break now. I encourage you. We've got fresh, genuinely fresh chocolate chip cookies and some fresh hot coffee that just arrived. So go enjoy.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. You can't argue with success, but you can learn from it. Put the best to work for you. Book a call today.
At Proactive Realty Group, we invest in more than properties. We invest in people. Our Income and Growth Fund delivers strong returns by revitalizing affordable housing, preserving communities, and offering second chances. Join us in building sustainable wealth with measurable impact.
Michael Praver from Funding. We do startup and small business funding in all 50 states. We normally work from $100,000 to $5 million. We've been in existence for 15 years, and I look forward to speaking with you at the conference.
Expert Dojo backs bold founders building a better world. Join over 260 startups accelerating growth with global impact.
Ready to grow your business for investment or exit? Springfork Consulting. Expertise for founders who dream big. Let Fred Pena help you make your move.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with MediaShares.com, and I'm very happy to be participating in SuperCrowdLA.
Invest in tomorrow's changemakers today. NetCapital makes it easy for everyone to invest in startups shaping the future. Start your journey at netcapital.com.
We're incredibly grateful to the supporting sponsors and co-hosts who help make SuperCrowdLA possible. Their commitment to empowering changemakers, uplifting underrepresented founders, and building stronger communities is what makes this event more than a conference. It's a movement.
Jason is just a big stinking deal. This guy's a rock star in this space. Jason is the CEO of Digital Niche Agency. He serves with me on the board of the Crowdfunding Professional Association. And DNA is a growth marketing, he's a growth marketing expert who's helped over 500 companies raise capital from the crowd, raising over $600 million with a focus on algorithmic strategies and data-driven insights. Jason is a master at activating investor audiences and driving success for entrepreneurs and businesses alike. I just can't wait to hear Jason's message today. Jason, welcome. We're thrilled to have you. I really appreciate you being here to share with us today.
Thanks, Devin. Sure. I feel like I don't need too much of an introduction after that speech from Devin on myself. You saw our DNA commercial. So it's always fun to sit in the audience and watch what goes on stage here. That's been my experience during these first few minutes. But essentially, I work on a high volume of these deals. Marketer. I've been in the ad tech space since 2008. And when starting the agency as a growth marketing firm, we found capital raising to be a common theme, a common initiative. When you look at the success rates of startups, when you look at the success rates of capital raises offline, the numbers aren't great. And to be able to focus on this area of growth for a business and be able to effectively bring in capital using content marketing, advertising, and outreach, it's very fulfilling. Not every campaign works. We're going to get into that right out of the gate here. I think there's some misconceptions in the space, but are working with some of the top issuers that are live right now, as well as to date. So have a lot of findings, a lot of experience in the middle bringing to the table. When Devin says we're good at what we do, it's because we've worked on some of these campaigns that have performed in the top spots, as well as campaigns that haven't. And I've actually taken more learnings from those. So going to get into the details here today so that your capital raise, if you're using Reg CF, if you're using Regulation D, if you're using Regulation A+, we'll get into some of those acronyms a bit. I want to make sure all that info is clear. You're more likely to close out your round with successful metrics, a successful return. So more information on me, here and what we do in terms of investor and user acquisition, working with some groups on their growth milestones in between rounds, but always be raising is a saying in this space, and likely see the next round to follow thereafter. I study what occurs on King's Crowd. King's Crowd gives analytics on all of the live Reg CF campaigns, Reg CF campaigns to date that report, Regulation A+ campaigns as well. CF, of course, you can raise up to 5 million. Regulation A+, you can raise up to 75 million on a tier 2. That's from both retail and accredited investors. And last week, this is what we saw from each of the portals. So about 642 live deals. Only 642, may I add. There's 24 plus million small businesses in the US. You could see WeFunder, 2.2 million was raised from 205 issuers, about 11,000 average for the week on each. Dealmaker, 41. CF's live, they have more A pluses on top of that. Start Engine, 119 live, far more than any point they've had this year. It was low 50s at some points this year, but actually a lower amount raised on average than on WeFunder, which we don't see often. So that's really a standout. 7 deals live on Dalmore, and you could see how much was raised for the week on each of these. It's important to mention, I'm going to, share some perspectives that issuers have given me, but you could see where we're at for the month of December, usually about 30 million for the month. Last month was 33 million, and last week was 5.9 million. So a good week as a whole. The stats you want to take as much as you can from. So for the month of December, here are 10 issuers, the top 10 issuers, and you could see there hasn't been 7 figures raised on any of them yet. For the month of December, a few of them have already passed those metrics. I think 4 of them here, and we've been watching those closely. You can see the top 10%, the top 20%, top 50%, 49% haven't raised any funds for the month. Why am I sharing all of this? Because I want to be able to provide realism that most equity crowdfund campaigns will not raise $5 million.
So for myself, what I find both surprising and interesting is that
people often are surprised that with the crowdfunding, they think that, I'm just like in a suit every day or not doing it. And I'm just like, no, I'm regional manager. Like we have properties here in Chicago, multifamily. Manager and very hands-on and very close to it because it is affordable housing and low income, and it requires a more in-depth level. So it surprises me when people are a little taken aback, like, wow, you really get involved with it, and with the impact that we do.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So for myself and for our company, as I stated before, we're new in the crowdfunding arena. However, in general, from potential investors, we don't get too many objections because this is from the accredited side. And even a few people who have called me about testing the waters. One of the objections is just like, what is it? How does it work? And so we educate, we provide transparency, and we demonstrate what we do with track records. So I'll talk about track record, answer all questions, and try to understand, what the objective is. I mean, what are they objecting to or have some trepidation about? And sometimes it's as simple as, well, I haven't sold a property yet to invest, or I haven't done anything else. And so we've had several investors, both past and present, who had objections, who then came back and says, okay, well, you know what, Dr. Van, I like what you did with this property, or I like what you did here, and we sold something. We now have some liquidity, and we're now ready to move forward. Yeah, so through our website, through our past successes, I did submit some slides. I'm not sure how they'll be used or when will they appear, that illustrates exactly what we do at Proactive and also illustrates the current offering at Rancho. But it's mostly through interaction with investors. Myself, I make myself available as much as I possibly can, as well as I have investor associates that will take Calendly meetings or meet with people. And especially if people are local, I'm always happy to take them on a tour of the property and say, hey, this is what we've done across the street. This is what we like to do over here with this project. Oh, and by the way, this is what we did in South Carolina. This is what we're doing in Chicago, housing the, affordable housing, low-income housing, and really being involved in educating people on what that means, what that entails, and how do we do it so rapidly.
If anything.
So for myself, I and my team have reached out. And so a small disclaimer, on our previous fund, we had like maybe 12 to 15 investors, which is, fairly manageable. So some of my investors would call me up where I talked to them, especially during COVID, because we had 100% rent collection during COVID because we are affordable housing. So we didn't have that issue that maybe a Class A would have or a Class B property. In fact, in South Carolina, we received about $400,000, for our residents. For each individual resident was able to get 18 months of rental assistance. And so we were able to create a lot of homeowners. We were able to, really improve the park. And I was able to call and talk to my investors because, as you know, a lot of us were, kind of shut in, although I was still in my office working. And so, Mr. Epstein, Mr. Walton, Mr. Sackley, all of the people, my large investors and small, I'd give them a call, or they called me up and they'd be like, well, Van, how's it going? Or, what's going on? Or I said, well, I'm going to send you a newsletter. Well, I'd just rather talk to you on the phone. I said, that's fine, sir. And, that's how we kind of kept everybody informed. And when we made a big exit, they were really informed. So we were able to call and say, hey, we're returning.
everybody has this sort of euphemistic concept of what quote unquote development is. For us, all development is just a laundry list of things that you have to have in place in order to meet the requirements for production funding. It's a business model. We're helping them build an audience and build social media in development. They work together to find out, not only identify who your audience is, but how to access them directly. And that goes directly into Jeff's marketing reports in his analytics. In fact, we have the top analytics guy in the industry right here.
Every film has a different audience, a different market, and has a different strategy. So we try to craft that strategy. Primarily what we are developing and guiding are pictures that are sub 10, sub 15 million, okay, with a big cluster around about 5 million or so. And some below that.
We have financed 65 filmmakers since meeting Ray. The majority of people are coming to me for what we're going to call development funding. Some of the programs for production funding can go up to 100% financing. It's 100% financing for the production, not for the development. You have to have development done before you can get into one of those programs. That's why people are coming to us.
Sometimes people have a book that they want to turn into a screenplay, or they just have a treatment or an outline. All of those things we can still work with. We'll set up a free Zoom either before you submit your project or after, whatever one you're more comfortable with. So up here I have my email and I have where you can submit your project.
Hello, I'm Gene Massey with Media Shares, and I'm very excited to be here today at SuperCrowdLA. And they want me to tell you a little bit about what we do at Media Shares. We're a marketing company that markets equity crowdfunding offerings on the internet, helping companies get capital for their businesses. You know, the secret to marketing is, what are you marketing with? What is the creative content that you're using to tell your story? And we try to do it in an entertaining way. We call it advertainment. And we like to mix advertising with some sort of entertainment that makes people want to watch your story. We also do webinars with clients. You can actually do a webinar on a Zoom and stick in some stock footage and PowerPoints and things like that and make it very entertaining and very informative for the company. If you give us a call, sometimes we can tell you what might help improve your marketing campaign, and we like to give free consultations, so give us a call. Check out the Media Shares website to see some samples of the things that we've done, and we'd love to talk to you. And thank you for the opportunity for being here today.
I'm really excited about having the broker dealer is, under Reg CF, companies are limited by regulation to only listing on one funding portal at a time. And so that inherently limits the number of eyeballs that might end up on that offering, right? Because there are certain investors who might say, you know, Net Capital is my preferred platform of choice. I'm a Net Capital investor. And then that's the same case for investors who frequent other crowdfunding platforms. However, that restriction does not exist in Regulation A or Regulation D and doesn't apply to broker dealers. So there's this new opportunity for companies to raise capital under Reg A or Reg D on multiple platforms at once. And so I'm really excited to head to SuperCrowdLA and speak to representatives at the other platform to see if there's an ability for us to work more collaboratively to get, you know, companies more exposure to various investor bases and also to get investors excited about really understanding the full universe and how big this space truly is, because they might just not be aware of all of the investment opportunities that are available to them. So there's a big educational component as well that I'm really excited to focus more on.
This program on investing under regulation crowdfunding is not investment advice.
Superpowers for good, shaping the fate. Investors and dreamers open the gate. SuperCrow stands loud, proud and true, building tomorrow for me and you.
Welcome, everyone, to the Superpowers for Good show from the Super Crowd. I'm your host, Devin Thorpe, and I want to welcome everyone to the show, but I especially want to welcome our new viewers. You know, we're so excited to see that every month our audience grows substantially, and so that means there are new people watching every episode. I want to welcome you and encourage you to watch the entire episode and join us again in the future. Every episode, we feature a great change maker, often a change maker who's involved in raising capital from the crowd, allowing you to participate and even potentially profit from the great work that they're doing. So stick around. You don't want to miss this show. Today, I'm excited to introduce you to Dorian Dickinson, the CEO and founder of Funding Hope. He's a tremendous human being and one of our great supporters and sponsors here at the Super Crowd. Dorian, welcome to the show.
Hi, Devin. Great to see you again.
It's great to have you back. It's been a long time since you've been on the show, but this isn't your first go with us. We're thrilled to have you back. And, I think a lot of folks in our community are familiar with Funding Hope. It's a great crowdfunding portal that is aligned with the 17 SDGs of the United Nations. And I really admire and appreciate that about you. But I wonder if you'd take just a minute and give us a quick overview for the benefit of the folks in our community who are new.
Absolutely. Funding Hope was started as an investment crowdfunding portal in the U.S. We're an SEC-registered FINRA member crowdfunding portal that was developed specifically to connect investors with small business owners and founders who are contributing to UN Sustainable Development Goal targets in disadvantaged and rural communities. These are the communities that are usually and historically been left behind by Wall Street and big banks. And we're here to step in to help democratize access to capital to the founders who need it the most.
That is really inspiring work, and I appreciate you doing it. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Dorian, as you have been working on this inspiring work and effort now for a couple of years, it's exciting to see people actually raising money now on the portal. Give us a sense of some of the companies that are now raising capital on Funding Hope.
Yeah, it's been a long road in certain ways, and in other ways, it just seems like it was yesterday when we started. But in reality, it took us twice as long to get going, and probably cost us twice as much money as we expected to get going. But we're now out there helping issuers attract new investors. And currently, we have a company that is in the health and wellness space who have developed a very unique mobile app to keep people connected. The company is called HomeNet. And then we have another company that is creating eco villages to help people be able to stay in their homes longer, and that is called Neighbor. We have several more companies that are coming on board and will be raising funds in the next month or so. So we're very excited about the deal flow that we have from issuers, of more companies turning to us.
The CMO of Starting, did she leave? Did she leave? I think it was Joanna.
Yes, and she told me she was going to leave. I did not see her leave, but I don't see her here now. I never did get a chance to shake her hand. But she told me she couldn't stay, that she would be late. I don't think so, sadly. But her boss will be here for dinner. Are you sticking around for the VIP dinner?
Is it here? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll be.
Okay, good.
All right. Cool. Thank you.
Just about. We'll be starting in just a minute or two. Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to try.
People in my tuning and where's that? How are you been doing from
Yeah, so that's a camera and that's a camera. So we got two cameras, and I don't know which is which, but one is kind of getting a wide shot, and one's kind of a narrow shot, and he can follow you.
Okay,
So,
great. Well,
yeah.
it's gonna be good. I'm mostly just going to tell stories.
Great.
I hope
Yeah.
that's okay. You said
That's
just
perfect,
go
yeah.
tell behind the scenes
Yeah.
stuff, so I'm going to start
Yeah.
off with one of the, fun, interesting,
Yeah.
and then I'm
Excellent.
going to do 6 kind of the best practices.
Oh, great.
And
Perfect.
I'll try to leave as much, at least 5 or 10 minutes.
That'll be
I timed
great.
myself earlier, about 20, a little over 20 minutes.
Okay, fantastic. You'll be great. I'm sure you'll be great.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's not an intimidating group. So.
Yeah, it's been a really supportive group.
Everyone seems really super friendly.
Yeah.
Your wife's awesome.
She is.
I told her she's working too hard. She's like,
Yeah.
Okay, here's my clicker. Good. I'm hoping the video will just play.
Yeah.
Do you want me up here, or do you want me to come over when you're done?
You might want to have a seat for just a minute. Okay, you guys ready? Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, the first things first. We've got another drawing winner. Let's see. The drawing winner is Chandra Crosby. Is Chandra here? Oh, Chandra! Congratulations, Chandra. We'll mail it to you. Congratulations. Let me invite those of you who are eating cookies. Grab the last cookies and come on in. If you put a cookie in your mouth, you can't talk. So come on in, grab a cookie. If you see someone talking, give them a cookie. Yes. Yes, there we go. Okay, yes, good idea. Let's everybody give Chandra a big round of applause. That took a lot of skill. Big round of applause. Big cheers. Big cheers. Woo! 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 Okay, Eric, grab your friends and bring them in. Okay, Mr. Cox. Bring them in. Bring them in. All righty. We're going to get started. I am excited. So our next drawing is for the fanciest tablet they make, right? So it doesn't get any better than this one. This is the Fire Max 11. Notice Max, right? It's a big deal. This is the one you want. Be sure to enter now. And so if you're watching online, I encourage you with all my heart, please scan the QR code you see on your screen or enter the URL in your browser, 4sc.fun/draw. You want this tablet. This is going to change your life. So get that entry form in right now. I'm going to hold it up there for 3 more seconds. 1 more second. Okay. It is now my pleasure and privilege to introduce Sarah Hardwick. Sarah has done something really incredible. I have invested in a deal that she promoted. She worked for a company called Aptera as the chief marketing officer. And while she was there, I invested in Aptera, the biggest direct investment I've made via regulation crowdfunding or Regulation A. I'm very proud of this. I'm excited. I can't wait. I've also ordered one of the vehicles, all because, and I didn't know it at the time, because of Sarah. So I'm going to turn the time over to Sarah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'm going to share with you today some of the principles behind what made Aptera one of probably the most successful crowdfunding campaigns in history. But before I do that, I'm going to share one of the most memorable stories that's happened to me along the way. So picture this. It's 2020. The founders of Aptera had just reformed the company, and they brought several of us original team members back to be a part of it. So we're going to build the world's first solar electric vehicle. So it's COVID. This is during COVID. Capital was really hard to raise, so we decided we were going to start a crowdfunding campaign on WeFunder. We raised a couple $100,000. We were super excited. That was like amazing for us at the time. But I knew to take this campaign to the next level, we needed one thing. We needed to show the world a working prototype of the Aptera vehicle. So building a solar electric vehicle is pretty expensive, so we set forth to build our prototype. But unfortunately, when it came around to launch, there was not a lot left for marketing. So no ad spend for me, no trade shows. All I had was $10,000. So I did something kind of risky. I decided to put it all into one thing, an epic video. So this was going to be a video powerful enough to launch a movement. And I had a vision of exactly what this video was going to be. I was going to film it in downtown San Diego. I wanted the vehicle with a backdrop of all of the best iconic locations, right? The seaport, the ballpark, everything. And so I did all the work behind it. I went down there. I spent hours tracing the route back and forth and looking at the angles and the light and timing it and making sure every last detail was absolutely perfect. I was ready to go. So the big day comes, and Aptera at the time was working in a little shop. They were sharing an office. It was just, a basic operation. So I'm there. I've got the videographers. I've got the drones. I've got the stylists. I've got the props. I've got everything ready to go. And I walk into the shop, and I see the vehicle, and I see the founders underneath the vehicle, and the vehicle's in pieces. And I'm like, guys, what's going on? And they said, don't worry, Sarah, just going to be like an hour or so. We'll get this thing right up the road. And I'm panicking, of course. And I'm like, okay. And they say, don't worry, like, we know what we're doing here. And I'm like, okay, guys. So I go upstairs in the conference room. An hour goes by. I go back downstairs. They're still under the vehicle, still working. Another hour goes by, and I'm sitting upstairs in the conference room, and my heart is just sinking. All of my plans, all of my vision, everything I had lined up, down the tubes. It's my one budget. I had one shot. And so finally, all day they work. And at 9:00 p.m., we get the vehicle running, and we roll it outside into the business park where Aptera was located, and we get one shot. And that was what we got. So thankfully, the video crew took pity on me. They could see how sad I was, and they offered to come back the next day to do the shoot for free. And part of me, I think they were just really curious what was going to happen. They wanted to like see how this whole thing was going to play out, right? So they said, sure, Sarah, we'll do it. So the next day comes, and I'm ready. We're about to embark. It's going to be the maiden voyage of this first prototype vehicle. I'm going to show the world. So we get downtown, and if anyone has ever seen Aptera, you know that it is a spectacle. You know, you can't drive 3 feet without swarms of people and crowds. And so we're down there. We're in the gas lamp district. We're waving. We're smiling. We're doing our thing. We're feeling really cool, cruising around. And that's just when the vehicle loses power. And so I wave and smile, and we pull into a little side street in front of a fancy hotel, and the engineers jump out and scurry over, and we realize, well, there's something going on with the motors, and so they bring out a blower and they cool the motor off. And we realize, well, we can drive, but we can only go short distances, and then we have to cool it down. So there we go. Throughout my route downtown, stopping and starting, fighting against the light, losing the light, right? Because we have this one day to shoot, shooting out of the back of our founder's Tesla with a broom propping open the back of the hatch of the vehicle. I was determined to get those shots. So we wrapped it up at the end of the day, and that video was the video. That's the parking lot. That's the business park. That's the 9 p.m. business park shot. This video was a video that launched Aptera. It went viral on YouTube, and there's a longer version of it. Went viral on YouTube. It got 1.6 million views, and it was really the foundation for what led to such a hugely successful crowdfunding campaign. It became kind of a core part of the ethos of the brand of Aptera as well. And it was actually 9 minutes long, if you can believe it. So as you can see, I got my iconic shot of Aptera driving under the gas lamp quarter sign. And I also got my ballpark shot. So this was the video that really inspired thousands of people to come to be a part of this movement. So the lesson here is that building a movement is a journey, and it's not without unexpected things happening. So, maybe you have to take a detour, maybe you have to lose power every now and then, but really what matters is how you show up and who you bring along with you for the ride. So today, Today, I'm going to give you 6 of the founding principles behind what made this campaign so successful, and then hopefully leave a little bit of time for questions. And the first principle is believe. Now, when we launched Aptera, our goal was 1,000 to 2,000 pre-orders of our vehicle. And Aptera has well over 45,000 reservations now. They have $1.6 billion in business that they've acquired. They have 20,000 investors. So we far exceeded what those original goals were for that little launch that I just described to you. And, from the very beginning, it was interesting because we saw that Aptera was polarizing. You either loved it and you were mad and wild about it, or you didn't want to have anything to do with it, right? So as I started to see us getting traction and the company was, really taking off, I was curious, what is it that makes these people true believers? What is it that makes them fall in love with this vehicle? What is it that's so special? And so in search of answers, I found a world-renowned consumer behavior expert, a gentleman by the name of Dr. Clotaire Rapaille. And he is well known for uncovering the code behind Folgers Coffee and American Airlines and all of these brands. And he helps to uncover what's really special and unique about the DNA of the company. And he takes you through this process. So he saw the way people reacted to Aptera like that. That's an ambassador. He's so happy to see it. He's, giving it a hug. And Dr. Rapaille was kind of curious too. He said, you know what? I want to find this answer out as well. So we surveyed about 200,000 people. We mined our community for insights. We did focus groups. We did surveys. We did everything. And we uncovered the code for Aptera, which was forward momentum and mobility, which sounds kind of like, well, duh, it's a vehicle, but it was so much more than going from point A to point B. much more than that. The idea of mobility is all about progress towards something new, towards something different. It's away from the status quo. Status quo is a vehicle that looks like a box. This is nothing like that. So this is forward towards a better future, towards creation, not destruction. So for the people who love Aptera to really create believers, we really honed in on this why. And this is where the idea and the concept of solar mobility really came from. And solar mobility is the movement that we inspired at Aptera. And it really started with these insights and with this why, and really with the understanding of what inspired the hearts and minds of the people who were there with us on the front lines. So to build a community of believers, it really starts with understanding and uncovering your why. The second principle is belong. Now, in the very early days of Aptera, we were very short-staffed in the marketing department. So it was me, basically, answering all of the emails, answering the social posts. It got crazy. And then you throw in a crowdfunding campaign, and I was just overwhelmed. I needed help, right? So I kept having all these people saying, well, that's really cool. I love Aptera. I'll help. What do you need? And so finally I got so overwhelmed that I said, fine, great. Let's do this. And I sent out an email and I said, anyone want to help? Awesome. I'm starting an ambassador program. Bring it on. And I was so shocked. I didn't get one response or two responses. I got hundreds of emails from people who are like, I'll do it. They raised their hands and they said, I want to be a part of this. And so I, started an ambassador program. I made an application form, and that was the beginning of what turned into 800 global ambassadors all over the world advocating for our brand and being a part of our brand. And I learned a lot about ambassador programs along the way. So I'll share a couple of those tips with you. So first and foremost, it's about giving them ownership. So you have all these ambassadors and they really want to be a part of something. I actually gave them business cards, which, there are some people on the Aptera team that said, what are you thinking? You've got hundreds of people running around with Aptera business cards and representing the brand? What, are you crazy? And I said, yes, exactly. We've got hundreds of people running around with Aptera business cards representing the brand. That's exactly what we're trying to do. It's what we want. And of course, I gave them talking points and images and scripts and messages and everything that we needed to ensure that the quality of the brand and everything was, consistent and with where we wanted. But giving them that ownership and that autonomy is really important, and not micromanaging, everything that they're doing. I've had people ask in regards to ambassador programs, so what's this thing going to cost me? Like, what are you paying them? Like $10 an hour, $20 an hour? And I said, no, these are all volunteers. These are people who are, just being a part of something because they're excited about it. And really what they want is inside access. And so what they want to be on a webinar where they can ask questions to the CEO and the founders and have that one-on-one access. They want to see the cool, big, giant press that is going to be pressing these vehicles before anyone else gets to see it. And so really what they get and why they do it is this idea of being a part of something bigger than they are, and being insiders and being, special. And so creating that element of exclusivity is really an important part of ambassador programs. Couple other tips. I think what I did, so I didn't just have 800 people like running around doing whatever they wanted. I organized them into committees based on what was important to move the business forward, right? So I needed government affairs. I needed people contacting their congressmen, helping me to get some legislation changed. So I had an ambassador committee focused on government affairs. I had hundreds of thousands of posts and comments on social media, and then someone wants Reddit and someone wants TikTok. How the heck are we going to manage all this? And so I said, great, you ambassadors, you want that? Great, you're the Reddit moderator. Awesome, sign up. And so we had a social media and communications committee. And the beauty of that was that I would go and look sometimes, and if there was like someone who was saying, I don't know what to think about this, or that's wrong, before I even or anyone on my team had a chance to go and correct that, the ambassadors were on it. So they're really your first line of defense. They're really instrumental in helping your reputation. So that was really important and really helpful for us, is segmenting them into committees that really were aligned with where you want the business to go forward. So those are just a couple things, lots of other tips. I will say that the ambassador program is probably one of the cornerstones of Aptera's success in crowdfunding. Really, it has been huge, and I have seen that replicated with not only Aptera, but other companies that I have worked for since. So having a really strong group of people advocating and out there for you, absolutely critical as part of your crowdfunding campaign. So that's the second one. So captivate. Now, I learned with this viral video the importance of having incredible content. And so captivating people was hooking them in. So I wanted to hook them in, and I wanted to keep their attention. And I did that by giving them visuals that they could not look away from. They just could not turn away. And, you can see this shot. This is a really hard one to get, actually. But, part of it is bringing to life the magic that exists in this product. And so for Aptera, it's solar charging. Can you imagine? Powered by the sun. And so we brought to life a lot of the magic that really existed. And part of it was mystery. So there's this balance of wanting to tell everyone everything and give them all the details because they're engineers, they want to know everything. But then you also want to keep a little magic and a little mystery, and you want to keep some excitement. And so I would really paint the picture of, solar charging and a lot of these other things that were really magic. Another thing that we did a lot was we personified the brand. So we had great insights around our customers, and then we connected personally with the vehicles with people depending on their personality. So I'll give you an example. That first vehicle you saw, that was Noir. I named them all. And they all three had unique personalities that aligned with our audience segment. So Noir, pretty badass, right? Batmobile style. Imagine yourself rolling up to the club. You get out. Everyone's looking at you. You're the most important person in the room. And so that was Noir's personality. This is Soul. Soul's about summertime and sunshine and bopping around. And what would your life be like if you never had to charge and you could just do whatever you want and you don't even have to worry? Well, you might go to brunch with your friends, or you might go to the beach or do some yoga or go for a hike. And this was Soul. And Soul was all about this idea of just having fun and in the sun. And then we had Luna, which was our last one. And Luna was about off the grid and technology. And so they all each had their own personalities that really connected in very deeply. And when people feel like they're a part of that story, like that's what my life would be like. I could be that person. I could be getting out of that vehicle. Everyone could be looking at me. That really helps to captivate people. So those are some of the tips in that. So now that you have people's attention, once you've got them hooked, you got to show up. And that's what we really did with Aptera on a very grassroots level. Now, we did even so far as doing like the summer of solar mobility, where we did a whole summer long, where we went out everywhere you can imagine. But there was one critical core rule that my whole team had to follow as it relates to showing up. You know what that is? Stand out. So no matter where we went, we were never at an auto show. We were never anywhere traditional. We were at an Earth Day event. This is at SDSU. We would do crypto events. We would do, the women's professional tennis event. We were at the US Open of surfing. We would go everywhere that our fans and our community and our customers went, and we would engage with them on a one-on-one level. We would give them a chance to see that it's real. And you will be so amazed at how many people came up and said, I'm an investor. I can't even believe this thing is real. Or my friend is an investor. Or I know an investor. Or I have a reservation. And so to get out in the community in places, where you're, one-on-one with your fans, giving them a chance to see that it's real is really critical. And I think one other thing to that I love doing is the element of surprise. So I did a lot of pop-ups where I would just pick a Friday. Every Friday we just pull up to Moonlight Beach or the Board and Brew Sandwich Shop or the skate park or wherever that might be. We'd pull up, park, whatever open lot was there, right? We'd bust out with a bunch of, merch and swag, hand stuff out, and within an hour we'd be gone. And people just loved it. Think about the crowd and everything. And so we would surprise and delight people in places that they would never expect, but also making it real. This isn't some vehicle that's like on a pedestal that is just some concept in someone's mind. This is something that's driving around. It's at the skate park last week. And then imagine, the social media that comes from something like that. The content, the user-generated content of people snapping pictures. And, so that also really fed into that. The next principle is be real. They say that investors fund people just as much as they fund ideas, and I do think that there is some truth to that. So one thing the Aptera founders really had, and they did really well, and they do well, is they're very authentic. So from the very beginning, we didn't have them in stuffy suits. We didn't have them, kind of speaking corporate speak. They're just two dorky guys, just like everyone else. They came up with something and started it in their garage, and they have a brilliant idea, and they're just like us. And we maintained that, appeal. I think it's just very down to earth, and we didn't try to make them something that they weren't. We didn't try to, create something false. We just let them be exactly who they were, and that was really, really helpful. It is a startup, so things happen. And that's true. It's, ups and downs. And so there were a lot of times when things didn't go as planned. And, there were delays or supplier challenges or you name it. There's so many things in the startup environment that we can't control. But my philosophy about it is that transparency builds trust. And so during those times, those were the hardest times. You don't want to say, but you have to be honest with people, and you have to admit when you're going through challenges, proactively if you possibly can, and be honest about what you're doing to overcome those. And I think that type of a relationship with investors, it's so important. And I think it builds their trust and it builds their loyalty, and it also builds their confidence in you when they see, oh, wow, they had a little hiccup, but look, they're better than ever. They're continuing to progress. They're continuing to move. It really does build a lot of trust. So this was actually the Jay Leno show. This didn't go as planned. It was one of our very first prototypes. This is our second prototype. And oh my gosh, we had several things go wrong. But, it's funny because you nitpick everything. The next day I was like, oh, people are commenting about the squeaky this and this, that, and the door not open, and I was just like, oh, it didn't go perfectly. And our head of design, he said, this is great. They're not even questioning whether this is the vehicle of the future. They're talking about the squeaky wheels, so they're already bought in. So you really, we worry. It was like, oh, and it was just funny. But these kind of times you have to be real, and I think it's really beneficial. The last principle is accelerate. Aptera has had a crowdfunding campaign almost continually for the past 5 years. That is a long time to be raising. And of course, there's times and moments during this journey where it slows down, and you have to come up with strategies and ways to continue to keep people energized. So one of the most successful ways that we did that was called the Accelerator Program. And we had a production milestone that we needed to meet, and we needed to raise in the next couple months. So what we did was gamify it. And we went back to those initial insights that we knew about what was going to get people excited, and we knew that they wanted to be first. We knew they wanted to be different and to be first. And so we opened up 2,000 slots, and we gave people priority delivery. So you had to invest $25,000, and that got you on the leaderboard. And then the more you invested, the higher up you got on that leaderboard. And that raised $30 million for Aptera in just a few short months. So that was very exciting. They actually, I think, just reopened that and maybe opened up a few more slots. And I think they just raised a couple more million just in the past couple weeks. So it's really amazing what gamifying and keeping people engaged in that way can really do for success. So that is what I shared today. I wanted to really share some of the good moments, some of the times of uncertainty where I really had to trust my instinct, navigating some of those tough decisions. I really also wanted to share what I've learned, which is, to grow a movement, investors have to feel invited, they have to feel seen, and they need to feel like they're a part of co-creating the future with you. They want to feel like they're a part of, your vision and a part of something bigger than themselves. So hopefully this has given, if there's any of you out there building, hopefully this has given you some meaningful ways to push forward and continue to progress. And if you are, I'd say be real, show up, and trust that the right people will follow you. Thank you. We have 4 minutes for questions, if anyone has any. Sure.
I'd like just to congratulate you on this. I actually live in San Diego, in the marina. Okay.
Have you seen us cruising around?
Yeah. I live across from the Hyatt Manchester and Seaport Village, so your all guys are there.
Oh, yeah. Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Around 40, I would say.
But I would like to add a couple of things, if I may. One is that I teach global marketing and strategy at UCLA and strategic management at Loyola, Marymount. And I always use you as an example of what Peter Drucker used to say. Great leaders can see the future that has already happened. And now everybody talks about EVs right now, but EVs is really a thing of the past. Because all they're doing is improving batteries. But when I show my students, right, your videos, and I say, does this car really need to be recharged? Needs electricity? No. The EV thing is the thing of the past. You're just using EV, right, to come up with it. So congratulations on that, because it's very hard to find example like that, right, where you can see people that saw already the future that has already happened. And second, I'm writing a book. It's titled The Future Society of America, a Hispanic Paradox. And I also use your example because it's very hard to see. In the 20s, I talk about the Hispanic market be $5 trillion, and people used to laugh at me, But now it's like, so your example is fantastic, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. See you around. Hi.
How the current political environment has impacted your customers' thoughts on their
I think the evidence of they just opened up a new round and launched a new initiative, crowdfunding initiative, just a couple weeks ago, and I think they've raised over $4 million so far in just a couple weeks. So I think that's kind of there's a belief that goes beyond political climate, and I think it's just no matter what, that's the future I want, and I'm investing in what I want for my kids, and so I think some of those things might impact, but doesn't seem to have been a huge issue. We started off with a Reg CF, and then we had a rolling Reg A pretty much ever since then. We did it ourselves, yeah, But we hooked it up with, I think it was issuance at the back end at the time. But so when things came in, we would see, and it kind of impacted the leaderboard. So it was pretty easy to hook up. If you invested over 25K, you got on the leaderboard, whether you liked it or not, after a certain time. And I think there was also some swag, some jackets and stuff like that. But honestly, I don't think we even needed that. I don't think, I think those are cool for like the, badging of it, I guess. But at the end of the day, people did it really for that, idea of being there first and getting it first. Literally in, I think it was like less than 4 months, and I would have to fact check that, we raised 30 million. So it was an immediate, it was not even just a lift. It was like our goal was 30 million, and we have to find a way to make this happen, and that was our creative strategy to do it. Yeah. It was a few months, yeah, less than 6 months for sure. I'll have to check exactly the timing, but. Wait, I'm 4? I was just 3. No, It was powerful.
Thank you. Another big round of applause for Sarah. Thank you. Sarah, thank you very, very much. Sarah, can I steal the clicker? Yeah, thank you. It's very, very helpful. That was just inspiring. I'm excited now because we are about to undertake our live pitch. And our live pitch is exciting. We have the best ever live pitch that I've ever had the opportunity. We do these all the time, right? And so this is not our first rodeo. It's not our second rodeo. We've done a lot, and I am just ecstatic with 3 extraordinary opportunities for you to consider. Let me start by introducing our judges. Come on up, judges. Matt, Leah, and Jason, come on up. These are extraordinary individuals. Jason spoke earlier. He'll speak again to wrap up our day. But Jason is the head of Digital Niche Agency, DNA, our lead sponsor. And again, nobody knows more about marketing a crowdfund offering than Jason. So he's like as expert as you get. Leah is the professional at King's Crowd that helps to manage the fund, does all the impact investing analysis, and is as astute about measuring impact as she is about measuring the financial metrics. And Matt is one of the largest investors in the SuperCrowd Inc., an angel investor, a longtime friend. Matt and I go back, 30 years? It's been a long time, 25, 30 years. Yeah. It's been a minute. We go way back. And I'm so glad. I have learned so much from Matt over the years. I'm thrilled that he's the CEO of Ridgecrest Herbal. He's an angel investor, and he also is the interim executive director at Connect Capital, a nonprofit that helps startups raise venture capital in Utah. And they do a great event every year for women founders, which I am excited and proud to have been associated with in some small way. So that's our judges, fabulous judging panel. If you have questions for any of the presenters, I want to encourage you again, to use the link to, scan the QR code here and submit your questions. And whether you're in the room or not, whether you're watching online, I encourage you to use that, because if we don't get to your question live, and there will be very limited time for questions today, please submit your questions so we can answer following up after the event. So our first pitch is going to be from Azure Printed Homes, Ross McGuire. Ross, come on up. Take it away. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Devin. As you might be able to tell, I'm struggling with my voice, so hopefully I can get through this without losing it completely. But welcome, as we like to say, to the next dimension of living. Housing worldwide is a problem. Sorry. Yeah, there's not much space to stand. I'll come this end. So yeah, globally, housing is an issue. I think we can all agree. I could bore you with the statistics, but I think we can all agree that housing globally is an issue. And the methods to build that housing is as reliable as a 3-legged chair. I've been in construction all my life, and my perspective is that we're approaching a 21st century problem with a 19th century solution. And it causes issues like this: heads and hands, timeline, budget, quality out of control, which leads to this, which then also leads to this. So these are the problems that we face. But the motivation that drives us to fix these problems, from my perspective, is these guys. Our kids. Here they are, whiteboarding our next marketing strategy at the office. But it's not just my kids, it's your kids. It's your kids. It's everyone's. It's the future generations that inspire us to 3D print, factory 3D print modular living spaces, it takes us just 24 hours to print each module. We utilize the equivalent of 150,000 plastic bottles in each one of our prints. And then we wire, plumb, and spray foam insulate and complete the entire prefabrication process in our factory so that each unit leaves our factory ready to be lived in and plugged in immediately. So a few stats: 24 hours, that's how long it takes us to print each shell. 30%, that's how much cost we save in comparison with traditional construction. 150,000, that's the equivalent number of plastic bottles that we utilize in our prints. 70% is the time that we save in comparison. And that $35 million is our current pre-order total. So how it works is that our new leads can configure their own unit on our online configurator. Once we have that and their deposit, we have everything we need to be able to 3D print their home, and 4 to 15 days later, depending on the size and the number of modules, is ready to deliver. When it leaves our factory, it leaves on a flatbed truck and then is either craned or forklifted into position, depending on the access that we have at the other end. This one here is an install that we did up in Big Sur. Beautiful spot. Comparing with our competitors, we utilize the technology or the factory technology that we have, and we put it into automation and material development, which gives us the strongest efficiency in relation to time, cost, sustainability, and repeated precision. Our focus right now is residential, but this is applicable across the construction industry. But just looking at the residential market in the US alone, it's a total of over 800 billion. And these are the verticals that it spreads across. I mentioned our pipeline earlier. This is how our pipeline spreads across those verticals. And aside from the contracts that we've signed, we've also seen recognition from a number of awards. Most notably and recently, we received the South by Southwest Innovation Award earlier this year. All of our accomplishments couldn't have been achieved without an immensely talented core team that myself and my business partner, Gene, who you heard from earlier, lead. So to summarize, at Azure, we are building the future. We are housing the future in a sustainable, automated, and beautiful way. If you can see that and you get it, then you're invited to invest. If you can't see that and you don't get it, soon enough you'll see it all around you for yourself anyway. So thank you for having us, and welcome any questions.
All righty. I'm going to turn the time over to our judges. Jason, why don't you get us started?
Excellent presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to grab that water again because I'm struggling.
Beautiful units. What's the business development process look for you guys? How are you putting together these contracts? Are you getting a warm reception?
Yeah, I mean, we get a very strong response just on a B2C side of things through our site.
B2C, yeah.
But we have, it wasn't necessarily the original plan, but we've seen a huge increase in markets that we didn't even anticipate, B2G. So we've got a lot of government contracts for homeless housing. We've got a lot of B2B through the glamping industry, as it's referred to. So delivering units all over the country that are just, when we do them off grid, they can just be rolled up and they can start using them as a resort immediately. So yeah, it's coming at from a number of different angles. And like I said, we see it more as a construction technology that just improves the whole speed, efficiency, and process. And that's, our markets are only going to kind of widen and spread as we move forward, not just in residential, but then into commercial applications as well.
And what's the significance of 3D? I know you showed some of the competitors, some of which have struggled with their sales process, and thank you for going into detail there. Why would you highlight 3D? Why is that the future?
The automation and the customization capabilities. So being able to have really not even an operator. An operator needs to start the print and remove the print, but during those 24 hours, it takes zero input from any labor or manpower. When you compare that with what would be kind of 15 man days to create a shell, waterproof it, apply the siding, apply the roof material, apply the flashing between the two, all of those components are reduced down into one material that's sustainable, but then it also just eliminates that onus on labor requirement.
Great question, Jason. Thank you. I'm trying to understand better what is exactly the end application of your product, because at the very beginning of your presentation, you talked to us about the problems of housing. You show us homelessness, but I also hear that some of your clients get these structures for glamping, and you also showed us, this structure being installed on Big Sur or in the backyard of a pretty, middle class or wealthier house. So how is that really helping to have an impact on homelessness and access to housing?
We have a $5 million contract with the county of San Luis Obispo to provide 60 tiny homes to create a tiny home village for their homeless community in San Luis Obispo. We have another one in Camarillo to house, or 6 units to house their local homeless need as well. And I think even just those initial ones, we've been heavily involved in the one in San Luis Obispo where we're doing the site design and all of the preparation and everything else as well. It will just be a blueprint for other counties and other cities to adopt, not just in California, but across the country.
So one of the things I was trying to wrap my mind around as I was looking at your presentation, obviously there are big savings in terms of labor and speed to market, a lot of those kinds of things. What was less apparent to me was the unit economics, how much it costs for you to print one of these things, what the price is, the going price is. And I had some other questions, but let's go with that one first.
So our price per square foot completed unit runs at around, just for one-offs, runs at around 200 to 220 a square foot. If you compare that with, the LA market, then it's probably 50% of the cost. Across the country, it varies, but that 30% that I quoted is kind of what we show as what we save as in comparison with traditional construction.
Okay. Next question would be IP. What kind of a moat do you have around the production that you're doing now? There's a lot of people doing printing, obviously. Is yours unique, and is it protectable?
Yeah, no one's doing anything quite like we are with the approach that we have. So we have patents pending for our print system. So the rotating table, robotic arm system is our own custom design, which we have patents pending for, as well as the method of printing a unit. You might not have captured it from the videos, but we print the units on their side so that we can print the entire shell, and then we rotate it 90 degrees. And we've spent a lot of R&D time in our material development as well, which is something that we don't plan to patent, and that we kind of keep close to our chest at the moment. We have those.
Okay. Next question would be, what's the exit strategy? How are we going to get money back?
For us, we have milestones of where we want to be and what we want to achieve in the future. One is having 4 factories across the country, 1 in each time zone. We have a second one opening in Colorado later this year. We have plans to add 1 in the Midwest beginning of next. Each factory is capable of getting to 20 to 25 million in revenue. So the milestone of achieving those 4 would be us achieving 100 million revenue. If I'm honest, that is kind of the focus and the immediate goal. What comes from that, whether it's a sale or going public, is kind of we'll see what happens between now and then.
Excellent. Okay, we've got time for a question from the audience, whether you are online or whether you are in the room. Any questions? Okay.
Yeah, so we have the footprint of each. We're a modular approach, so we can print 200 square foot modules. So what we do for larger floor plans is that we then connect those modules together to create larger floor plans. I mean, it's something that people remark on is the volume that you get when you step into one of our units. So we have 10-foot high ceilings on the inside. No, we have predominantly right now 3 different designs that we market: a D, which is the one on the right there, curved one side and solid the other, more of a flat roof. Then we have a more traditional A pitched roof, which isn't shown here. And then the one on the left there is our X unit, which has the option for skylights in the center. But part of our strategy is that we move more to, right now we want to be able to prove how efficient the entire process can be. Our future ambition is to harness the ability to make this more custom to individual owners, so that it is more of a, we could take a picture and put it into the side of the unit. There's that level of customization that we can do. So it's, but it doesn't necessarily prove our point in the efficiency of the entire process from the outset. So it's something that we plan to introduce down the line. Yeah, we have ADU contracts as part of. So on our website, people can order small studios. They can order homes on wheels, tiny homes, or they can order ADUs. Yeah. So.
EW.
Yeah, 35. Yeah. Generally, our payment terms are 10, 30, 30, 30. So we do 10 at contract signing, 30 for, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we try and keep it entertaining for the customers, like through the process, so that we're, keeping them engaged with your materials ordered. It's on its way in. Your print is starting. Like, you can come down and see the print in action as it's happening. We've, yeah.
Okay, Ross, we got a question online. I want to make sure we squeeze this in. Carl is asking, what is your, how will your homes be repaired if they are exposed to high heat like another fire?
I mean, our units are fire retardant, but I mean, as you see from the wildfires that we've had here recently, if a 1,000-degree fire is passing through, then nothing's surviving. But the benefit of having a fire retardant structure is that you're reducing the chance of spread from a distance. So the biggest cause of wildfires getting out of control is that embers will travel long distances and ignite a fire from a long distance. So we have a fire retardant coating and a fire retardant additive that goes into our print material as well.
Fantastic. Well, Ross, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time. Judges, great questions. I'm now excited to, and let me be clear. We're going to, all of you in the room and everyone watching online will have an equal opportunity to vote on some of the prizes. So we will give 2 awards. The judges will choose their favorite offering today, and it's going to be competitive, let me tell you. And you audience members get to pick your favorite, and you're going to have a hard choice, I promise you. So be paying close attention, take notes. Our next presenter is Sharon Samjit Singh. Sharon came by and helped us get all of this room ready yesterday. I appreciate the volunteer effort there, Sharon. That's very, very much appreciated. But Sharon is a serial entrepreneur who's done a lot of great things, but now she's developing a technology for, thank you for pulling up your slide that I was supposed to pull up. But she's building a technology for treating asthma, and it's an amazing high impact thing. So take it away, Sharon. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Well, good afternoon. Sounds kind of silly to say, but it's true. When you can't breathe, nothing else matters. So the first time that I almost died from asthma, I was 5. It was Mother's Day. My family was preparing for a fun day where everybody were going to go to church, have a great lunch, but I couldn't wake up. And I remember that morning and that evening in the hospital watching my mother cry as I lay there on oxygen. My sister, who was 9 at the time, tells the story of my dad, the original tough guy, pulling aside the car on the drive home, breaking down sobbing just because he was so afraid of losing me. Chronic respiratory diseases like asthma and COPD are silent thieves. They rob families of joy, peace of mind, and futures. And 690 million people have them, but more than that are affected. All of the families just want to break free from this almost constant fear. And so that's why I'm proud today to talk to you about our Nightingale product. And that's our drive. We're bringing peace of mind to billions of people around the world. And what we do is we're an AI healthcare company that is redefining the way that chronic diseases are managed. And we're starting with diseases of the lungs. We've been featured in Forbes because of our significantly improved outcomes compared to the status quo. And we're proud to be rated a top deal by KingsCrowd. So what is this magic? We actually improve outcomes significantly compared to the status quo. And I want to talk about what the status quo is. The status quo is more than 40 years when I was diagnosed to now, we're still telling people with asthma and COPD, if we take our meds, everything will be okay. It isn't. I almost died 5 times. With our system, 100% of people report fewer symptoms. 90% of people sleep better, and 2 out of 3 people report no attacks within weeks. We're the first wearable and the first respiratory solution to be backed by the Validation Institute. So what is this magic that I speak of? Well, our differentiation is really in our proprietary wearable. I'm holding it up here. And what it does is it sits and listens to lung and organ sounds continuously. It takes those sounds and it interprets them with AI and provides proactive insights, predictive insights. What we're really doing is creating a whole new category of data and using that data to transform passive monitoring into proactive care. And it's not just theory. The University of Rochester has proved that we can predict asthma attacks up to 3 months in advance. We have 14 patents allowed, 10 pending across the globe, and 3 million data points to date from customers. But it's more than just the device. What we do is we seamlessly blend this with a human system as well as expert insights and accommodations for social determinants of health to create a platform where the only outcome that we look for is a person who is empowered to be an expert at managing their condition. And that's our goal. So yes, we have good impacts, we have good outcomes. But why we are a fantastic business is because we're addressing 2 key problems. One of them is the fact that every year the US spends $46 billion on avoidable costs. So that's $46 billion in ER visits, hospitalizations that didn't have to happen. And the outcomes are really poor. At least 1 in 3 people with these conditions will have at least 1 ER visit every year. And because we make such a significant impact and solve those 2 problems, we're having a huge year this year. In January, we launched a partnership with the Asthma and Allergy Foundation of America, the leading advocate for people with asthma in the United States. In February, we launched a pilot in a school in Pennsylvania in an underserved district, paving the way for statewide rollout. In March, we were named the exclusive respiratory supplier for a coalition of 300,000 lives, and we're planning for a July rollout with a national Medicare managed care organization. And so that brings us to $12 million in annual recurring revenue. Now, respiratory alone, significant market with just 690 million people, we have a $3 billion service obtainable market. Think about the other organs we can listen to, the heart, the stomach. That grows our sum to $30 billion, just like that. I lead a fantastic team that makes all of this happen, helping us to achieve our mission. This is my 4th successful commercialization of a technology. My chief medical officer is a former chief medical officer of a Blues plan. My head of growth helped to scale Lark Health, the unicorn that it is today. And my SVP of business development actually 10x sales at Medscope before it was acquired by Medical Guardian. We're raising Reg D and Reg CF round simultaneously, led by Sapphire Partners, VCs out of Boston, with $1 billion in assets under management, and everyone on WeFunder is investing on the same terms as our lead investor. That's something they and we insisted on. So this is a marvelous opportunity to join us at an inflection point. Our technology is proven and demand is exploding. Everything that we're raising now is to service the contracts that we have now and that we are close to closing. And really, we're in a fundamentally different position from a pipeline and contract perspective from when we started our round. So the valuation is very, very attractive given where we are now. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very, very, very much. Leah, do you want to get us started?
Let's go. Sharon, as you've shown earlier, KingsCrowd already invested in your deal. So I've spent a lot of time looking at your company. And I was actually very skeptical at first because I have a parent with COPD. I've seen her use so many medicines. None of them are working. And so for people here who maybe are not familiar with asthma and COPD, can you kind of explain to us why your product is really different from the rest out there and what can you actually help patients?
Yes. So thank you for sharing that, and I'm glad we got over your objections. Yeah. So asthma is, both of them are chronic diseases. Asthma is often affecting all age ranges, but often women more than men. COPD tends to be diagnosed age 45 and older. And COPD especially, I'll address that later to shorten time. The lungs become like very stiff is a way to think about it. You get a lot of mucus and you can't expel things. What we do differently is we help people a few things. One, the right medication means a lot, but there are other things. We help people find the right medication for them. The other things that we do are several lifestyle things and environmental things that we help people to figure out so they avoid what is called their triggers. They stop the self-limiting beliefs that they can't do this, they can't do that. We help them set goals, we help them figure out what their triggers are, and we help them address the things in their home that may be difficult. I'll just give you 2 examples of people. We had one woman who had adult onset asthma at menopause. Yes, it's a thing. Like if we didn't have to deal with enough. But yeah, so she had adult onset asthma and she had stopped singing, she had stopped jogging, everything that actually could have helped her. She stopped. We figured out she was not on the right meds. We empowered her to have that conversation with her doctor, so we didn't have to do it. She became her ambassador, Sarah, her own ambassador, and she was able to get on the right meds. Within 6 months, I think one of her testimonial might be up here. Within 6 months, she was back to singing, jogging, and her pulmonologist said her lung function had improved. People with COPD, we've got them without oxygen, walking to the mailbox first, and then they understand that they can do more. We provide devices to help them clear mucus, and we really, in COPD, it's about stopping the decline and getting them the right meds, getting them to exercise, believe they can exercise, getting them to eat enough, and then we see consistent gains from there.
Another question for me. How much does it cost? Is this covered by insurance? And for people who don't have insurance, how can they still access this product?
Yes, good questions. So right now, we do have a small D2C website that we keep up. We don't really look at that because most of the people that we want to serve are covered by insurance or don't need insurance or don't have insurance. So for those who don't have insurance, we have partnerships like we have with the Asthma and Allergy Foundation. We've also partnered, we're one of the only companies that's partnered with both the Asthma and Allergy Foundation and the American Heart Association to serve people in underserved areas, and we will continue to do that. Otherwise, our contracts are with insurance companies or people who care about the cost of healthcare. And that's why we're getting all that traction now. Because we reduce costs, we have that, and so it becomes a covered plan under an insurance.
As I understand it, you're at 12 million ARR now?
No, with the contracts, we are at 5 million ARR with the signed contracts. So we call it contracted revenue. In digital health, you have to pay as you engage people. You sign the contract, then you engage people. And then with the contract that we're rolling out in July, we will be at a $12 million contracted ARR. Yeah.
Okay. I assume you're already FDA approved if you've got this kind of revenue, right?
So we do not need FDA approval for the device because we are surrounding it with a system of care. This is marketed as a wellness device, and we use the claims that are appropriate to that. There is an FDA strategy to be pursued, but right now we fall into a category that the FDA chooses not to regulate.
Okay. If you go FDA approval, is that 510K?
Yeah, it's just a 510K clear predicate already identified. Yeah.
What do you anticipate the exit strategy to be?
That's a great question. So we anticipate that we will be acquired. Your talk this morning earlier was very interesting because you can tell that we're mission focused. So our acquisition will only work with somebody who is just as enthusiastic about us as us, about democratizing access, as well as improving outcomes. And we believe there are several companies like that in this space who are actually in adjacent disease spaces that would want to acquire us. That being said, we are focused on controlling our destiny. So right now, in April 2026, we forecast we will be EBITDA positive. In August 2026, we'll be cash flow positive, and therefore the acquirers will come knocking, but then we get to decide what we want to do.
Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
As a marketer, I analyze these decks. It looks very good. I love the social proof at the end here. As an investor with the background of marketing, I have to ask, what's been working for you thus far? I've seen the milestones each month, growth metrics. How are you going to be scaling from here?
Yes. So we have a very clear roadmap of how we scale because others like us have done before. Healthcare is not the easiest field to sell into. What you see here is the result of really a 12 to 14 month revenue cycle of disciplined sales processes. But the key is when you get one employer healthcare coalition like we have, the rest follow because you presented a couple of conferences. You get one managed care organization like we have done that is part of a very large organization. All of their other entities follow, and then the other plans follow because it may or may not be part of the largest insurer group in the country. And therefore, that is a plan to scale. We are laser focused now on executing well against those initial contracts, because once you do that in healthcare, the dominoes fall into place. And it's really very easily scalable across there. You have lots of companies. Hinge Health, which is IPOing now, has a device plus human component, and they're doing very well. So $390 million in revenue last year. So it's easily scalable.
And the total addressable markets really brought it to life for me. And I'm always curious, how can you intentionally do it? Capital comes in. A question we're going to be asking on the judges panel and everyone in this room. To start, why are you a better investment than other issuers on WeFunder? And why are you, a standout for this pitch competition?
Why am I a better? You're never going to find a more mission-focused organization than us. There may be others equally focused. There is so much impact to be made, not just in respiratory, but across the other disease conditions that we work in. The other thing that you need to consider is, let's talk about democratizing access, not just through crowdfunding, but really about how we get all of the people or in the world, or a good majority of the people in the world, to really understand their health better and move forward. It's not going to be with invasive blood tests for 8 billion people. It's going to be with democratization of things that track unique things to people that then tell them what's going right or wrong. Sound, this is my soapbox issue. Spoiler alert, sound does not depend on race, gender, zip code, or ethnicity. The sound that our organs make. It's the great equalizer, and I'm really proud of the work that we do to develop this new digital biomarker. So that, I think that answers why we stand out both in WeFunder and why we stand out as an investment, because we are the first mover advantage in this novel category of data. And while I've talked about an exit in only chronic disease management, there's a whole data play here that we could spend another day talking about.
Excellent, excellent. Let's take one question from the audience. Anybody have a quick question? Dion?
Completely non-invasive, mass personalization at scale. It sticks on with, right now, a 3M adhesive. Not giving a plug for 3M, just saying that's what it is. It sticks on. I wear mine under my side here, under my clothing. And a key to that was a lot of people with these diseases, everybody knows when we pull out an inhaler anyway, right? So having something hidden, like a little buddy on your chest, just monitoring you non-invasively, is actually key to what we do.
Excellent. That was a great quick question and a great quick answer. We have time for one more. Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Uh-huh. Well, strange but true, pigs cough. And if a pig is coughing, everything in the pen around that pig has to be destroyed. So unfortunately, pigs would eat this off of other pigs, but so there are other technologies in the market. But yes, there are certainly applications in race horses as well as other animal sports where there's high value livestock. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Sharon. Everybody give Sharon a big round of applause. Phenomenal presentation. I am so excited. Are these great companies? Where do we do the clicker? Oh, yeah, there we go. I tell you, my brain isn't up to the information I've heard today. It's a good thing we recorded all of this so I can re-watch it over and over to finish learning. Remember, if you have questions in the room or online, I encourage you to submit them this way. Obviously, you can raise your hand, but we may not be able to get to you. And this is a great way to make sure that your questions get answered if they can't be answered live. And our next presenter, we saw him earlier today, but Doug Wilmore from WorldTree will be our next presenter. Doug, take it away.
Great. Thank you so much, Devin. I'm excited to present WorldTree's EcoTree program to you today. We believe that the world needs a new kind of lumber. Why? The demand for lumber is set to increase by more than 400% by 2050. We have more than 30 species that are on their way to extinction, permanent extinction or commercial extinction. Redwood, western red cedar, birch, beech, ash, all of those are in extreme shortages. People in the wood and lumber industry, manufacturers report extreme supply chain challenges because of climate change. And then most hardwood species just don't grow fast enough. Most hardwood species are 30, 40, or 50 years, even if we were planting enough trees to be able to withstand the demand. And so for us, the solution is the fastest growing hardwood tree in the world, the Empress Splendor tree. It's, let's see, there we go. So you can see there on the screen, the really big leaves, a unique photosynthesis process of this tree. You see the 18-month-old tree, how large that is. We'll get 20 or 25 feet of growth in the first year. And by 8 or 10 years, we have a 60-foot tall tree. You see this tree is 10 years old in Tennessee, on one of our farms in Tennessee. And then we can harvest that into really valuable, high-quality lumber. So Bloomberg called it the world's best carbon capture technology. We agree. It's there, it's available. That entire tree is full of carbon. And so the plan for us is we sequester carbon and high value, long lasting products that all of us need every day. So these are some of the products that we're selling into right now. Surfboards and paddle boards. We have a really great contract with an electric boat manufacturer where the guitar industry, almost all guitars are made out of ash, and ash is on its way to commercial extinction. They're looking for replacements. We sell regularly to Fender now. The biggest issue we have is lack of supply. But you see on the left there that the markets that we can sell into, the niches that we can sell into that we really fit well with. It's a $170 billion wholesale market in North America. We would have to be at least 10 times the size we are now to even be a blip on the radar. So it's a huge market. It's growing by 7% a year, year over year over year. And that's the wholesale value, not retail. So the competitive landscape, we are the largest grower of empress trees in this hemisphere. No one else has commercialized this species. Very friendly, very non-invasive in this hemisphere. It's renewable, it's regenerative. You could say it's the only renewable lumber on the market. Bamboo's not a lumber, but it also takes it's a fiber, but it also takes a real environmental footprint to process that into a somewhat usable product that ours doesn't. So our traction right now, we have more than 375 farms. We've got over $300 million worth of lumber in the ground. Wow, that. There we go. Okay. We've already raised $17 million for this program, for the EcoTree program. Almost 2,000 individual investors, many from the crowd, like people like yourself. We're excited to have them on this journey with us. And then the most important thing, we have 9 years of R&D. We have this down. Is that for the last 4 growing years, our growth, our survival, our yields have surpassed all of our guidelines and metrics in our models. So we've got this down. We have a waiting list of high quality farmers in every country. Our only limiting factor is capital. So the EcoTree investment model, we actually sign up individual farmers. They put up the acreage. They put up the time and labor to do the daily maintenance. We supply high quality plant material, oversight, guidance, management, all the way through handling troubles and problems. Then we harvest everything and we share the profits with you, the investor, and with our farmers and with WorldTree. And believe me, we set up WorldTree to make a profit and produce returns. Yes, we make a huge impact, but we're all about producing returns for farmers, for investors, for ourselves. And so we urge you to be able to go to our deal page and look at the terms of the deal. And I think you'll be really impressed with what you see. We have a really great management team. I've had a successful exit of a healthcare company I helped build. My CFO has. Our board has raised more than $2 billion in capital, one with a successful $500 million IPO. We're really set to continue to build this program and produce impacts and returns for everybody. Thank you very much.
Great presentation, Doug. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Matt, do you want to get us started?
Sure, happy to. This is obviously a tree that already exists in nature, therefore probably not patentable. What's the IP moat that prevents others from taking your space?
We have 20 exclusive genotypes that we own. That's number one. We worked with a scientist in Australia to develop those. The second thing, and this is most important, let's suppose you're a warehouser and you want to come in and start to plant thousands of acres in North America, where would you go for the operational details of the genotypes to use, the nutrition to follow, the soil to use, all of that? It doesn't exist. We have it. We developed it with 9 years of R&D. Weyerhaeuser would have to do that same thing, 7 to 8 years minimum R&D on the ground, because it doesn't exist here. If you wanted to grow pine trees in Alabama, you could easily go get that data. No one has ever commercialized it here, so that data is not available to other competitors at this point. So at the very minimum, we have a huge head start. So that's the biggest limiter, is time. You can't go into a shop and manufacture a tree. It takes time to grow it. You have to test it. You have to know what works. And we're so much better now than we were 6 years ago, 7 years ago, and that's all the R&D part.
I'm going to kind of go on Jenny's territory here related to structuring deals. I've been working on World Tree deals for about 4 years now. My understanding is that investors are not investing directly into World Tree, the parent company, but they're every time investing into a new one-off offering. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So we actually have an LLC. We issue, so when people invest, they're actually buying units in an LLC. We issue new units every year for a new planting year. So one of the things we love about how we structured this is the investors share the risk together, so that this year we'll probably have 75 new farms. If one of those farms goes bad, it's not all on Jason, who invested in farmer A in Costa Rica, is that's shared amongst everybody. So the profits are shared, the risks are shared. And so we issue a new round of units every year for a new planting round. And then when we harvest, the investors share in those profits collectively.
And you just heard a word that can get a lot of people scary here. You use the word LLC.
Yeah.
So 4 years ago, I was brand new in the industry. I invested into an LLC. And it's only after that I realized they will only give me my K1 tax return in October. Terrible experience. I hate filing my taxes since then. And also invested in World Trade in your last offering last year. I already had an LLC screw up my taxes, so I didn't really care anymore. But I had the pleasure to get an email from you saying that you were doing your best to get filings by April 15 this year and by March by next year. Can you kind of tell us more how LLC is going to impact positively or negatively investors?
Well, one of the great things about our LLC, and it's just the way this investment is structured, that we're growing trees, is an investor, so you, because Leia's invested in World Tree, or in the Eco Tree program, she'll receive a K1 that will show a passive loss. And so the first 2 years, you'll receive a passive loss that will almost equal your entire investment. So for investors who can take advantage of that, it's a really great tax write-off. And then, of course, you're going to get a K1 in year 8, 9, or 10 that will show a profit. You're going to have to pay taxes. But in the meantime, you've gotten the write-off. I know this year the K1s are not out yet, but the loss numbers are out yet that we are able to send to people. We have an issue with, we focus on operations when we do our audit and when the accountants need things. And, the K1s I think will be out in the next week or two, but we did send loss numbers out because the tax numbers are done, or at least the tax calculations are done. So, yeah, at least you don't have income to mess up your tax returns, at least not right now. Yeah.
Very impressed by the partnerships, the wait list. How have you been able to put that together? Are you able to ramp that up? You said with the use of proceeds, you'll be able to activate those deals. Will they dry up if you're not able to raise enough capital soon enough? Basically, how's growth going to occur? And on both sides of the marketplace.
Yeah, sure. So on the offtake side, the biggest limiter we have is lack of supply, because we're harvesting our first farms next year. Right now, we have small growers. I mentioned President Carter. grew some trees on his farm. So we have some small independent growers that we go out and purchase, harvest, mill, sell. It's really the single biggest issue we have. We use that to sell to Fender now and to have other manufacturers use them for trials and so on. But starting next year, we're able to ramp up the supply we have, and we fully expect to be able to ramp up our offtake agreements with it. On the farmer side, yes, if we don't have enough capital, the farmers on the wait list will eventually go somewhere else and decide to do something else with their property. Right now, our farmer wait list comes from referrals. We don't market at all, especially in Mexico, Costa Rica. A farmer sees what their neighbor's doing and they say, in Costa Rica, we'll have trees as high as this ceiling in the first year. And the neighbor sees that and says, hey, what's going on here? And so they tell them about World Tree. Next thing you know, we get a call, we qualify them, do the soil tests, all that sort of thing. So farmer supply is the least of our issue. It's really capital at this point for the EcoTree program. And we've never had to have a farmer wait more than one season. I think we've got a pretty long wait list this year that we're hoping to fill it all and have a really great year. But it's word of mouth and referrals of seeing other successful farmers that lead them down this pathway.
And that word of mouth, that referral, once you're delivering, is going to be able to get you to the next levels.
Yeah, and I'll also say this. You go through the Southeast and you see thousands of acres of pine property or ex-pine property, and those farmers are not making money on that. They didn't make money, they're not making money, and they're actively looking for replacements for what can we do, what's better. They too see their neighbors and say, wow. And so for us, the next part of that program will be delivering successfully on the first crop that we have. The first harvest we have is entirely sold. It's about 1 million board feet of lumber. It's sold to a net zero factory that's being built here in LA. So yeah, we're excited about being able to deliver on those parts of the equation and being able to show people that, yeah, you can produce this big impact and produce returns for the multiple partners we have.
And last question, always curious, and I think it speaks a lot to the brand, to the founder, to the mission. Why did you choose to run a regulated investment crowdfund campaign?
We call it internally democratizing the movement. How many people are here have an opportunity to invest in forestry? Maybe if you got a minimum 250,000 or something like that, that's conventional forestry that's truly unsustainable. So, as I spoke earlier today, when you get, we've gathered 2,000 people together and created an asset value worth more than $300 million. You couldn't do that anywhere else, really. And so, we continue to, we get offers from other people to scale with other ways and other things, and we continue to plan on having a Reg CF every year. It's part of our soul and who we are and what we're about, and it's really a big part of what we love about what we've done, is helping individual investors make money, offset their carbon footprint, helping small farmers, and that's really at the soul of who we are.
Okay, we got to wrap up.
All right, one last question for
Yeah.
you. I know that at the very beginning, you had, back in 2016, I believe, you had a lot of losses of trees, but you also had a different return structure.
Yeah.
Have you been able to improve that, and what does the tree survival rate look like right now?
So listen, the tree survival rate, and by the way, we replace every lost tree the second year. So when I say the tree survival rate, it's trees that are lost after the first and the second year. The tree survival rate the first year is 13%. Those investors, we're predicting next year will still receive close to 3 times their investment because the investment was, the price per unit was so low. It's about 5 times higher now than then. We model a 65% survival rate and we're hitting 85%. So yeah, our last 4 years were way over the target, both yield, growth, survivability. We're selling lumber for higher than that. The prices are higher than what we model. And again, we don't read about it on the front page of the newspaper, but man, the lumber shortages in the markets out there related to climate change are massive, and they're not going away.
Okay, that was great. Give Doug a big round of applause. You three need to pick a winner fast because Jason's up in 5 minutes. So you got about 5 minutes to go figure out who won, the judge's choice. Meantime, all of you are going to vote. Okay, run away. I would maybe go outside so we can't hear you. Matt, the other outside. Yeah, sorry. Too many outsides around here. Okay, so you get to vote. And I think that I neglected to create the vote slide. So I'm going to tell you where to vote. So ignore the screen. Well, here, let me create it on the fly. Forgive me. Okay, so we're going to do a file. Excuse me, forgive me. What have I done? Maybe I shouldn't do this on the s4g.biz. So /vote, s4g.biz/vote. So s4g.biz/VOTE. How many bizzes do you think we need? Yes, not biz. That's because I programmed my computer to do the biz for me, and I forgot that. Okay. So that's not asking a question, that's voting, but that is now on the screen where you can see it. s4g.biz to vote, not ask a question. That's pretty apparent when you get there. All of you should be voting. We will give everyone online and in the room about 10 minutes to vote. Then we'll figure out who won, and we'll announce the winner after Jason speaks. And so we'll hold the news for about 25 minutes. But we're very excited to see what you think. So please, all of you, vote. s4g.biz. If you're online, please, s4g.biz, vote. We are eager to see your comments. We also, let me take this time to announce the winner of the drawing, the last drawing. Promise you won't leave. Okay. Promise you won't leave if I announce the winner. Because you want to hear who won, right? You want to hear who won. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and announce. Julianne won. Julianne, congratulations. She won the Fire Max 11. It's going to change your life, Julianne. Congratulations. That's a big deal. I want that. I want to see it one of these days. We'll mail it to you. So vote, s4g.biz/vote. Were there any troubles voting? Okay, it worked. Okay, good. Glad it worked. We'll tally the votes and make an announcement when Jason is done. And we're excited. Let me introduce Jason. Well, yeah. No, let me do one other thing here that I was going to do later. give Jason and the team a couple minutes more to chat, and let me just improvise a little bit. And online, Chandan and Aaron, I'm going to play the video here, the appropriate thank you video for our sponsors.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. You can't argue with success, but you can learn from it. Put the best to work for you. Book a call today.
At Proactive Realty Group, we invest in more than properties. We invest in people. Our Income and Growth Fund delivers strong returns by revitalizing affordable housing, preserving communities, and offering second chances. Join us in building sustainable wealth with measurable impact.
My name is Ray Ellingson. I'm a partner at Moving Pictures Media Group. We are a full-service film and television production company. We provide production and development services for clients, which includes analytics, marketing, budgeting, distribution, and financing for those clients for all film and television content.
Expert Dojo backs bold founders building a better world. Join over 260 startups accelerating growth with global impact.
Ready to grow your business for investment or exit? Springfork Consulting. Expertise for founders who dream big. Let Fred Pena help you make your move.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with MediaShares.com, and I'm very happy to be participating in SuperCrowdLA.
Invest in tomorrow's changemakers today. NetCapital makes it easy for everyone to invest in startups shaping the future. Start your journey at netcapital.com.
We're incredibly grateful to the supporting sponsors and co-hosts who help make SuperCrowdLA possible. Their commitment to empowering changemakers, uplifting underrepresented founders, and building stronger communities is what makes this event more than a conference. It's a movement.
Jason of Digital Niche Agency. And Jason has become a dear friend. I'm incredibly grateful to him for his leadership and the value he brings to the community. That didn't go well. Okay, sorry. Try as I might. Now it seems to have worked. Sorry, I apologize. But Jason is great. Jason, come on up. We're thrilled to have you here. Thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to your closing thoughts.
Thank you, Devin. I said it this morning. Let's hear it again for Devin. I got calls from Devin every week leading up to the conference. He's so passionate about this, does not have to, and is really a stand for impact, a stand for all of you, for founders. So really, it's an honor for us to be a part of it. And if you don't know me, I run an investor marketing agency called DNA. I've had the opportunity of working on over 500 of these raises that have collectively produced 9 figures of capital. I talked about how exciting of a month this has been for the industry, for April. We've had a list of campaigns hit 7-figure marks this week before the April 30th date. We're working on Regulation A+ campaigns that are doing millions a week. One surpassed 35, other in the 20s. All this month, it's occurring. There's speculation that there's a contrast or response to the public markets accordingly. And for me, it's all about setting up these campaigns for success. It's a marketing exercise. I talked about the marketing value you get from these initiatives well beyond the capital, with the thousands of investors you bring in on a successful campaign, how they share the marketing value, the impressions, everything that comes from these rounds themselves. I was taking notes throughout the whole day. Sarah Hardwick was sharing that it's about the story. I've learned from Sarah on how to build audience personas. And was her presentation captivating or what? I just picture the amount of months, the amount of time it took to put that together, and encourage everyone to take those same steps. If you understand your audience, who you're going after, you're not just looking at the cost of capital, but what you're building and the actual words that are going to engage these individuals, you're going to get a lot further. And the metrics will look better. Over 100 million, they'll look better. But at first, it's a matter of figuring that out. And so many founders just want to skip into, how do we get a good direct response? How do we get a return tomorrow? And that is a standout. I hear that on many of these top Reg A campaigns. It starts with strategy. We're going to be talking tomorrow morning about how we approach, pre-launch, and whether you're running a formal test the waters campaign or just setting up the roadmap on how you're going to get to the goals, how you're going to get to the traffic that's necessary, where if you're getting an effective conversion rate and a good average investor value, you're able to hit your goal. I'll hear from founders at times, equity crowdfunding is just not working for me. And we don't know whether we're going to continue as a business in some cases if it doesn't. That's what I want to talk about for a moment. But I'll look at their campaigns, and at times they have a good conversion rate. There's under 1,000 people who've been to their offering page, and it's just a matter of finding more of the right individuals to get there to be able to hit what they need to continue. And was talking with my team saying, hey, what do we want to emphasize here? I spoke this morning, I'm speaking tomorrow. What should I really focus on? And the message is, don't give up. We talked about the spike at the beginning of the campaign, and everyone's playing for a strong closing, fear of missing out. Let's get a lot more investors in the door, but that's uncomfortable. As a marketer, I'm sure it's even more so as a founder of, hey, is this really going to happen? Are we going to get millions of dollars? Are we going to get hundreds of thousands of dollars during the last 24 hours, the last 7 days? And there's different ups and downs throughout the course of the campaign. Our account director, Abby Kerr, calls it the hard middle. And you have to come up with messaging that's exciting, not just on the surface, but what are the updates? What are the headline-worthy announcements? What's shareable? When we talk about content marketing, it's about content that's designed to stimulate social sharing and third-party validation, third-party coverage, third-party links. So what does that look like all the way through? Who's going to be talking about it from there? And it's so easy to look at the performance and say, hey, this isn't a winning bet. We tried it. We put up an offering page. Let's see if some more investors get through, but how much more effort can we put towards it? And I mentioned the stats earlier that, the median in Reg CF's not particularly strong, about 100, 110K, meaning half of issuers don't surpass that. The 2024 King's Crowd metric showed for Reg A, 1.7, 1.8 million, where that fits into Reg CF territory. Top 10% on Reg CF, 750 or more, top million or more is 7%. We're looking at how to raise $1 million campaign and heard from portals and got the recommendations. A lot of those were around traffic and buying, advertising, getting covered by financial email newsletters, publishers to get enough people there. Whether it's from your community, whether it's organic, whether it's through advertising, you have to get enough people there, and with the right messaging. My podcast is called Test, Optimize, and Scale, and that's our approach towards marketing. It's something I say a lot. Have had over 195 guests, founders, portals, people in this room, some of the top names in the space, and they all have that similar message of you have to put it out there, you have to continue to manage to a point of effectiveness, and you have to scale from there, and really, really, really scale. I said the most proactive founders have the most successful campaigns. I could tell you our Regulation A Plus clients are on the phone with us daily talking about ad spends. It was a busy week in that regard. I mean, you're talking tens of thousands of dollars in a day in some of these cases. But, we had campaigns performing at 17.1x on one day click-through pixel data, 35x, and in this month. And that, of course, that's put in front of you, say, okay, we want to get this higher. But those same founders were saying, hey, we're at 2-3x. Let's get a lot more of these guys. Let's get a lot more of these investors. And with volume, you're going to see some larger investors come through. With volume, you're going to have more people sharing what you do, telling their friends, their family. I play golf. We talk about this stuff when we're out there, whatever your hobby is. Jazz Parker is part of the Run Club in Venice. He's telling people what he's up to and hearing about Web3 opportunities and other investments. You want social sharing. You want peer-to-peer marketing. So if you have more shareholders, even at those lower return levels, they often get much higher. I talked about how they've improved over time for those specific campaigns, but in the same breath, it's a matter of hitting those traffic goals and seeing the returns all the way through. Want to share a story, and about not giving up. We were introduced to a healthcare client a few years back. And they were stuck, 105K raised, median, so not horrible. At the same time, it was that conversation of, hey, we're thinking about stopping our equity crowdfund campaign. We're not sure if we're going to be able to continue as a business. Let's run some advertising. Let's see what happens. And the first month we saw over a 2x. Not great, but they leaned into it. And we did more. And then they bought more advertising, more of the traffic that was converting for them. Continued doing that until they hit their goal of 1.235. Ran another campaign afterwards. They've been able to stay in touch with those investors. They do early stage detection of heart disease and cancer. We've been to their locations. I've been multiple times in Florida. And they show us pictures on the wall and really, bring us in as part of the team and say, hey, these are lives we've saved. And you guys were a part of that. And for me, looking at advertising analytics all day, that's a standout. It's something that says, we have to tell clients, we have to tell them, don't stop. It was a slower week. Maybe it was a negative return on ad spend that week, but we have to go back to the drawing board. We have to figure out which channels we're going to run, which audiences, creatives, and funnels, the movable pieces that we need to create. We need to continue to test out. We need to continue to optimize to their best ability and look for the outliers to scale up. That's what we do on campaigns that are plateaued. That's what we do on campaigns that are scaling, sometimes at greater lengths for the ones that are doing great. And we wish we could swap out the reports and know that client would be very happy with that performance. But it's what we have to do. It's what we map out in a plan for groups that are pre-launch and try to prepare them for this. But at the same time, it's not till you actually experience it. But like I said, I want to see a higher success rate industry-wide. I go over the stats with prospective issuers. I go over the stats with groups that are live and trying to figure out what to do next and strategize with them so they're not in these situations. I want to see more of the companies that are scaling. That same clinic I mentioned to you now has 4 locations. They're building franchise partners. They have much bigger plans and what they're going after. It's exciting to be part of the calls. And that's how I really look at these tools. It's a way to reach millions of people, bring in thousands of investors if you're getting the right conversion rate, and really have a strong marketing rollout as part of the process. So that's why we do it. We could just focus on e-commerce campaigns as an advertising agency, but this is far more fulfilling for us. It's difficult. Not every campaign works out, and it's a matter of the best shot towards success that you can get. But if you listen to all the recommendations you heard today, there's going to be presentation at dinner. If you listen and apply everything that's being put together, I believe that this is going to be the primary vehicle to raise capital. We live our lives. Thank you, Brian Christie. We live our lives online. not a question mark that we're going to continue to be brought to new deals, both as accredited and retail investors through these communication channels, and that the power of the crowd can raise around. We talked about, Brian brought up Newsmax earlier. Companies are using Reg A to then do a direct listing. The tools, the tech, everything is changing right in front of us. And the power of thousands of people and even small transactions at that can fill the rounds that we believe will have an impact in the world, will have growth, be able to take on more market share. And I go to microcap conferences, friends with a lot of investment banks, VCs. I'm not going to say, hey, these things are going to die out as much as this will be the primary. 8,700 Reg CF campaigns to date, 24 million, some odd small businesses, and being able to market while they're bringing in capital. I feel there's a lack of awareness of these exemptions. The Crowdfund Professional Association, tax incentive, being able to get a strong percentage of your investment back as a tax credit with the cap, but hoping to see accountants, hoping to see the media, hoping to see the government talking about this and getting more resources behind it. Because as a marketer, I've seen so many amazing companies, technology that is just outstanding. In some cases, I didn't think was possible, but with no eyeballs around them. And sure, they could market, but they need the capital to do so. So being able to approach both through regulated investment, crowdfunding, I think it's just a matter of more founders knowing about it, more investors being aware of this deal flow. Want to see more investor success stories in this space. I think some of those public offerings are going to play a role in that. I think some of those strategic acquirers that were talked about earlier, I think that's going to be playing a role. And the same thing we see with other alternative investments, with retail talking about their upside is going to occur for these deals and just bring more and more and more people. Today we're running Facebook advertising. I picture people, maybe this is dating myself talking about traditional media, but on the Tonight Show and on these major media platforms talking about what they're doing and how people can invest. So that's where it's all going. I think the industry's in its infancy, even though we're coming up on 9 years. I think here in May, actually, that Reg CF has been in effect. But it will happen. I know a lot of people in this room will be there, and we're excited to be part of that ride. So looking at the industry and where we are today, some of the questions I get asked are, what's a good return on marketing spend? How much does it cost to run one of these campaigns? What should I plan for? How long is it going to take? What is my cost of capital? And it's really about creating a good marketing strategy, a good content marketing funnel. A lot of times people want to skip these steps. And if you're building out a content calendar, talking about something new, talking about something exciting every week, every day, if you're looking for distribution partners who could then post it to their audience and more of a grassroots effort on how to bring it in, you're in a good place. If you have a large existing audience, fantastic. You're going to get a great head start, but you're going to need more people on top of that. So when we look at content marketing, it's social media, email, and long-form content. Multiple social posts on multiple social channels per week, at least in a weekly email newsletter, drip system. So as soon as new people sign up, they're inundated with all of these headline-worthy announcements all the way through. And then long-form content, I recommend at least a monthly webinar. You can have a guest, another industry leader, an anchor investor sitting right there next to you talking about why they bought into the deal and being able to ask the same questions they had as an investor. I would recommend an article to then break that down and have the search engines, the AI that we're asked about daily, finding that, ranking you, getting it out there. A weekly update on the offering page. Many platforms recommend 3 to 5. and press releases, to get into syndication, have some publisher logos, publisher attention on there, but it's all a matter of what you do with it and how you shop it around to publishers and writers from there. And why content marketing? Because it's going to be 7 touch points or more before an investor converts. It's not a matter of just getting your community there or just running advertising. It's all in the follow-up. And you want to be intentional about what audiences see when they're searching around and doing their own due diligence. So I like to start there. Statistically, a good content marketing funnel produces a higher conversion rate. I mentioned this morning that 2% is what you want to play for, and that Google says an average conversion rate is 2.35%. We have campaigns that outperform that. We have campaigns that do very well with 1%. But if you're shooting for 2, you're in a good place. And then for your traffic sources, I talked about 50,000 visits for per $1 million raised. That's conservative if you're getting a higher average investment, a higher conversion rate. But think about that. If you're going for $5 million, and only 5 campaigns last year for Reg CF hit 4.8 million, let alone 5 million, you're probably going to need 250,000 visits or more. That's probably 5 million more impressions, upwards of 15 million in some cases, all depending on the type of engagement and responses you're getting. But it's a matter of getting the right people, and you need to have a line around the block. So you bring your first degree network first. And the opposite's the empty restaurant sensation. If you have under 100K raised, if it doesn't show how much has been raised, it's a question mark of, hey, is something off here? Is there something I can't see, something I don't understand? And the more publisher logos, the more testimonials, the more that you're able to demonstrate, people talk about us, people are raving about us, the better. Whenever I look at a landing page and I'm doing conversion rate optimization, it's always more social proof that I want to add. Can give you guys ideas around that as well too. But you bring your first party in, you make sure you're getting this content out, because you'll get a higher conversion rate from them. Even if I'm following up with my family to host a party, I still need to follow up with people. You want to make sure you're getting them there early. I can't tell you how many times we speak to a founder and they're expecting large amounts in the first few days, and then months later they're trying to check in with the same investors. So it's better to get more people ready to go and showing up early than it is to assume one investor is going to come in from 100K and get you there. But you can use advertising, both for prospecting audiences to the page, retargeting them. You can look at all the metrics all the way through. So market testing, being able to see, audience B, creative 3 is producing best. Let's optimize towards that. Let's scale it up. And you want that steady flow of traffic. The last thing I'll add around this approach is, content marketing, ads, outreach. With the outreach, you're playing for larger transactional value. You're playing for people who can come in at a higher level. So I can't emphasize LinkedIn enough. I think it's underrated as an outreach tool. Was going over some numbers with people earlier around how many investors there are just in Los Angeles here for specific industries, and it's in the thousands. And proximity has a power to it. So it's a matter of sending invitations, having responses going out, looking to get you, your team, your investor relations folks on the line with you. And that's how we've been able to do it. I'm going to go into far more detail tomorrow about how to build a strategy, so you're not just shooting from the hip each week as much as working off an algorithmic roadmap to your goals. But that's just to give a bit more of a glimpse. Anyway, it's a pleasure to speak with you guys. Honored to be part of this conference here with Devin, and I look forward to the after party. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you. Couple of things. Most of all, Jason, thank you very, very much. You can join us tomorrow if you haven't already. You go to SuperCrowdLA.com. If you don't have a VIP ticket or a workshop ticket, you can order a workshop ticket. They're still for sale, just $50. I've said this before. Let me reiterate this. If we charged $5,000 to sit in the room with Jason for 2 hours and get his detailed training, it would be a bargain. It's $50. Jason is so incredibly generous. I want you to think about this. He's going to tell you how you can raise $75 million from the crowd. Would you pay $5,000 to know that? I would pay $5,000 to know how to raise $75 million. $50. If you're not already a VIP, if you got a VIP ticket badge, you're in. If you already ordered your workshop ticket, you're in. If you're not, sign up. Okay. We talked about the sponsors. I should talk about them more, but we don't have time. Thank you, sponsors. Again, we talked about the winner. Congratulations, Julianne. And I know my brain has exploded all day. I have barely been able to keep up. I'm so happy. As I was sitting there listening to Jason again, it occurred to me, I just want to go back and watch this again and extract all the insights. So I'm excited. I'm going to do that. And it occurs to me I need to share that. Maybe I'll create a little book. I'm serious. I'll create a little book. It's sort of the report on SuperCrowdLA. There are tools to help us do that now, and it'll be great. So watch out for that coming up in the next few weeks. That's it. Okay, so I'm now going to announce the winners, right? You wanted to know the winners. Okay, so there are two separate awards, two different awards for two different companies, potentially. The judges chose. They went outside. They couldn't decide first on which outside to do, but then they went outside over here. They had a very productive discussion outside and decided that despite the merits for all of the companies, and let me just again reiterate, we've never had a better panel of companies pitch. I just couldn't be more impressed. When I talk about, for years, I've talked about solving all of the world's big problems. That's my goal. And people say, well, what are the big problems? And I say, well, you kind of break down into three areas. Poverty and social justice is one, health is another, and climate is the third. Okay, so these are the three areas. And today, we had the trifecta, the perfect trifecta. It was like Devin's dream pitch session, right? Because we had affordable housing, right? We had trees, climate solution, no better. You know, it's Doug often says, you didn't say this today, but Doug often says it's the highest tech, climate solution ever, right? Is what they offer, because nobody's ever built anything better than a tree. And then of course health. So really, I want to congratulate all of you. You're great entrepreneurs. Where did Ross go? Ross was not feeling well. Maybe he left. Did he really? Okay, you're here, Gene. I'm glad you're here, Gene. I'm glad you're here. But congratulations to all of you for having tremendous offerings. I hope you raised lots of money today as people were watching the show, and we hope you will as people continue to do their due diligence. But Sharon, congratulations, you won the Judge's Choice Award. So, congratulations. Step here for a second. The audience voted, and the audience came to the same conclusion. And so so congratulations again. I will follow up with you. We'll do a press release. I will give you all the details. There are some prizes that go with this. But congratulations, and thank you to all of you. Now, to our online audience, may I just bid you adieu. Thank you very much. We're thrilled to have had you. I don't think we have a proper outro, but Chandon and Aaron. Well, no. Chandon, if you didn't turn it off, keep them on. Is it already turned off? They're still there, Aaron? Okay. So keep them on for just another minute. I need to thank everybody again. I said this morning. No one was watching. Tiffany wasn't here. Gail wasn't paying attention. Chandon was gone. I don't know who. Nobody heard. So I need to just thank some key people again, and I hope you'll appreciate. So Tiffany, my sister, flew in from Utah to volunteer, and she was kind of envisioning relatively light duty. She's helped me before. But she ended up going to the grocery store 14 times, dragging a wagon, coming back loaded. I mean, she's walked 7 miles today, dragging groceries. So if you see her personally, thank her again. Gail has been volunteering about 40 hours a week for the last 6 weeks, trying to get this thing organized, helping me every step of the way and worrying. So Gail, thank you. Chandon has worked. It is 6:09 a.m. in Dhaka, Bangladesh, where Chandon is working. So he has been up all night to be with us tonight. So if you bump into Chandon, please tell him thank you. He did a great job tonight. And then Aaron, I want to thank you, Aaron. Just a masterful job of staying calm in a little crisis this morning. Got us back on track in 15 minutes. I'm amazed. So here we are. We are closing the day. And some of you remember this morning, things got a little crazy. Here we are. We're back on track, 15 minutes over, and we're all done. So to everyone who came, to our sponsors, to all of you who are in the room, to all of you who watched, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't say that enough or more sincerely. Please. And now somebody take the microphone away from me.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. You can't argue with success, but you can learn from it. Put the best to work for you. Book a call today.
At Proactive Realty Group, we invest in more than properties. We invest in people. Our Income and Growth Fund delivers strong returns by revitalizing affordable housing, preserving communities, and offering second chances. Join us in building sustainable wealth with measurable impact.
My name is Ray Ellingson. I'm a partner at Moving Pictures Media Group. We are a full-service film and television production company. We provide production and development services for clients, which includes analytics, marketing, budgeting, distribution, and financing for those clients for all film and television content.
Expert Dojo backs bold founders building a better world. Join over 260 startups accelerating growth with global impact.
Ready to grow your business for investment or exit? Springfork Consulting. Expertise for founders who dream big. Let Fred Pena help you make your move.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with MediaShares.com, and I'm very happy to be participating in SuperCrowdLA.
Invest in tomorrow's changemakers today. Net Capital makes it easy for everyone to invest in startups shaping the future. Start your journey at netcapital.com.
We're incredibly grateful to the supporting sponsors and co-hosts who help make SuperCrowdLA possible. Their commitment to empowering changemakers, uplifting underrepresented founders, and building stronger communities is what makes this event